This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello, good morning and welcome to European cricket. After 3 days of exciting action of Group A, it's time to turn our attention to the 6 teams that are going to feature in Group B. I'm Rico Full. Thank you for joining me on tour here in France in the beautiful city of Dreux. Yes, and congratulations, of course, to the 2 teams that did qualify for finals day on Sunday from Group A. Topping the table was, of course, Rouen 94, and then Paris University Club got there in 2nd place yesterday when there were other teams that were in the frame. So now to Group B. We're going to see 4 new teams on the European Cricket Network this time around, so I'm excited to see them. We're also, of course, going to see the reigning champions, Dreux. But all teams will feature here today. We're going to start off with a team that we know. We saw them last year. It's CPT. Sarcelles. They're up against a team that is new, San Denis Stallions. What I can tell you is that the Stallions have won the toss and elected to take the field first. A little bit about the conditions as I stand here now. I can feel a little bit of moisture in the air. In fact, I think it is starting to drizzle, but I think that is going to clear away. Most of the day should be dry. Temperatures currently around about 8 degrees, will go up to around about 15. You can see behind me a lot of activity taking place on the ground. Remember, this ground took a bit of a hammering yesterday with the showers that we've got, so it's good to see the ground staff there making it all nice and pretty, ready to start this Group B, the first match here. So we're going to see Sarcelles with the bat. The only player really that stands out perhaps in this contest, of course we don't know too much about the Stallions, is Samuel Miri. This guy played well last year. We saw him score a 90, so he's a good batter and I expect him to stand out in this contest. But keep an eye out for someone like Amjad Sandhu. He's a very good player, and if he can get going with the bat, he can probably score some runs as well. It was an exciting day yesterday. Well, when you join me back in the commentary position, I'll tell you a little bit more about what happened yesterday and some of the games that did get played and didn't get played, and then talk to you a little bit about the 2 teams that are going to take part in this very first match. And also Danny Hudacek will be joining me. Hello viewers, buongiorno, and yes, and welcome. We've still got some of that drizzle around, but as you can see that the covers that were on have now been taken off, and we are getting ready for the start of the first match. But of course, we always like to give you a little bit of a recap of what happened yesterday. And of course, yesterday was a day that was affected a little bit by the weather, and with match number 11 was abandoned between the Vipers and Paris Army. So match number 12, we saw that PUC in a 6-over-a-side match put a 111 on the board. Mitri, they were then batting second. The rain did come after 3.4 overs. That means DLS was applied, and it was PUC that won that match. Now, remember how they won it. There was a catch taken off ball number 3.4, and that was a wicket that went down. Because of that wicket, PUC got the win over Mitri. If that was not to happen, when you have a look at the tables a bit later on, you could see things could have been very different. And that's how one moment of madness can change how the whole match goes. Match number 13 was also abandoned, and that takes us to match 14, which was a 7-over a match affair. 91 for 3, the Greeny Vipers, with Chowdhury scoring 44, but Shazad Umar was very good with the ball, 3 for 30. Mitri knocked them off quite comfortably with 13 balls to go, with once again the top two on their side performing well, Mustafa Omar and Arslan Zafar. We won't see Mitri again, but it was nice that those two once again batted very well, particularly the national team player Omar. He really is a very exciting player, and I think we're going to hear a lot more from him years to come. So match number 15 is one that PUC had to get a win. They needed 3 points. Those 3 points would have seen them go through to finals day coming up this Sunday, and they did it quite comfortably. Akota CC, their top two, the key players for them really didn't fire. That was their captain, Abdullah and Farooq Ahmed. And some great bowling, I have to say. Sedikula Shazad, 4 for 2, the youngster, 19 years of old. He was absolutely brilliant, and Usman Shahid also picked up 2, as did Zafar Iqbal. And then with the bat, it was quite comfortable. Usman Shahid, once again, rounding off a good day for him with 37 of 16. And Muqtali Gulami, the captain, got a few runs in there as well, as did Faisal Safi. So, as I said, that meant that it would be a Royal 94 finishing top of the standings, and PUC finished second. But remember that match number 12, Mitri, how different it could have been if they didn't lose that wicket right before they came off. And then, of course, DLS was applied, and PUC would be the winners. So start of a Group B. Now, these are the teams that we are going to see. So we got CSTP Sarcelles. Well, we've got another Sarcelles team as well, so that's why I think the initials are going to be quite important. And I think San Denny Stallions, we'll just refer to them as the Stallions. And one thing that we have to remind you of here is that your eyes are not playing tricks on you. There are 3 Marys in the side for Sarcelles, and all 3 of them are brothers. And what I am told is there are 6 brothers in total, and you never know, all 6 might end up playing at the same time. That will be something. 58% to 42 in favour of Sarcelles, and I think that's purely because we have seen them play before on the network. In fact, they finished 8th last year with a 4-6 record. But they're another team that probably will be relying mainly on a handful of players, particularly when it comes to the batting. So we are going to start. It's a bit of a damp start, which is a shame really, because when the ground staff are out there cutting and trimming the grass and making it look all very nice, I thought we were going to have a good day, but the rain has come in from somewhere. Not really forecasted that much, even though there will be periods through the day where there might be a little drizzle. But let's hope it doesn't affect this contest too much. I know that there wasn't any rain overnight, so the ground has had time to absorb a lot of that water that it got yesterday. I'm ready to go, and here's the first delivery coming up. First one off Group B, and hey, it's well struck away. Plenty of bodies there out on the offside to do the fielding. I want to say a very good morning to a lot of our viewers that are tuning in on the chat, and saying good mornings to everybody. And that's Rob, there's John Hisham, and Deborah Hall in the chat as well. Hello. And of course, one man that I'm very keen to say a bonjour to, and also find out about his adventures in Paris yesterday. I'm sure you're keen to find out as well. Of course, bonjour to Danny Hudicek.
Bonjour Rico, ça va?
And here comes Ahmed Zai again to the left-hander, and it's going to be the first extra, a wide ball. How are you?
I'm well. Yeah, nice and refreshed. It was a long day yesterday. It was good fun. Lots of walking, and in Paris. It's been a while since I've been there. Not much has changed.
Was it still very busy?
Still very, very busy. Lots of tourists around. And as we come back to that, Ahmed Zai comes in, and pesky left-hander causing issues with the line of the swing bowler first up.
Yeah, this is Zakari Atik, who at the moment hasn't really had one he can put bat on as the bowler here. Bashir Ahmedzai just struggling to find his line. So I know that you were keen to add to your record collection.
Yes.
Well, that's a decent enough length, but I still feel he's still a little bit leg-sideish. But I like what he's doing here. I'm also liking the kits here. I have to say, they're looking pretty dashing, aren't they, the Stallions? And you see quite a few of them are feeling the cold and have got that's become a bit of a thing. I saw that at the Cardamom Oval as well. A bit of a thing wearing the old the hoodie underneath your team shirt.
Yeah, well, it is chilly out here today. It's going to be wide. Can't control the swing at the moment. Again, Bashir is getting a bit of outswing, which is, well, I guess the ball's dry at the moment because it's still very early on. And these Grizzlies do hold up pretty well in the wet. But it is very damp. Not damp, just it's been drizzling all morning. So. Yeah.
Here's the next, and that's played away well. Gets the bottom hand into this shot. And I get the feeling from that shot that Samuel Mary has played a fair bit of tape ball in his time, and one of the Mary brothers. And that's a good looking shot, a nice shot to play the power play as the bowler just continues to find trouble in getting a consistent line. Well, that was a name you don't see that often. It was Jagger on the back of the shirt. That's Krista de Jagger just having a chat there with Ahmadzai and trying to get him to sort out his line. Ahmadzai now making a change in the field. He's pushing back his square legs, a square leg and mid-on back, and that means I think the third, who now comes into that sort of backward point, so no real third in at all.
Oh, they're gone.
Gets the wicket, so the change in the field. Now, whether that's enough to tempt to Merry to do something different, but Merry will be on his merrily way as he snicks behind. Well, the difference between him and Cinderella is that Cinderella knew when to leave the ball. He's a goner.
It's good bowling. You see the deflection there is a pretty thick outside edge. And easy decision for the umpire. And first wicket down for Saint-Denis Stallions. Sorry, for Sarcelles.
Yeah,
first wicket for Saint-Denis.
And it's a big wicket to lose because he's the guy that I gave a shout out to, Samuel O'Meary. We did see last year he scored a very fine 90 against the Zalmi side, but he's going to have to go pretty cheaply as he edges that one behind. No mistakes there from Barty, who holds on to the catch. And I suppose Bashir Ahmadzai does finally get the ball in the right areas.
He's kicking it outswing, so he's likely to get an edge.
Well, that struck well, but straight to the fielder. It's when you hit the ball that well and get nothing for it, you've got to say you're a little bit unlucky. Hey, one thing we got to talk about today, first thing in the morning, because I know that millions, I probably should say billions, of people are probably talking about it. Sachin Tendulkar, it's his birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday to Sachin.
Happy birthday to Sachin,
listening.
the little master. Yes, Sachin, if you are. Oh, well, I mentioned the name of the great man, and he makes everybody go light at the knees, and the fielder gets this one completely wrong. Yeah, Sachin Tendulkar. A few players have been so destined for greatness from such an early age. Sachin Tendulkar, who was born today, at the age of 12, eased to a century for his school. Under 17s at the Harris Shield event. At 14, he added a world record 664 with Vinod Kumbli in the course of a run of scores of 207, 329 and 346, all of them not out. And at 15, he made a century on his first class debut for Bombay. And you can see there that he holds a record for the most runs and centuries, both in tests and one-day internationals. So Sachin Tendulkar, happy birthday to you today. And yeah, why don't you, if your private jet is ready, why don't you come down to France and one day it'll happen, one day a big name will just walk up and say, hi guys, do you mind if I join you? Yeah, of course, you're more than welcome.
That'd be great. I'm still trying to get Sir Viv to come down and play a game for Vinarati. Hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, it of course broke all the records that were there, and at well over 36 years of age, he broke a 40-year-old barrier of double centuries. Big appeal and gone. And the wicket goes here. The batter doesn't like it. And Danny, looking at your reaction, I don't think you're too keen on this decision. Likewise.
I thought it was firstly pitched outside leg and missing leg. It might have been coming in, but I was watching the screen. Let's have another look. He's way outside, and no, good decision.
Yeah.
I think it's a very good decision.
Yeah, it looks like it from when it comes out of his hand. It might would pitching on leg, but I think he gets a bit of you're right. He gets that movement, and it does straighten a little, and I think that's a good decision from the umpire. I think that's umpire Sushir. We've got new umpires here today for the next couple of days, Vignesh, and that's Sushir, and I think Sushir gets that one absolutely right, and unfortunately, Atik will go for a 3-ball duck.
With a left-hander like that, and normally we actually haven't seen anybody bowling in swing since none of even the internationals, no one is really bowling in swing. That just came in a little bit and did enough. Pitch on the stumps, hitting the stumps, out. Oh, big in swing, too much.
Too much this time. That's the thing though, isn't it, with swing? It's about being able to control it as well, and he can't control that one. So that was going to get away.
Did you ever see Tendulkar?
I've live, no, live. Never watched him live. It's one man that I would have loved to watch, of course.
I don't think I did either. I'm not 100% sure. I did see some great bats. Oh, another one.
Oh, you beauty. You absolute beauty. There's nothing better. As Ashgar will also go for a... And Zadran Salman, well, when he gets it right, he's dangerous. This is a deadly delivery. And it's not the best of shots from the batter. He's trying to hit himself out of trouble. All right, maybe it does stay a little bit low, but I think it's beating him. All ends up anyway. The stumps are shattered. And the umpires, well, they got a bit of a mess to sort out. Timber, as Amir Ashgar also goes for a duck, but his is a golden.
Yeah, it's a really, really good piece of bowling. So there's a message here from Arjun about Wayne Gretzky on ice hockey and Dodd Bradman on cricket, only two in new sport even remotely near him. There's someone else, I can't remember his name, in billiards, another Walter Lindrum in billiards. They changed the rules because Walter Lindrum was so good, but not quite as high profile now, billiards, as what it used to be. But yeah, absolutely, there are players that just change the game, and definitely. Tendulkar was a great batsman, the best batsman of his generation. I don't know if you can compare him to Bradman. That's an unfair comparison, I think.
Yeah, I think very different. I know that another guy I'm a big fan of was, of course, Sunil Gavaskar. But again, I think also you have to look at the batters and the era they were in. It's very different. For example, you mentioned Sir Viv Richards. His era, was the era of no helmets and things like that, and it's very different, and the game was played very different, So, yeah, but Tendulkar, great player.
Viv not wearing a helmet, at least he didn't have to face the Windies fast bowlers.
Because they were all on his side, yeah. That's a good hit. Oh, wow. Munawar is a man who's made for this sort of thing. He's built like a man you'd have out there. And that is a great shot. Oh, look at that one go. Well, that's one way to announce your entrance to the big stage as Zulkarnain Munawar goes big.
I love how still he was when he hit that shot. And just stood there and just swung. But a beautiful cricket shot. And, 6 runs.
It's over 2 wickets in it. And it was 2 for 1 and 2 of that one. And Salman just making he's sent long on back. He pushes long off in. He's now pushing third back. Suggested he might go the heavy length outside the off. And in fact, he angles it into the batter, who Munawar's a little bit disappointed he's missed it. Doesn't want to give it back to the bowler. He gives it to the keeper. It is the end of quite an exciting second over, which leaves ourselves 16 for 3.
Yeah, 3 wickets down, not many on the board, including that big 6. But got to say, good bowling from both the openers. I think Bashir Ahmedzai had a little bit of trouble controlling the swing, but when he got it right, he got the edge behind. But the in-swing was the undoing of 2 batsmen in the last over. Here, these Group A standings, Royal 94, who were, I think, the most consistent team. Really good team to watch as well. And Parents University, the 2 teams to get. Oh, it's a nice little flick shot down the leg side for 4. Yeah, in the finals on Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday, of course, is finals day after we'll have 3 days of action, of course, from Group B. This is Christo De Jaga, who comes on to have a bowl. First one is worked away quite nicely by Bashir to get his first runs on the board.
Look, it's exciting to see new teams as well. I really enjoyed Group A. I think it was a lot of good cricket. Unfortunate with the weather yesterday that kept things a bit short.
Well, it's interesting shot selection this time around from Bashir. He almost plays this a little bit too carefully, and the ball just nips back and catches him quite high up on the back leg. Yeah, the weather was a bit of a pain because some of those matches were key matches, and unfortunately, I think Paris Zalmi, they probably had the worst of it. Both of their matches were abandoned, and on both occasions, the 2 points that they picked up, as the points were shared between them and the opposition, just meant that they would fall short on a number of occasions. They went into second spot, only to be overtaken, and then, of course, Mitri themselves did the same, got to second, but finally PUC with the 2 matches and the 2 wins yesterday would seal that second spot.
So I think let's come back to that in just a moment. This is again, it would have been a wide if the batsman hadn't given himself space and got hit in the pads.
He's got to stand still, hasn't he? He's moving too much, Munawar. If he just stands still, we know he's got the power.
So I think it's Christo De Jager.
Okay.
Christo De Jager, not a Jagger. I think. Oh, this is high.
Well, that's big. That's a bomb. And it's gone, I think, into the field behind us. New balls, please. That's crashed away.
I tell you what's making me nervous, Rico.
Yeah.
Is we've got the awning out because of the rain, and as soon as it goes above that, we have no idea. I had to look at the fielder's eyes to make sure it wasn't coming towards us. Well, but if they start looking at us, we're out of here.
It happened yesterday. I know you were in Paris, but one was hit up in the air. All the fielders looked right at me, and I just went into this corner, and it landed right on top. And I tell you what the worst thing about it was, and because it landed right on top, look what's above us.
Oh, yeah.
So all of that ended up on top of me. Hit all the bugs. And I was stood here for about half an hour. I kept feeling them walking on me. So if anything hits us, all of the bugs up there are going to end up on top of us. Spiders, flies.
They look like mosquitoes, Rico. I hope not.
The lot, right, high. Going, gone. Seismaz, bole, well, Zuka, Munawar. Well, maybe he's ready for a war as he smashes that one away. It's the end of the over. It's a much better over. And Jaeger, he's going to go for 17 off his first. So that helps ourselves to, in the end, probably I would say an average power play score as they finish on 34 for 3.
But they have lost 3 of their top order. And so you have to say that at the moment, the Stallions might be on top, but it's nothing in it yet. Talking about mosquitoes, have you ever been attacked by mosquitoes while doing commentary?
Attack, they've been around, never attacked. I think I get more attacked by spiders, and yesterday particularly, and I was convinced that you left something sticky on my table because there were, I'm telling you, there were hundreds of them, and I couldn't get rid of them. There was no food here. I could not get rid of the ants. Yeah. Mosquitoes, not so much.
I was in Corfu doing a women's tournament last year, which was between Spain and Greece. A great tournament. Really great spirit and everything. Come back to this. But this is going to be called a wide. They're taking an extra one as well. I was just attacked because I was at the far end of the ground, and there was, I don't know if there was some sort of swamp behind, but I was just being eaten alive by mosquitoes. I kept on mentioning it, and a lady came along, it was one of the mums in the Spanish team, and gave me bug spray, and I'm like, how did you know? And her husband was listening in England, so just push forward. Was listening in England and said, you better run some bug spray off to Danny, because and it saved my life, because I would have been just like craters on the moon, like little bumps everywhere, like a mogul.
Do you react? Because some people react to them quite badly. I know my daughter, if she gets bit, then her skin really does start to get a bit puffy. That's 4 runs. It's a little bit too wide from the bowler. This is Verk, I think, who's in having a bowl now. Verk Ali.
It's just in front of the line. 4 runs, yeah. I sort of do. I just get bitten a lot. And then back home in Prague, I like, in summer, I like with the having the doors and windows open, because just lets a bit of air through. And nothing worse than think, oh, it's nice and fresh in here. You go to bed and suddenly there's a mosquito. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great. There's a slight delay here for a moment. I think it's something technical, because I noticed that the scores have not been reflected yet. So we'll just have a little break. We'll talk a little bit more about Mozzies. But there is something, I know that, because obviously in Spain, in Spain, like what will happen now, there'll be good weather now all the way through. There'll be no rain. But in the summer months, there'll be a day when it'll rain quite heavy.
Yep.
But once that rain comes, that's when all the larvae, it all hatches, and there's mozzies everywhere.
Yeah.
So everywhere you go, every bar, every restaurant, everywhere there's lights at night, there's just millions of them.
Yeah.
But one thing I found over the years is there's certain plants, like citrusy plants, that you can have. And I learned this from the Spanish, the locals. So they have all of these, there's nothing special about them. They're just green and small leaves. But when you touch them, there's that little citrusy fragrance.
Citronella,
and
like the lemongrass.
They have them on the sort of window ledges, outside the doors, and they work. They do the job.
Yeah, absolutely.
So far better than all of these modern contraptions. People wearing these wristbands and ankle things. They don't work, because my daughter's tried them all. But it brings us to that question as, why do these things exist? I mean, mosquitoes, for what?
Leeches. Wasps.
What were they thinking? Hey, let's talk a little bit about Sachin, because I've got a few more things to talk about him about. We got so far, I was saying that at 16 he made his test debut against Pakistan in Karachi in 89-90. At 17 he stroked a sublime maiden century to save the Old Trafford Test of 1990. And he went on to fulfill the promise of his youthful talent. In 2000, he became the first batter to score 50 international hundreds. In 2003, he aggregated 673 runs in the World Cup, a record that stood for 20 years. In 2008, he went past Brian Lara as the leading test run scorer. And the records just go on and on and on. Just amazing player. And from what I heard, a very nice man, a very humble guy with a lovely personality. And I think he's a player who's put a lot back into the game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, and he was playing. The other thing is that he wasn't a lone star in that team. There were so many good batsmen. It was a bit of an embarrassment of riches at that time for India as far as the batting goes. So he wasn't the only one. Great Indian side.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one of the other things that's probably worth mentioning is that there's very few, I was going to say sports personalities, as we say, a very good morning to our viewers around the world. We're just talking about Sachin Tendulkar, whose birthday is today. But there's very few sporting personalities or famous people who become sort of in the spotlight at such an early age and continue to remain that way. I mean, it never affected him. That's the amazing thing about it. We go back to the action. We'll see this ball again. He may have just caught the end of it, but it's not another good one from Verk. It's too high, and this one also gets sent to the boundary. It's not an issue in terms of being too high as in a no ball, but it's not a good ball. It just gets put away. When he bowled one good ball. I think it was his second delivery, which was pretty useful. But other than that, he's just spraying it all over the place at the moment, Verk. And that's hit pretty hard outside the off. And Munawar, I think what we've learned is when this guy hits it, it stays hit.
He definitely puts a lot behind it. That was absolutely hammered to the boundary before. I've got another one who is similar, is Lionel Messi, who started very young for the national team and for Barcelona, and who's continued. I mean, Cristiano Ronaldo as well was very young when he joined Manchester United. So, but it's rare. You see a lot of kids come in and then they have a lot of promise and then they fade away. But there's some of the greats started very early. Horses hit straight and 6 runs, sorry, 6 runs.
6 more. And all of a sudden, Sarcelles, who didn't make the best of starts, remember, 9 for 1. Only 7 of that second over, 16 for 3 as the wickets get falling. Zadran Salman picked up a few, but they're taking the upper hand here now. But I must admit, I'm very surprised at the way the bowlers have been used here by the new team, the Stallions. Maybe they're just allowing everybody to have a bowl, as that's another bomb that gets hit away. Arivar Kinna Sona, and this over has gone huge. I can tell you it's gone magical. You can't see it on your screens. I do apologise for the lack of graphics at the moment. It's the same for us, folks. So I can't exactly tell you how many came on that over, but I'm going to take a guess and say probably between 25 and 30.
Yeah.
That was, he took a hiding to nothing there. We will get those graphics up for you as soon as we can. Another guy that we have to mention, you may not like it, with the Australian in you, Anderson. You know,
Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson.
Great bowler,
you
fantastic
know,
bowler.
Just keeps producing all the time. And but few and far. But I love that you mentioned Messi, because he's definitely a favourite of mine.
Talking about Jimmy Anderson, there is the Australians are very fair with cricket, I think. Now it's a duty at birth to not like the English. All right, as Bashir comes in and still getting swing, good bowling, but there are certain English players that we love in Australia.
Yeah.
Darren Gough was one.
Yeah.
All right, Freddie Flintoff was another. Ian Botham was another. Right, because they
all have a bit of character to them.
They're
right?
kind of honorary Australians. They've got a bit of larrikin about them. But Jimmy Anderson gets the admiration for being a great bowler, and seems like a decent guy. Unlike Stuart Broad, who'll never be forgiven for not walking when he edged one to first slip. So, no, I mean, yeah, there are some. There are some people that, or players that Australians love to hate.
And that is going to get through the gap. That's going to be 4 runs. Folks, I know we're having some issues with the graphics. I'll give you an update. So at the end of that 4th over, the score was 60. So that over did, as I suspect, go big. It went for 26. Took the score to 60 for 3. I do apologise. I know we are working to get the graphics back up for you. So these two batters, Dan Munawar particularly, is started to rock and roll, and he's getting into the bowling. But one thing that surprises me here, I know Stallions are new, but when you think of the first 2 overs, Bashir Ahmadzai went for 9, picked up a wicket. Zadran Salman went for 7, picked up 2. Why haven't you just gone back to one of them, or if not both of them? And
we have now. We have
now. Yeah.
I think with the with Verk, so it's a hit down the ground.
Madre mia, what a pickup! Is not the worst of deliveries, but that's a wonderful strike. And Waqas Bashir saying, "Hang on a minute, I know Munawar's raced to 47 or 14, but I got some shots at me as well, you know."
Well, the ball stopped swinging for him because it's damp. The ball's slightly, well, I don't know about slightly older, but it's the damp conditions makes the ball stop swinging. Let's have a look, see if maybe a little bit. Player there, just pick it up. But bringing Verk on, I didn't think it was a bad idea bringing a spinner on, but they just took to him. So it just happens sometimes.
Over comes to an end. It's a good fight back there from Sarcelles. They looked like they were going to be destined for a low score, but in comes Munawar and smacks it all over the place. A very good morning to you around the world, wherever you're tuning in from, and hope you're having a happy Thursday. Rico Full here, and it's great to have you back. I know you ventured in to Paddy yesterday. Yes. So come on, some of the records you bought, I want to know. What did you find?
I've got quite a few records already, so they're a little bit obscure, but I will go through a few of them.
Okay, well, we can talk about them as we walk to the action. That's going to get away to the boundary. It's a nice shot played here by Waqas Bashir. He just rocks back, plays this a little bit later, and he gets it in the gap between that third and the backward point. That's 4 more runs, beautifully played. I like the combination of the the red helmet with the yellow tops. And he's got the matching gloves to go with it. It looks the part, and quite often you see a lot of players who have got all the gear, but probably haven't got the talent.
Oh, definitely got the talent. It's looking pretty good. Oh, it was looking pretty good. Again, commentator's curse, loses his middle stump, and that's the end of Bashir. Well, he just he missed a straight one, I think. That's another wicket down. So I'll be happy for that. The Stallions getting another wicket. They break this partnership. Let's have another look. And good Yorker. And straight through the batsman.
That's the way to do it. It's not the first time this morning that we're seeing a bowler rattle and knock over the stumps, juck their foot, their start. And what goes Bashir? I think, as you said there, Danny, we just saw him play some nice shots. Hit a 6, 2 4s, but loses his wicket. He goes for 16 of 11. But look, this Amjad Sandhu, what a character Mr. Sandhu is. I suppose with a name like Sandhu, you're going to be a good bloke, aren't you? And of course, Vinny Sandhu, remember, he did celebrate his birthday yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah, it was his birthday yesterday.
I didn't know. I know. I wasn't here, so I'll have to send him a message. He must be getting pretty old now. He's in his late 40s, early 50s.
I don't think he likes reminded of that.
No,
a few people in the chat were.
He's younger than that. Hi to Rob Thompson. Glad you could join us. And,
nice hit straight down the ground, but it's Burke who comes across and does the fielding.
So, as I said, it's good to see new teams as well. It's always refreshing. Getting to know new players as well. We might not have seen some others coming in. I know in the next game there's a few familiar names, which is good that we saw at the weekend. And that should be an interesting team. We'll touch on them when we get there. But I've been impressed with Diego as well. Kept things nice and tidy. Picked up that wicket. Also been impressed with Munawa, the skipper. This doesn't happen. So Diego's got 23 on his back, and there's quite a few sportsmen who've got 23, or who use the number 23. Do you know why?
Oh, well, let's talk about this first, and that's one way to bring your 50 up, isn't it? This is another one that gets blasted out of here by Zulka Munawar, and that is his 6th 6. He's hit 4 4s, and he races to 53 of 15. And I think there's a lot of it spelled to a number of things. I know that a lot of well-known basketball players have that number on their back.
Michael Jordan.
Yeah, it's a number that I think Vinny Sandhu, that's a number that he prefers to have as well. Go on, enlighten us.
Well, it's 23, so 2-3.
Yeah.
So what goes before that? I am number 1.
I'm number 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That's the theory.
Is that what it's about?
That's the theory behind it. 1, 2, 3, and you're the one. This is going towards us, and just to the left of the igloo. Nice shot again, and well, where do you bowl to him at the moment?
Yeah, I think if we're fair, some of the deliveries that he's got, I would love the pose there. I think he saw Dan Oroz is out there with the burritos clicking away. So he says, here we go, here's the pose, smile please, thank you very much. That'll be on our social media. But I think at the moment he's had a lot of bad balls. I mean, he loves to play the pull shot, and they've bowled it there to him. And the ones when they've tried to pitch up has been overpitched, and they end up being full tosses. So yeah, they're guilty of, they sort of fed him a bit, it has to be said.
I think you're doing him short a little bit. He's playing good classic shots. You're right about the bad balls, but also good timing, really good timing, good technique. He's hitting it with the full face of the bat. He's on 59 off 16. Oh, that's a better delivery. 90 the score, but Munawa is their star at the moment for Sarcelles.
Yeah, it takes us to the end of that 6th over. And they're looking pretty good. I kind of like innings like this from a team when they play the first match. And the reason I like it is that you get to see a number of batters. Sometimes you see in tournaments, if a team is playing particularly well, you might see, we saw a little bit of that in Group A actually.
Yeah.
You might see 2 or 3 batters but you never see what else they got. And then there's always that one match when the top three don't perform, and the others have to. And because they've not played, they don't really offer you anything. So this sort of innings from Sarcelles, I don't mind it. It's a bit of a shocker. First out, it's being called a no ball, so I'm guessing this doesn't catch the pitch at all, as this is Hasib Iqbal. So they're still, if my, I know that we had the graphics off for a while, but if I'm right, we still haven't seen Zadran Salman come back, have we?
No, we haven't. Oh, it's a windmill action. Hurried the batsman that time. But yeah, the first ball, bit of a loosener from Hasib Iqbal. He's playing on turf and the rest of us are playing on synthetic. But the windmill action, I never like facing bowlers with a windmill action. It's always a little bit chaotic. But quite a few at test level actually had this action. In the air, just wide of the fielder, going towards the boundary, picked the gap beautifully. And another 4 runs.
Yeah, that's it. We know he's got the power. There's no doubt about that. We've seen that. But he's got the placement and the timing as well as Munawar. He's putting in a really good display here. He moves now to 63 of 18.
We didn't end up seeing 100 in Group A, did we? We got close.
We got close, of course. That was the Numan Amjad with that 92.
Oh, good ball.
That's a good ball.
Almost lost a finger. The bowler, and they come back for 2. They're going to the keeper's end. I think that's really, held it back. Good running in the end, but good thinking from the fielder.
He does really well here. And this is Zadran Salman, who I'm still waiting to see him come back bowl his second, but he's got the arm, he's got the power, he gets the throw in. And fortunately, I suppose for Sarcelles, the batters didn't really hesitate in taking that second.
Yeah, it was good running, but good cricket. This one's been missed time down to square leg for a single. And it'll bring Sufyan Ali on strike. So Iqbal's been okay so far. A couple of balls left.
Yeah, it started with, of course, that big no ball, but he has brought it back since then. But you can see that all the bowlers using their shirts or any part of garments they've got on to try and keep the ball dry. That's hit well. Is he going to get in the gap? Yeah, he is. He threads the needle beautifully. That's Sufyan Ali as he brings up his first boundary, and that boundary also means that the 100 comes up on the board with the ball to go in this, the 7th over. So looking for that 140 to 150 score. That'll be a good start for Sarcelles, considering they had a slow start.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they lost 3 wickets early, and the power play was 28. But it was a good partnership. This one's down leg side. Good partnership between Munawar and you saw the batsman just get out earlier. But Munawar, he's the heavy lifter in this innings. Very impressed by him.
Scuffs at this one. Doesn't get the power on the shot. It'll just be a single, which will be a bit of a disappointment for Munawar. He would have wanted to get as much strike as possible now as we come to the final part of these innings. 18 balls to go, 105 on the board. Munawar there, 66 of 20. I think that's got to be the plan. You've got to be giving him as much strike as possible, and you never know. You never know. If he does get a lot of that strike, he could bring up the magical 3 figures. As we'll go back to this, having a look at our 2025 calendar. Any places there that you're really looking forward to hearing from?
Sorry, for me,
yeah, for yourself, or either just being there.
I'm looking forward to Jersey. I mean, the Czech series is always great because I know all the players.
Yeah.
But Finland, we haven't been to Finland yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing a bit of that, and also a couple of new places in Spain.
Yeah, Finland in June should be lovely, shouldn't it? I know from being in Spain, from when I had the bar restaurant, we used to have a lot of clients that would come from the places like Finland, Norway, Scandinavia in general, and they always used to say, Rico, you got to come down. If the best time to come, it will be in June. It's beautiful then. So I think that I'm not scheduled for Finland, but I'm sure the crew that be going there for the first time will have a splendid time. All right, they go back now to Zadran Salman, whose first over was pretty impressive. Picked up 2 for 7.
Yeah, look, interesting. There's still 2 overs left after this one. And who are they going to bowl? I'm sure that Hasib will Hasib Iqbal. But are they going to go back to Ali Verk? That's the other bowler they've used. It's one of those ones for the skipper to work out.
He's got some thinking to do, definitely. But speaking of captain, Zulkarnain Munawar, he's probably quite happy with his team at the moment. There he is. Look, I was going to say he's a big figure, but when you look at him, when you look at that shot, you just see how big he is, just standing there at the non-strikers end. Of course, yesterday I mentioned it was yesterday was the day a few years back, I think, when Chris Gale scored that 175, and Munawar, he's kind of resembles Gale at his size, especially when you see him standing there with the dwarfing the other people around him.
Yeah, both big units. Chris Gale, he'd be a handy player in this format. The bowler comes in again, and big swing and a miss.
Only the bowler interested in an appeal here. I suppose he's quite happy to have got one past the big swing of Captain Munawar.
Nice little chat from the non-striker. We're telling his skipper that he should try to hit the white thing, which, well, he's on 66 off 21. So I think he knows how to do that.
Yeah, Wayne was just saying, we were talking about numbers a moment ago, and you see this slower ball, that's to the boundary. I think we need to look. I'd like to see the height in this. I think Munawar, maybe his height works against him here. It's pretty high, and
it's close, isn't it?
It's a close one. It'd be interesting to see. Joe Foster, by the way, taking on the role as tournament referee today, with Stephen Gooch taking a well-earned day off. That was borderline, but that's what I mean, because he's such a big unit. I think to him it probably hasn't been called, but to maybe another batter, it probably would have been over that waist. So gets away with it, but still gets hammered for 6. And that is another. Madre mia, que guay. Que genial, que grande. That's in the tower. Well, shake, rattle and roll. Now, who's in the tower this morning? This is definitely hit the camera tower. We saw the camera shake. Well, I hope it weren't the camera. Give us a thumbs up if you're okay up there, because this was hit as straight as a dart, and it was homing in to the tower. The tower takes a shake. Yeah, we got the thumbs up. That goes to show you how cold it is as well. Gloves are on from the cameraman. I think that might be Nils who's out there. Yeah, it is, and he's okay. And, well, Penley, I noticed, was in the chat saying, that's Pendai prediction, saying century maybe from Munawar. Well, maybe. Well, I know that we don't normally talk about it too much, because everybody always tells us that we've cursed him, but he's got time to do it, definitely. So ourselves, 119 for 4 at the end of 8.
Well, he definitely needs the strike, because he's hitting it beautifully. Let's have a look here. They lost those 3 early wickets, but then there was that really good partnership that lasted about 4 overs. It really pumped that score up. And this is hit pretty nicely, but cover fielder puts it down. Simple catch. Really should have taken it.
Yeah. 2 things about that one. One, obviously, it gives Sufyan Ali a life. The other thing is, unfortunately, they take the single, so Munawar gets on strike.
A good result for Sarcelle. It's hit the batsman. No runs.
Yeah, so they do go back to Iqbal, who went for 15 in his first. Yeah, Wayne just saying, we were talking about numbers, number 23, and yeah, Jordan wears 23 in honour of his older brother. And yeah, I remember saying, I mean, that's a fantastic documentary as well. Michael Jordan. That's one-handed, Danny, one-handed 6. And Munawar says, when you got arms like mine, you can even hit a 6 with one hand. एक हाथ के नाल पुट्ठे हाथ दा शॉट मारिया, छक्का लग गया, and he's on his way. You know, he's on his way. He moves to 84. Will he get to the the magical 100 mark to kickstart Group B in style.
He's in pretty good form for a guy it's his first appearance of the week. So looking ominous for the rest of the Group B. Oh, good ball. It's right at the block hole.
It's a good delivery. Yeah, well bowled. Yorker length. So not interested in trying to run a quick single there either. He says, nah, leave it. I wanna stay on strike.
Here comes Iqbal again. Couple of balls left of this over. Oh, swing and a miss. Been good from Iqbal.
Just takes a little bit of that pace off the ball. We've seen that work very well. I think it's fair to say that the slower bowlers, the spin bowlers, had a good time in Group A. Highest score, by the way, for Munawar before this was 38 against Mitri last year. And it's up in the air, and it will be taken. So Munawar, I suppose it is a personal best for him. He gets to 84, but he will go. And in the end, it's a comfortable catch. And well bowled by Haseeb Iqbal. He just takes the pace of the ball, lands the ball in good areas, and gets the big wicket of Munawar. Now be interesting, 143, the expected score. It stayed at that for most of this innings, between 140, say 142 and 150. With Munawar gone, it'd be interesting to see how close to that 140 they now managed to get. But what a good innings from the captain, Zulkarnain Munawar.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic innings, and as a good captain should do. Well, really took it to the bowling of the Stallions. So you're right. Will they get it to that 140? If there's only one over left, if they keep this to single figures, it's a very achievable target. Even considering that Munawar really wanted a bit of a heater. So brought it back well. New bowler is Faryad Usman. Get a bit of spin. It's just down the ground, just a single.
A nice start from Faryad. So I think a 135 sort of score here. So hey, Danny, you and I, we've got to put this. We've got to put an end to these matches without a golden ball. We're closing on to the 90s here, you know. So I think scores in the 130s, they do it for me. I think anything around about that sort of 125 to 135, got golden ball written all over it.
I was a bit of a golden ball magnet for a while, especially when Vinny wasn't there. There were a couple in Italy. In fact, there were 3 in Italy, all up, and quite remarkable ones. One of them, I think it went to a golden ball, and they needed something like 30 something up the last over, and got there, ended up winning the game. That was the last game.
Was that with Joe Pereira or something smashing?
It wasn't Joy. I don't remember who it was.
Wasn't it Joy?
It was a new team up in Brescia last year. They ended up winning the tournament, but full of stars. They just basically took players from all these different teams and formed this sort of super group. And but there were a couple of others. One was caught over the boundary, or caught on the boundary, then he stepped over. And it was pretty amazing. But they are good fun. Couple in Prague as well, in the same tournament, featuring United. One quite famous. It did the rounds on social media. This could be close, and I think he's gone. He is. Couldn't quite get there. Bashir couldn't quite get back, and he'll have to go.
Yeah, it's the last over, isn't it? If you don't go for these, you're gonna, you got to question why. They got wickets in hand. They got to try and double up and try and get as many runs on the board as you can. It's a good bit of fielding though. I like the throw and taken well on the bounce, and the wicketkeeper is ready to complete his task as well. Wasim Bhatti, so unfortunately Shabazz Bashir will go. Not too much Shabazz from him. He'll go for 1 or 2 actually, won't it? Because he gets out game for the second 2 of the 2 balls that he faces.
I'll tell you what, that was really good work from the keeper. The throw came in, it bounced up high. It was a good throw, but it bounced up high and took it high, and then just in the one action, just took the stumps out. So that was very good work from Wasim Bhatti, the keeper.
Yeah, I want to say hi to a few more people that have come into the chat. Hello to Peter, and Wayne is in there as well. Good morning to you all, and Udian. Nice to have you with us, and a few new names as well. And Ivan B also, not a new name, but Ivan B. Hello to you. Very good morning, bonjour. I hope you're all having a good Thursday. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, first day of Group B. Oh, and the last ball of Sandhu goes for a quacker.
Well, Amjad Sandhu, he's a man that I mentioned in the intro because I remember last year he always came up and put in some good little knocks together. I suppose coming in here late, he's got one thing on his mind, that's to try and dance down the track and send this to the boundary. He does the dancing pretty well, but he doesn't do the execution well, and lets down all the Sandhus around the world with that golden duck. He's going to get a bit of the old to his name. And hey, you know what? The way this is finishing, I know that the Stallions started well in the first 2 overs. They're finishing well as well. It's keeping this contest very interesting.
It is, and well, it's been a fantastic final over. 1 ball left, still haven't made the 130. Supercomputer says 130. And let's have a look. Another left-hander. He's gone through the last left-hander straight through his, well, I wouldn't say it defences.
Yeah, I think there was no defence there. Right, Sajid Safi will probably want to try and do the same thing. And he gets bat on ball. They've got to run hard here. Phew, they should get 2 here now pretty comfortably. And, well, umpire is quite satisfied they make it quite cleanly. We'll have a look at it one more time, why don't we? It looks like we're going to get 2 to finish. See, the bat is slid down, no problems there at all. So they'll get 2. So they do get to that 130, 131. It will be at the end of the overs. An innings that had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it was very entertaining. Fantastic knock from the skipper, Munawar. Some really good bowling, swing bowling early on from the 2 openers, Bashir Ahmadzai and the in-swinger. Who was the in-swinger? I forgot. New players.
The in-swinger was that Zadran? Zadran Salman. Well, both of them bowled well. Zadran Salman took the 2 wickets, didn't he, in that second over? And he did get it. He did get that ball to move around pretty well. So I think they'll be pretty happy. Look, it's the Stallions. They are on debut. Now, we've seen one team on debut already in this European Cricket Series in Drew, and that was, of course, Bling Bling Akota, and they did win their very first match against the Greeny Vipers. Can the Stallions do the same? If they are to do it, then they've got to chase down 132. Early on, though, it has to be said, they were well on top with bowling like that.
Yeah, fantastic in-swing bowling from Zadran Salman. And we don't see much in-swing here. We've seen a little bit of outswing, but movement always undoes batsmen. Well, there wasn't much movement in the air when bowling to Munawar, the captain. That was the end of Fakas Bashir. Good little innings, good little support to the captain, but it was the captain, Munawar, that really took it to the bowling. And was hitting the ball very, very cleanly and got the bulk of the runs. I'm sure that there'll be other contributions along the way for Sarcelle, but it was really Munawar who led the charge against the Stallions bowling. That was his demise. That was the hands of Bashir Ahmadzai, who put down a catch earlier. Luckily, held onto the catch of Munawar. See here, replay after replay of the dismissal of Anjab Sandhu. And this is the final ball. It's a well-run 2, just to get that score up to just over the 130 mark. So we'll see the scorecard in just a moment. So up the top, 2 openers. Not really worrying the scorers too much. Vakas Bashir, the wicketkeeper, 16 off 11. And Munawar, you see, 84 off 29, looking very, very good. Sufyan Ali with 11. 12 extras, they'll want to improve that. The Sandhurst Stallions as the tournament goes on, but difficult conditions first up. see here the bowling. So Ali Verk going for a few. Apart from that, wickets for Bashir. 2 in his first over from Suleiman. Bowled very, very well. Both of them, actually. And then I think I see Iqbal and Fayyad Usman at the end. Also very, very good contributions. Another wicket there also for Cristo de Jaeger. So, first innings done, 131. Not a bad score on the board. Maybe a little bit below par for the tournament, but this is only the first game of Group B. So we'll see how it stacks up. This is match 16 from the European Cricket Series here in France from lovely Dole. And yeah, as I said, some good bowling. Usman with that death over with a 1 for 5, but Sadran Suleiman with the 2 for 21. Very, very impressive. But the tail of that innings was the skipper Munawar. So Munawar 84 off 29, and some very, very clean hitting for him. So we'll be back in a few minutes' time. See if the Saturday Stallions can get the 132 they need to win this game, or whether Southsell can ward them off. Back in a few minutes' time for the second innings of this game. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back to the second innings of this game between Saint Denis Stallions and Salcel. So Salcel have put up 131, 132 to win for Saint Denis. Now the bonus point situation, if the Saint Denis Stallions can get that total in 7 overs, they've got a bonus point. And likewise, if CSPT Salcel can restrict the Stallions to 91 or less, they will get the bonus points. And the bonus points are pretty important in the Group A standings. And I'm sure there will be here as well with the with Group B. This is the first game of Group B. Great to see 2 new teams. We'll be meeting other new teams as well. There's I think 6 altogether in this group. We'll see all of them I think today as well. Looking forward to the next game. We still have plenty to do here in this one. Salcel, well, opening bowler has donned the headband, which is always a good sign. I like headband bowlers. Well, it looks like bowler X, no number on his back. So I'm assuming it is Shahab Bashir. Bowler X. He'll come in. Bowling to Ali Verk. First ball. And checked that shot a little bit. Squared him up. They're all pointing at the stumps. And it's Amjad Sandhu, who can't believe that they didn't have a shy at the stumps. The non-striker, it's Fayyad Usman, was struggling to get back. Ali Verk, he did get a bit of a pasting in the one over he bowled. This is in the air, should be gone. One-handed Statue of Liberty. Great catch. Made it look harder than probably it was. It's Ihsan Yousafzai who takes the catch. He came in a bit too far, stuck a mid up. Let's have a look. Nice catch. Yeah, misjudged that. And the celebrations are there. So Ali Verk has not had the best start to this tournament. Goes for a second ball duck. Also got 26 hit off his over. So I'm sure he'll come back strong. And the wicket for Mr. X, Shahab Bashir to start with. And not a great start by the Stallions. I'm sure they'll correct and steer it closer to this total soon. But at the moment, they are no runs, 1 wicket. Defensive shot. Good bowling from Mr. X. So it looks like the conditions are brightening up a little bit. There might be a little bit of rain around midday, but apart from that, we should have a player coming across to the offside. So, and very strong offside field, only 2 on the leg side. And this is it straight, close to us, just missing the igloo, and that's 6 runs. Nice shot. That's the first runs on the board, and it's a 6. It was right up there to hit, a little bit of swing, but a very nice shot there by Christo de Jager. He looks a good cricketer. Impressed with his bowling. And, he's coming to number 3. Normally the number 3 is the batsman with the mystique around them. Normally the best batsman in the side. And de Jager's looking pretty good first up. Oh, beaten that time though by Bashir. Just a little bit of an outswing. These Grizzlies do swing, especially in the first few overs. good ball for this format. We do go through a few of them. Got a few in the Haunted Woods already, and this week. Here comes in again. And down leg that time, going to be called a wide. Very strict with the wides, of course, in this format. Anything that passes leg stump is called a wide. And there is that tram line on the offside. If the ball clips that line, then it shouldn't be a wide, because camera angles are deceptive. You don't quite know when it goes past the that white line, and umpires get a different view of it as well. Comes in again. This is in the air. Player under it. No chance at all. 6 runs. Lovely shot. So he's peppering the igloo. One before went to the right. This one went to the left. And an eventful over. Successful one, but Diego looking pretty good. He moves on to 12. Score is 13 for 1. 86 matches since a golden ball. Love one here in France. That would be fantastic. So exciting. But honestly, you'd have to back the batting side. It's a pretty good pitch to bat on, especially with the ball. When the ball stops swinging, the batsman can play with a bit of immunity. It's got a nice even bounce. Good surface too here in Dreux. There's a little bit of a patch behind square where the pigs have dug it up a bit. It's hit nicely fielded by one of the Marys. It's Samuela. There are 6 brothers, 6 Mary brothers. 2 of them playing in this game, and the 12th man is there as well. It'd be great to see all 6 brothers playing in this salsa lineup. It'd be a first for the network. They have more than half the side all related. Bowler comes in again, and just tucked around the corner. Might be a leg by. I'll have a check with the umpire. No, yes, he calls it leg by. And it'll bring Usman back on strike. Ihsan Yousafzai is the bowler. Game looks pretty tidy. Usman, he's 1 off 1. 15 the score. Diego's the one looking likely. He's hitting the ball pretty cleanly and straight. Of course, not even halfway through the power play. Here's a bowler. And dragged that from outside off stump. Gets the 4 out of it. Bit of a hoik. But gets it square enough to beat the player on the boundary. Just turns it round. And good effort. Dived over it. Couldn't stop it. And first boundary for Usman. So his son, not too much wrong with the delivery. Gets a little bit of in-swing. As I mentioned earlier, we don't see many in-swing bowlers. Well, that one's started it wide, went wider past the tram line. And another to the total. Have to bowl it again. So that run rate still about exactly the same where it was before. Still about 13 and over. No worries with that at this stage. So that's the second time that a fielder has thrown the ball over the bowler's head. So they can go for 3 and over. It's not that hard to underarm the ball back. And this one's tucked around the corner. 4 runs, might be 6 actually. It is 6. Well, he didn't really hit it that hard. He just timed it beautifully. Look at this. Just clipped it, nice shot, and 6 runs. Very nice shot. Fayad Usman bowled a pretty good over in the death over as well. So he's contributing nicely to this this side. 26 for 1. Bowler comes in again, another wide. He's losing his shape a little bit as Yusuf Sai. The issue is, I think, with him, it's got into his head that he's anywhere near the stumps, and that Fayad Usman is dragging him onto the leg side. And it's a very offside field, so he's trying to keep it outside towards that tram line, but he's just missing it at the moment. Comes in again, and again turns it around the corner, and that's his issue at the moment. If he gets it too straight or just outside of stump, Fayad Usman's just turning him around the corner and getting boundaries. And if he's trying to put it outside off far enough so he can't do that, he's just getting it slightly wrong and bowling wide. Good to see Ghulam Mustafa in the chat as well. How are you? Johnny Hee, I did have a good a day in Paris, and as I mentioned, I went record shopping, which is what I normally do. I mean, I know Paris pretty well. So, nice shot, just gently stroked to the cover point fielder. Just a single. 32 for 1 after 2, and that was a good over there for the Saint-Denis Stallions. Now, as we said before, this is the first game of Group B. See here, these are the Group A standings. Royal 94, who are a pleasure to watch. They were, I think, the best team in that group. Really played as a good unit. They qualified, as did the Paris University. Mitri unlucky. This is in the air, player under it. Takes a nice catch, one-handed in the end. That's a really nice catch. And it's Samuel Meri. Look at this. He was worried about what was going on behind. He ended up taking it one-handed. That's a big wicket. So another wicket goes down, second one. Bring out the new batsman. It's Zadran Saliman, we saw opening the bowling. But Fayad Usman has to go. 16 off 6, good contribution. And bring, as I said, a new batsman out. He's quite a tall man. He's Zadran Saliman. But definitely Christo Diego looking good at the other end. Again, commentator's curse. Maybe. We'll see. Good wicket picked up by Bashir. He's taken 2 for 13. Looks a good bowler. Mainly because he's got no number and has a headband. And that's a full shot just over the top of the infield. Going towards the boundary. Won't get there. And I'll get to, as I said, it's a little bit rough around that area. You can see it there. The reason being that there were some wild pigs living in the psychiatric hospital in the haunted woods. You wouldn't read about it, would you? Well, it's true, and they moved them a little while back, and they could repair that area because they were coming in and munching on it during the night. Well, there was no one here. There's a bowler again. And that's got through the gap. It's going towards the boundary. And that's good effort, I think, from the fielder. I think he might have stopped it. We'll have another look at it because he was close to that boundary. But I think he saved a couple of runs. Let's have a look. So he's slipped. Oh, fantastic. Acrobatic work. Slipping and then being able to rake that ball back, run under from between his legs. Here comes Bashir again, bowling to Saliman. And well, big appeal. There might have been a noise. but umpire unmoved. Might have got a bit of pad. We'll have another look at it. They're discussing it, and what are they calling? Dead. I don't know what the umpire just signalled. So let's have another look. They were very confident it was a catch. It might have clipped a bit of the pad, or just a bit of clothing. That always excites the fielders when they hear a noise. They carry on a little bit, which is naughty. So 36 for 2. A couple of balls left of the power play. Bashir bowling well, 2 for 17. Comes in again. And turned around the corner. And they'll look for 2. They won't get it. Bit of a fumble in the outfield. And well, gets over the keeper. Luckily they had 2 men backing up. Brings De Jager back on strike. He's been starved of the strike a little bit. So 12 off 5. Both of those were 6s straight. Comes in. That's not straight. That's into the gap and 4 runs. Lovely shot. Just got up on 1 foot. Look at this. Lovely shot. And 4 runs. So, end of the power play. Pretty good one for Sananese Stallions. They lost a couple of wickets, but 41. And it's about 12 ahead of where the Sarcelle side was at the same point. Oh, I tell a fib. Only 2 runs ahead of them. I thought they were on 29 for 3, so 34 for 3. We did have that little blip with the scoring. So about level at this stage. So, new bowler is Sajjad Safi. Left armour gets a treatment. Oh, what a catch! That's remarkable. That was for everything. You could have put your house on that going all the way for 6. And what a catch taken out there on the boundary. Just stuck a mid up and it just stayed in his hand. That's Zachariah Atik. Have a look at this. No way he's taking that. No way. And it just stuck in his hand. Umair likes it. And it's another wicket down. It's Zadran Saliman. Goes for 5. What a catch. Zachariah Atik. Well, that'll make the highlights. Fantastic, fantastic catch. A little unorthodox, but effective. So, first wicket for the left armour. Comes into the new batsman. And this is in the air again. Same man. Catch again. He's taken 2 in a row. He's a ball magnet. Zachariah Atik. So, same bowler. Same catcher, same result. Golden duck for the batsman. Didn't quite get all of it. And, well, we know he's got safe hands. Atik used both of them this time. So, Wayne saying, no way, what a catch. Well, the second one was a bit easier, but that first one was amazing. All right, on a hat trick. Can it be the same 3? I'm not sure if we've ever had that. We've had the same 3 or same combination for all 3 wickets. It's a left-hander in. Left armour to left-hander. Here we are on the hat trick. Great ball. Could be out. Could be out. Not given. Very good shout. Well pitched up. We'll have another look at it. Might have been going down leg. Let's have a look. And going down leg. Good decision. Very good decision. Well pitched up, but it was fading down leg side. Umpire not moved. A lot of pressure on the umpires too in that situation. Afzal is the batsman, the left-hander. Top over here from Safi though. Rico's joined me back in the igloo. It's all happening here.
It's all happening. What about some of that catching? Zakaria Teak. It's played out towards mid-wicket, and Amjad Sandhu making the stop. And, well, CSPT Sarcelles, they are up and about here. It's a great start from them. They're just doing those little things right. And that's about catching the ball. They've done brilliantly well here. Sajad Safi. That's hit pretty well. Got a fielder out there who will get there. Keeps it to just the one. Need a big innings from someone to the Stallions. Well, Krista, the yoga is still there. I think he's got to now carry his bat. Maybe Hasnain Afzal can stick around for him. This is Afzal. Hits it pretty well, but they've got a wall of three in that area. Amjad Sandhu does the stop and just pass it on to the man who's got a better arm than him. Got the field well set here to the left-hander. It's the end of another over. What a cracking start this is. And an exciting match and a good one to start things off for Group B. All the fours on the board, 44 for 4. After 4, it's not often that you see that either.
Yeah, very balanced. Balanced, and I don't know what you'd call it. Lots of fours, but a really good over. Those 2 wickets, and as you can see, after a bright start, that worm's gone underground.
That was quite an amazing catch.
I
was just getting myself ready to get back in here, and I thought, oh, that's 6. How he held it is quite incredible. And Jalebi sa dekh lo sare jane jalebi kha lo aaj. Jalebi catch phoge ki nahi. What a catch. Absolute brilliant. All right, back to the action. Here's Umar Ashkar. Gets a good delivery. Oh. Well, the umpire disagrees with me. Let's have a look at this. I thought this was good. And I still believe it's good. That is never a wide. Never a wide. It's inside the line. That's not a good call. I think Joe Foster will probably just have a little chat with the umpires a bit later. The new umpires, of course, but, maybe they haven't got the memo that any part of the line means it's not a wide.
In defence of the umpire, that's a wide.
Yeah, that one is.
But in defence of the umpire, they do have a slightly different angle. And, of course, when the ball goes past the line, it's quite difficult to see because you're at one end of the pitch. So that was inside the line the one before, I agree with you. But it is a little bit different because they do have a slight angle they're looking at. So he's come over the wicket now, and that's not going to be a wide, but it will be a bye instead.
Yeah, they'll rotate the strike. Afzal goes to the non-striker's end. That means Jaeger goes back on strike. I think that's got to be the key here now. That rate, look, they're not out of it. They need to go at just over 14 and a half. We've seen that done before, but it's all about getting a partnership going, and it's about getting one batter that starts to get into some sort of rhythm and starts to find the boundary rope. At the moment, you're looking at probably 2 boundaries and over, and then keep rotating the strike. So that's going to be into the pad, so that's a dot ball.
Yeah, it's gone a little bit slow for the Stallions. And it's Diego. Well, Diego's 17 off 8, and 12 of those are coming 6s. So I think a boundary as well. Not much else happening. Wants to get it back and get going again. Short. Should be called a wide. He'll come back for a second. 3 runs and re-bowled.
Good running between the batters, but I feel that Ashka is just trying to bang that ball into the deck. The shorter delivery, but the ideal short delivery is right at the batter, so he hasn't got room to play the hook or pull shot and get sort of tucked up a little bit, but he's spraying it around a little bit. There you go, gets back on strike. And hits this pretty well. And, well, we've seen a spectacular catch taken out there already by Atik, but this time Atik and watches this one go over him. That's the boundary they really were searching for. And with the extras they've had in this over, this certainly could be an over that helps the cause of the Stallions.
Yeah, it's the first boundary in the over, you're right, but with those extras, you're spot on, Rico. Your 50 did come up the ball before for the Stallions. Pretty even game at the moment. Got to say, the run rate's crept up a little bit, but it's still not far from when they were at the start of the innings.
Ashgar again, still got 3 balls to get through this over. That's hit pretty well, but we'll find the hands of the fielder who we saw also take a very good catch on the boundary. Well, that was Samuela Mary. I had a chat with Samuela actually just as I was coming off the field after shooting the intro to the next match. And I saw him with his shades on, and I said to him, "You're not going to need those in this match." He said, "Yeah, I will." He said, "There's a little bit of brightness out there." Well, he needed them, and he held on to the catch as well to prove his point. Good catch as well.
It was.
That's the difference now, isn't it, Danny? You've got one batter like Jaeger, who we know has got the boundary shot in him, but he's got a partner out there at the moment, Hussein Afzal, who is swinging and missing, and that every time he's on strike, it's either a single or it's a dot, and that's not helping the cause of the Stallions here.
You must get bat on ball, and even if you miss hit it, you should get a single, especially the field spread.
Does get bat on ball this time. It probably was one that was going to be pretty close to a wide, and then what he does do when he does get bat on ball, he takes a single off the last ball of the over, which means that he would go back on strike. So 5 overs completed. We're at the halfway mark of this innings with the score on 58, but they have lost, of course, 4 valuable wickets.
Here's what's happening soon. We're in France at the moment until Sunday. Then the Spring Series in Malta looks pretty good. Then Belgium, a night series in Belgium, and off to Czechia for some T20I international, or T20I games, both men and women's. The Liberation Series in Jersey, looking forward to that. I'll be there with the main man Vinny Sandu, and then Greece afterwards.
Launches at it is high, catchable. Their catching has been good, and it stays good, no mistakes. Hussein Afzal will go, but I think that could be a blessing. I don't want to be unkind to Afzal, but it just wasn't happening for him. I like the fact that he just decided to go for this, but again, it just slices off the blade of the bat. A nice catch taken there, just on the edge of that 30-yard circle. And they send another one back. Nicely done. Cool as a cucumber. I mean, Ashgar, as he holds on to that.
I tend to agree with you. Sometimes it doesn't work for you as a batsman. You'll see them come out and smash it all over the ground next time. It's just a thing that happens with batting. Anyway, new batsman out. It is Mumtaz Ahmed.
Safi, 3 for 3. That's been hit pretty well. Is he going to find the gap? Fielder's trying to get there, and nicely done. And it's that man again, Umar Ashgar, who's patrolling that part of the ground beautifully. But this is Mumtaz Ahmed who comes out. He starts with the doubles. Does he start with a double? Did it just keep to 1 there?
No, just a single.
Free hit being signalled. So free hit signal. Now, I wonder if Jaeger heard the call early and thought, hey, I want the free hit. But they take just a single, and that's all about Jaeger wanting to get back on strike. And he's got a free hit to try and put away here.
Does need the strike. Don't know what the no ball was for. Maybe front foot. Oh.
Well hit. Solid strike. That's what they need. They need a Jaeger bomb, and they get a Jaeger bomb. That is 6 runs. 6 carreras.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with Cristo de Jaeger, both with the ball and the bat. And it looks like he's the one who needs to lead the charge, much like the skipper for Sarcelle did, Munawar, with his 82. Cristo de Jaeger, if he stays in for majority of these innings, whoa, well, he almost didn't stay in for the majority of that ball.
How'd he miss it? That's a hit me ball, isn't it? I don't know whether he just played it far too early, but it was there. It should have been put away. How is that? That is almost like it shaved the leg stick. I can't believe it missed it. That was so close.
It was good bowling from Sajjad. He rolled his fingers over it. It's just a slight slower ball. Good bowling.
Hit down the ground. It will be fielded. Take the single. I know that we were enjoying the knock of Munawar. This guy who's out there now, I think he's just as big as Munawar. Have a look at the size of Mumtiaz Ahmed.
Big unit. Let's see if he can hit the ball as far as what Munawar did.
And, well, he hits it, and it's going to go all the way. A spectacular ballerina style from the fielder, who then throws his cap on the floor with this guy. Well, I don't know why Ashke is disappointed with himself. I mean, he needed a step ladder to get to this. It's 6 runs. I mean, look at that. It's a fantastic effort, and the caps come off once, and then in disgust, he throws it into the ground the second time. Big hit. Well, Ahmed, maybe he's the right partner for Jaeger. And, well, maybe not. And that's the way to do it. Have a look at that. It doesn't get any more convincing than it, as Sajid Safi, at the end of his spell, takes his 4th wicket, 4 for 18. Timber, as the stumps have been shattered. This is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly 5-ball. Jagadipatte. What a beaut. And just look at the stumps there. Doesn't get more symmetrical than that.
Fantastic bowling from the left armour. And was taking 4 big wickets. Mumtaz Ahmed, after hitting him for 6, the bowler gets his revenge. And Sajjad Safi, very, very good spell of bowling. And now 73 for 6, the Stallions. And they still have their main man there, Christopher Jaeger. But they've got to give him the strike. Spin now. It is Rahmatullah Mehri. You see here, it's just Usman and De Jaeger who have scored runs, the rest in single digits. In fact, extras are beating them. 11 extras so far. It's a bit of inside edge, just be a single.
Well, let's see what Idris Ahmedzai can bring to this innings, to the occasion. Getting ready to face his first. Well, the ants are back. I knew it wouldn't be long. That's hit well, and he's going to get past the fielder. 4 runs. Now, this is the difference, you see. We talked about how Afzal really struggled. He 6 balls for 3. And Ahmed's come out. He scored 7 or 3. And now Idris gets a boundary. It's just that little bit of support, the little bit of extra acceleration that could play a big part in this innings. But they're staying at the rate. The rate stayed at around the 14. That's hit pretty straight. This time it's well fielded. Good pick up an early throw from Samuel and Mary. So the Mary brothers combining pretty well here. 3 of them in this side.
Yeah, I've been pretty impressed with them already, the Mary brothers. Oh.
Shot. 6 runs. It's too short. Interesting where Rahmatullah Mehri starts from. He starts right behind the umpire. I wonder if we can see this again, just where he starts from. So a few bowlers, I remember in my time there used to be a number of bowlers used this. Sort of starts from right in front of the umpire, but it's too wide, too short, and that gets clobbered away. Valuable runs here as the sun starts to make an appearance on the first day of Group B action.
It's nice with the sun. It does filter through the igloo. It's straight down the ground. Just be a single. And it just warms things up a little bit. It makes it very pleasant.
I did make a shout yesterday. I mean, yesterday we had all kinds of weather. It was like a typical English summer cricket day. And I did say that when the sun was out, it got very warm in here. Of course, we had to have everything shut up. As that's hit hard, it will be very well watched. It's excellent fielding. I'm loving the fielding here from Sarcelles. And the man who's got the number on his back, Shaba Bashir, Shaba from him in the field. He's made some very valuable and important stops there. Either one of those last 2 could have gone to the boundary. Keeps him to singles. 87 for 6 after 7.
Well, here's what's happening next. It's another Sarcelles side. It's PFC Sarcelles against UIF Every. First time I see Every, but some big names in there that we saw at the weekend. Kanasane, the captain of France, is there. The Mangal brothers, and also Mr. Universe, Dawood Ahmedzai, the Duracell bunny. doesn't stand still, that man. This will be a good contest. Let's see where they're at, Every.
Big man to bowl. And this is the captain, Munawa. Full delivery. Just going to be a single, which is okay. It means that there you go, gets some strike. I think he's going for it here. I think it's all or nothing. They've got to really try and win this over.
Here's a question for you, Rico. So, with England, Nelson, 111 is the unlucky number. All right, as Manoa comes in again and no run, very optimistic LBW shout. For Australia, it's 87, it's 13 short of 100.
Okay.
All right. Are there any other unlucky numbers for different countries that you know of?
That I know of? In that way, apart from, of course, the obvious 13 that we talk about a lot. But even having said that, 13 in a lot of countries. For example, I know that Hindus, for example, 13 is a lucky number.
Yeah.
You know, it's very weird. But no, I don't think so. That's a lovely shot. That is timed to perfection from Cristo de Diego. What a good shot that is. I'm telling you this, Danny, they have kept this rate to around about this 14-15 mark. If it goes that way to the last over, and this guy, Jaeger, is there, this is going to be a really interesting finish to this match. And, well, I did say at the beginning of this match that anything in this sort of that 130 zone has got that golden ball vibe. And, you know, you can see there that the Stallions, 37% to 63. I reckon it's closer than that. And what's going on here now? Now, Amjad Sandhu has just called a little meeting here. He's called players over and said, come over here. We want to have a little meeting about something.
I think they're going to get a new ball, so there's a slight delay. But I think it's a good little meeting to call. Look, I think two things will affect this game greatly because they've lost 6 wickets already. If De Jager's dismissed, then it's advantage to Sarcel.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, to Sarcel. This is hit down the ground. Nice shot. Just a single.
He saved some runs, isn't he?
But
he saved some runs.
If De Jager stays there, then it's probably advantage to the Stallions. But there's still a long way to go. It's just under 16 and over, so that run rate is creeping up. Oh, swinging this, good bowling.
Takes the pace off it, doesn't he? Takes the pace off it. He knows that Idris Ahmadzai is wanting to get hold of one and send it to the boundary. That could be a big difference between winning the over or not. At the moment, 8 off it with the ball to go, really looking for a boundary. The rate has gone up to around 17. Can he get a boundary for his side here? Can Ahmadzai send this? Well, he's going to get a free hit. I suppose this is one of those, I suppose, that as a batter, you've got to be a little bit gutsy. And I think when you see that, he knows early enough it's going to be a no ball. He ducks under it. I would have liked to have seen him at least swing a bat at it, get something on it, but it was right at his head, I suppose. He felt uncomfortable. Free hit coming. Can he put it away?
Manoa comes in.
And he gets bat on it, and they also take the single. I just think sometimes the management of strike could be better here. So Ahmadzai will hog the strike going into the 9th over. We sometimes say it all happens in the 9th, and if it's going to have to happen in the 9th here for the Stallions, then Ahmadzai is either going to get hitting or he's got to get the strike to Jaeger straight away. Jaeger is on 46 of 19 and just cannot dictate the strike.
They need a big over. They don't want to leave it to the 10th to pump those runs. They need to get it as soon as they can. They've got the wrong man on strike, I think. It's Idris Ahmadzai. So they need to get Cristo de Jager back on strike, but you can't afford just a prod at one. As you can see, the worm still under that red line. Oh, no prodding with that.
Well, the memo has got through to Idris Ahmadzai. He has launched this beautiful strike. Ginna Sona Shakalagya. Oh, yeah.
Well, he's coming at number 8, I think. Number 7, number 8.
Yeah, number 8, you're right.
Yeah. And he's launched that one. Missed it. So
That's the naughty. We saw the nice, the brutal 6, but that's the naughty. You can't miss. You can't be swinging blind. I mean, he's got a guy at the other end of 46. That ball is short enough to watch, pad with the bat, and go.
Yeah.
You can't be getting a dot ball in. Yusuf Zai. Wow. He thinks, all right, I might have missed one. I'm going to put this one away. I don't know if we're going to get this on camera. Please tell me we can have a shot of the man on the boundary, because I reckon that Umar Ashgar has had that cap on the floor more than on his head. This has been absolutely walloped. Lovely jubbly for 6. And Umar Ashgar just threw his cap in disgust on the boundary. We probably ain't got it on camera, but it was a sight to see.
Look at this. The supercomputer has now put the Stallions ahead.
It's a bit loco. Anyway, here we go. And it's a dot. You can write this. So he's gone 6 dot, 6 dot.
Guess what's coming up next, Rico?
You reckon? I reckon 6 are out. What's your money on?
I reckon if he gets one anywhere where he can hit it, he's hitting the ball pretty cleanly. So I think there's one it's in the hitting zone. I think it's going over the boundary again. Not quite.
They'll take the single, which is fine, because I think Jaeger, at least he'll get a couple of, well, just the one delivery. It's if only, this Jaeger's probably been sat there patiently saying, when am I going to get some of this? He's only had 19 deliveries faced.
He has to go for it. You can't just hit a single.
They need 22. I mean, if he can hit a 6 here, it certainly gives us a fantastic finish. Oh, what a shot! What a shot! Madre mia, what a shot! Well, this is your Victoria Knox precision strike. Oh, what a shot! That is the shot of the lot. Gets a 6, and it means we go into the last with 16 required. But is it going to be the same? I mean, Ahmadzai is certainly going to try and pelt it to the boundary, but he can't afford the dot balls.
Can't afford them at all. Who's going to bowl the last one? There's a committee meeting out there. Looks like it's going to be Amjad Sandhu. It can't be. Can't be. He did take the ball. It will be the skipper, Manawa. I think it's good by the skipper. He got hit for a few, but at the same, he got 10 off his over. He did cause a bit of problem.
We've had 7 this year, 3 and 4. The bowling side ahead. And of course, last time was in Portugal, when it was the first time that the women came together of Portugal and Norway. Will we see golden ball number 76, Munawa? He has had the better of Ahmadzai. Oh, well, they will be run out, I believe. But the big but is that Jaeger does get on strike. By the way, that fantastic shot in the last over for 6 did bring his 50 up as well. But of course, the whole team are not worried about that. They're worried about getting win it out as that bat was in the air.
What, you talking about big butts?
Big what?
He said the big butt is, and you cannot lie, right? You cannot lie. Big butts and you cannot lie.
Calm down. Well, all right, no run, wicket, but was it worth sacrificing yourself to get Jaeger on strike? Yes, I do believe.
Yep.
16 or 5 required. He's done his job, has Idris Ahmadzai. 21 of 12. He's helped to keep his team in it with those 2 big 6s. And now let's see if Christo de Jaeger can finish things off for the Stallions. I think this is the crucial delivery. I really do. I think this ball, if he manages to get it right, if it's a single, do you take it?
No, you don't. Oh, he's mistimed it. They have to come back for a second.
Yeah.
And they don't.
Oh, he's out here, maybe.
Yeah, he is.
That is such poor cricket, Danny. I have to say, it is really poor cricket for a number of reasons. once he hits it and decides he's running, then he's got to, the only thing that's got to be in his head is I'm running back to the striker's end. If it means sacrificing, look, the non-striker knew exactly what he had to do, but then to get run out here, that's crazy. That is really poor cricket.
It is poor cricket, but very good cricket from Sarcelle. It was a great throw in. I think it was one of the Mary brothers. It was, I think it was Samiula who threw that in. Really good take from the skipper, Manawa, who will get man of the match, no doubt, I'm sure.
Well, unless the new batter, Barty, will be on strike. Barty, fair play to him. He was ready to come back, but I don't really know what Jaeger was thinking. Doesn't get it right. Barty, well, if he can hit a few sixes here, then the Stallions will be having a party. Here we go, 2 wickets and 2 balls, both of them being run out. And it's a bit of a moon ball, gets back onto it. They should, oh, it could go to the boundary. It will. Oh. It's been deflected to the boundary. Should have only been a single. Possible a chance of another run out if they'd gone for 2. But watch this. He palms it away from the fielder who's backing up, and they are going to get 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a bit sloppy there from Sarcelle. And they've still got a sniff, 11 in 3.
11 in 3. 10 takes us to a golden ball. Barty is the shout from the Stallions. He hits it well. Will he try and come back for 2? Not this time. The fielder picked it up. It's a good throw to the keeper, and it will be another run out. Well, Barty, there'll be no party for Barty, as Barty will have to go back. It's another run out in the over. It means that a new batter will go on strike, and they're needing 10 off 2 balls.
That was, well, he came back for it. They need to get him on strike, obviously. No faith in Ghafoor Murtaza, obviously the skipper. And it will bring the final batter in. It is Hasib Iqbal. So
Barty run out then for 5. Iqbal. Number 11s don't often write too many history books, but I tell you what, it could be if the number 11 here crunches a couple of boundaries. They're needing 10. This ball has to go to the boundary. He has to have a swing, and it is Iqbal who faces the captain. We've had 3 run-outs in the over and the boundary so far.
Well, not looking good for a golden ball, but looking good for Sarcelle at the moment. And oh, he gets it!
Will it go to the boundary? The chase is on. It will go to the boundary. That's 4 of them. Are we going to see a magical finish? 6 off the last will win it for the Stallions. Number 11 is flying the flag for all the number 11s around the world. He gets 4. Ball to go. 6 for victory.
Great game first up in Group B here in France. Manawa, pressure's on him.
Go for maybe that slower ball, you reckon?
Maybe. Dangerous, but maybe.
Iqbal on strike, needing a 6 to win it for the Stallions. The captain, Manawa, with the ball. Just getting the field right. They're making a few changes out there on the offside.
It's a good move. Good move. Unlikely to go down for 6 on the leg side. More likely to go over third man.
All right, here comes the captain. And hits it, but it ain't going to go to the boundary. They're celebrating already. It will just be a single, and it will be CSPT Sarcelles who will hold on for a victory, but by a small margin, as the Stallions will finish on 127 for 9. What a thrilling encounter. What a fantastic start to the first match of Group B.
Yeah, fantastic start to this this Group B, and good win for CSPT Sarcelles against Salinese Stallions, and they took them all the way. There was the unnecessary run out, I think, of Christo Jaeger.
Yeah.
Because if he was there in the last over, well, he was, but not for long.
Well, me and you said, if it's a single, do you take it? We both agreed no. He went, and if he goes, you got to get back. You got to sacrifice your partner. Munawar, well, they know already that he's definitely going to be the player of the match. It's quite interesting. Those 3 wickets fell in that over. None of them belonged to him. They were all run-outs, but of course he'll get some fantasy points from it. There's a saying in the game, Danny, and we often focus about it, and the saying is, catches win matches.
Yeah.
That is definitely the case in this match, because the catches that were taken on the boundary, one of them in particular, that's why they win this match.
Absolute beauty. Took 2 and 2 balls, and it was fantastic work as we see some of the Every boys coming in. Dawood Amatai giving us a little wave. So, but that's a game coming up next between PFC Salcel and Every.
One thing I want to say. Kanasane, I've been calling him Kanasane for years, and I've been corrected is Ganasan.
Ganasan.
So,
okay.
Thank you for. I mean, it's one of these things. A player. It was one of actually the national team coaches that says, "Look, he's very shy. He never says anything to you, but can I just tell you, it's Ganasan." So now we know.
Ganasan with a G.
Ganasan with a G. It's pronounced like with a G. Ganasan.
Okay.
So we now know. We'll do our best to get that right. But look, here we go. Jalebia Kao Mundio. Jalebia Kao. Not just once, but we saw some catches. And that saying in cricket, catches win matches. You'll see in this inning just why that is true. That's a man who's been very busy out there. He threw himself around all over the place. Remember, was involved right at the end with a few run-outs as well. But if you hold your catches, you win matches. That was the one that I saw, and that was a man wearing the shade, Samuel Mary. But as I was getting ready to come in to the igloo, there was one catch that was just absolutely breathtaking, and it happened. That first of all, there was that stop. That reminds me of, you know, the cheeky tennis shots when you play it between your legs? Well, that was a cricketer doing that. This has got to be it here. Oh, what a catch. What a delight. What a joy. Catches win you matches.
That was an absolute beauty. I was calling it 6, and then out of nowhere, the big right hand came in. That was 2 and 2 balls as well. Same combination, and it really... it was that over of Sajjad Safi that was the hat-trick ball, just going down leg, but he ended up taking 4 wickets. It did Safi, and that cops one on the shoulder.
There's another catch just taken there on that 30-yard circle. The catching was good. I've got to say that from the Stallions, first time we've seen them on the network, I like what they did as well. They were so close. They gave us a very entertaining match. Some of the hitting, I've got to say that Diego, I'm looking forward to seeing him bat a little bit more. But I think they got other batters in there, perhaps just didn't really click at the time, especially the top of the order. I'm pretty sure that we'll see them come back a little bit stronger. Plenty of cricket still to come today. We will see, of course, the Stallions in action a little bit later as well. But for the moment, it's, SPT Sarcelles that get the victory. We'll see them in action later as well when they play their second match against, I'm going to say, AC Stans, is it? And they're another new team on debut.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing them. As with all these Group B teams that we're new to a few of them. This is the one that was deflected for 4 and gave them a sniff.
Yeah, kept their hopes alive, didn't it? Then this one here had to really try and come back for 2. Did Barty. He wouldn't make it. That was the 3rd run out in the over. But you're right, I think it was that run out really of the man who sort of held the key, if you like. Jaeger, once he was run out, you just felt that they weren't going to do it. And Munawar was their hero. And not only did he bat beautifully for 84, but he bowled very well. He kept things nice and tight when he had to.
Yeah, he did, and led well as a captain. So let's have a look at this. So Ali Verk not having the best of days, 26 off an over, and then a duck, second ball duck. But impressed with Fayyad Usman, both with the bat and the ball. Also Christo Diego, 53 of 21, also good with the ball. And then contribution towards the end, Idris Ahmadzai with 21.
Yeah, Ahmadzai late down in the order. I mean, I know, he did swing and miss, had a couple. Those dot balls are always crucial when you lose a match by 5 runs. But the big sixes he hit sort of more or less made up for them. But yeah, when he goes, and then when you saw finally Jaeger go, it was the end really of the fight from the Stallions. But I like what they showed, and I'm looking forward to seeing them again. Seeing them again in action. But I stand corrected, the Stallions actually only play the 1 match here today, so we'll see them in further action tomorrow. And just the one for them. Also just the one for Drew today. They'll be playing in the 4th match of the day a little bit later on against PFC Sarcelles. And they're the team we're going to see in action next as we take a look at that match summary.
Yeah, it's highlights there. Definitely Manawa with the 84. Bowled well the death over pressure, under pressure. Kept out the batting. But Sajjad Safi 4 for 18. Also Shahab Bashir with 2 for 22. Did a lot of the damage there, especially Shahab Bashir early, and then those overs from Safi really tore the heart out of the batting. Christo de Jager, very good innings. I'm sure we'll see a lot of runs from him during this next 3 days. And good contribution from Idris Ahmadzai. But a good win for Sarcelles over, well, CSPT. There are 2 Sarcelles side here against the Sanity Stallions by 5 runs. Very entertaining game. Came down to the last ball, and good opener. This is match 16 of Group B in the European Cricket Series here in France.
Yep, and we'll be back. I get the feeling that next match might be just slightly later than the scheduled time because we should be coming back in about 5 minutes. So just keep an eye on the counter. When it comes down, I suspect we might have a delay of around about 10 minutes. But join me, Rico Full and Danny Hudacek. Great to have Danny back in the igloo as we get ready to talk you through match number 17, the second here of Group B.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Match number 17 is up next. It's the second in Group B on match day 4. Looking forward to this one because we're going to see two more new teams. PFC Sarcelles are taking on a team called Every. Now Every have got some familiar players in their side. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but let's join Joe Foster, who is standing in for Stephen Gooch today. Joe Foster, the tournament referee, with the two captains for the coin toss.
Okay, PFC are the home team, Every to call.
Head.
It is tails.
Ball first.
Okay, PFC have won the toss, they're going to bowl.
The captain of PFC Sarcelles winning the toss and deciding he will have a bowl first. I think that's something that new teams will look to try and do. They're going to be a little bit nervous. They're going to be in front of the cameras for the very first time, so that's quite understandable. They are a new team, but they've got a couple of familiar names in their side. Mohammed Shafiq is one that comes to mind. He's an all-rounder. He played for Mitri last year, and I think the new team from Sarcelles will hope that he comes good for them. Let's take a look at this UIF Every side. They've got some talented players, and you'll notice some of those familiar players when you see their lineup. Starting with the man we saw there at the coin toss, Lingus Kanasane. He, of course, was captaining France at the weekend when they took on Sweden. He's not the only one. The MVP from that international series is Dawood Ahmadzai, Mr. Universe, who picked up a hatload of wickets. He also is in the side. And if you think that the spin is going to be an issue, well, they've got some pace as well. Both the Mangal brothers are playing in the side. So this is a good, strong side. And already the vibes that I'm hearing from the locals around here, they're already saying that this side could make it all the way through to finals day and maybe be pipped to actually go on and win the final. So let's see how they start here today. But yeah, I think you've got a very talented side, an experienced side. Even though a new name and a new team on debut, some of those players there certainly make them big time favourites going into this competition. So let's go over to Danny Hudacek. Good to have Danny back in the commentary igloo. Danny, the news from the middle is that it will be Sarcelles that will have a bowl first.
Welcome back. Bienvenue à tout le monde. And this is the overhead shot of the haunted forest, and little river runs next door. And this ground, lovely ground, just outside Dreux. You can see the disused hospital, stuff of nightmares, just on the left-hand side there, and the canola fields. Lovely area and great ground. So, as you saw, the Sarcelles team, the new one, or the other one, the PFC Sarcelles, have won the toss, elected to bowl. Here are some of the lineups for this game. So every couple of familiar names in the captain, Ganasan, and also we have the Mangal brothers, Ramatullah and Rahula, we saw in action for France, and also Dawood Ahmadzai, who's a live wire, gave us a big smile. And very quiet man, but lovely guy is Dawood. Rico, what can you tell us about PFC? You saw him last year?
Yeah, no, PFC, they're new as well. So we literally got two new teams on debut here. But as you quite rightly say, if you look at that UIF Every side, they've got some very good, talented players here. Both the Mangals are in there. You got Dawood Ahmadzai. You got Lingus Ganase in the side as well. Good, solid team. The other thing I can update you on now, you'll see that the players not quite coming out onto the field just yet. There's some late changes coming through, I suspect. Normally when this happens, it's when a player might have taken a bit of an injury as they've been getting ready to start the match. So it was scheduled to start in around 10 minutes time. And I think rather than me and you try to fill the time here, I think what we'll do here, probably we'll come off here for a moment. We'll leave the timer on, and we'll come back in about 10 minutes time, because there's an awful lot of time to kill between now and then. So we're going to just take a short break. Apologies for that, but we will be back in 10 minutes time for the start of this match number 17.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back to France for this European Cricket Series here. And we have two new teams. We have PFC Sarcelles and also UIF Evry. Starting up, as you can see the players coming onto the field. It's a bit of a little and large with Ghanasan, the captain, will be at the non-striker's end, and the imposing figure of Arun Ayavuraja. He's a tall man who looks like a big hitting batsman. We'll find out very soon as we're about to start with the first over. Every they are a new side, but with some familiar names, as we mentioned before. The Mangal brothers, Dawood Ahmadzai, and also the captain Ghanasan, we saw at the weekend playing for France, and they beat Sweden in that tournament, and they all contributed in their ways and very strongly. So Sarcelles will have Ramiz Ihsan coming in bowling the first over. Couple of men back. There is a deep fine leg and a long... Oh, gone, first ball. Well, I was still explaining where the field was, and Ayavuraja takes a cultural approach to the game, hits one straight to the man at mid-on, and that's wicket down. Royal Duck.
What a start. What a start. You're playing your first match on the European Cricket Network. You're up against You're also playing the first, but a star-studded cast. And the captain of the Sarcelles side, Ramiz Ihsan, gets a wicket off his very first ball. It doesn't get any better than that. And Arun, unfortunately, he just doesn't get it out of the middle.
Oh.
That was not that far off to the same player, who this time around is not catching it. He has to chase it and find it. As it's another Arun, this time Arun Rama, that does get off the mark.
Yeah, he was lucky though, just got a little inside edge. Otherwise it was going to the same man. But good start from PFC. He comes in again. And well, they dropped him back. And he's it's a bit of a ball magnet at the moment.
It's an interesting move, isn't it? And I would have been inclined to leave him up there, because it wasn't like the ball was belted over his head. It sort of went through him. So interesting that they followed the ball there. Maybe that's going to be a learning process, perhaps, for PFC. As well, we're now going to see Lingerswaran Ghanasan, was captaining France a few days ago, the weekend.
Very watchful from him. Normally this gets smashed into the trees, so he's obviously looking at giving Ramar a bit of strike. A couple of balls left in this over. Been a good one from the skipper for PFC. Good start for them. This is hit straight to the field. Another one. Well, trying to lift it over the infield, couldn't get there. Caught in covers. 2 down. Not the start Every would have liked. That's unfortunate. That's the end of the second Arun for the innings. They've got no more Aruns left.
Arun. Well, one Arun got no runs. The other one, at least he does get 5, but 2 wickets. What a start from Ramiz Ihsan, the captain of PFC. Not bad on debut, taking 2 wickets in the over. And well, that leaves Every with 2 wickets down at the end of the first, with the score on 6.
Still another ball left. Oh, that was close as well. Big swing and a miss from the new batsman. It's Abdul Malik Jabakel. And a fantastic first over straight up by the skipper for PFC, Ramiz Ihsan, taking 2 wickets, but also keeping the runs down. Here we have the European Cricket Championship, the ECC, the Premier Division Looking forward to that, Rico.
Looking forward to it very much indeed. Of course, happening once again at the Field of Dreams at the Cardiff Oval. There, of course, in Andalusia, Spain, in the beautiful city of Malaga. Always nice to go back there, of course, to our hotel partner, Sunset Beach Club. In fact, I was working out the other day. I almost spend more time there than I do in my own home. So I'm thinking of getting the decorators in and decorating my room, maybe to my liking. High in the air, massive moment. They're queuing up for it. Catch will be held, and that is going to be the French captain back already. Gunnarsson will go for just the one. It's a dream start for PFC.
It's a disaster for Every, though. I mean, this is a star batsman who was hitting it all over the park for France. Got one at the end of the bat, and, well, PFC, this is a fantastic start to their tournament, but a nightmare for Every at the moment. And, well, Dawood Ahmedzai, who bats number 11 for France, is coming in after a late collapse or early collapse.
This is quite... I sensing sort of nervous energy. They can't quite believe what's happened here, PFC. What a start for both the bowlers, both the openers, taking a wicket off the very first ball. Well, that one has been hit pretty well. Should be just a couple. The batter should double up here. So, look, I seem to remember, even from France, actually, on some occasions, that Dawood Ahmedzai in previous years has been elevated up the order.
Okay.
He can bat, he can hit the ball.
Of course.
But what I'm interested in is that he's coming out before well, some other very good players ahead of him. And one of them, or two of them, are both the Mangals. So maybe they're giving him a bit more of a chance of a bat. Hits it straight to the fielder, and there was a good early shout there from Jabrakel saying, no, stay there.
Well, the plan was there. He's listed it as coming in number 11, so they've shuffled their order a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think also, I think he's a very experienced player. They need to settle more than anything. That's, no settling there. That's been hammered.
Yeah, straight down the ground. Boom. Shakalagya Shaba Ginna Sona. It's been tossed up there. It was almost like dangling the carrot. Here you go, you want it? And Mr. Universe says, oh yeah, I'll have it. Hits it straight back over his head for 6 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. And it was put in the slot there for him. So 14 for 3. Still not a great start from Every. But, well, long way to go in this game. This is wide, going towards the boundary as well. And we'll get there. That's 5 wides. Pressure being released slightly in this over.
It's that slightly, after tossing a few up, Shazad bowls a slightly quicker one, but it's very badly directed. And Bashir Umar, I think he got tricked by the quicker delivery. Doesn't even move. And it goes all the way down for a minimal. And well, every run counts.
Oh, lovely shot there. 6 again. Well, there's a comment here from David. Well, this game looks done inside 7 balls. You've obviously not watched too much ECN, because this could be the start of a 200-run total.
Yeah, look, don't be fooled by Every. I mean, I know it's a shocking start from them, but they got guys in there that can make a change, and they've got, I mean, Dawood Ahmedzai comes out before the likes of Rolatullah Mangal and Rahula Mangal. Both of those guys we know can crunch it. So yeah, don't be fooled.
Whoop.
Oh, I think he's out here. I think he's a goner. And would you believe it? Well, just when they started to get themselves out of a hole, they've dug another one. And Dawood Ahmedzai, he's going to go here as his partner at the other end, Jabrakel, who hasn't got off the mark, says no run there. I mean, you don't have to take these risky ones. He's hit again, and he gets halfway. He has to come back, and I get the feeling, my instinct was there's no run on there, Danny.
I agree with you, and it's a good throw. Nice take by the keeper, but Dawood is struggling to get anywhere near that. Well,
Yeah.
Unfortunate. And,
Yeah.
well, David, I think you're right now. But there's still a long way to go
It's
in this.
a long way to go. There was Mr. Universe. Well, he was travelling to another universe. He gets himself run out. Wicket goes down, 2 overs completed, 25 on the board, but who would have believed there'd be 4 wickets down at this point?
Yeah. Well, it's the first time both of these are on teams are on the network. In fact, every I think is a brand new side. Let's see here, a couple of other teams we haven't seen. We haven't seen Stans, which is ECS Stans, and also Dreux, the local team. Probably the favourites for the tournament, Dreux. So miss hit slightly and just get a single down to a fine leg.
Praneeth Kumar is the number 6 batter. A few people saying that. Obviously, last year we had the President's 11. They're not playing this time, but a number of those players are representing Every. So some people saying that maybe there is just another version of that President's 11.
Just Praneeth Kumar was listed coming in number 3, and that's a nice shot. Just turn around the corner. Didn't get much timing on it. They were talking about 2. I don't think that Jabakal was ever going to go. But yeah, it was listed coming in number 3. So again, a lot of these players are new to us as well as they're new to you. So we're seeing them firsthand. Some we know very well. This is going to be a wide. They'll take an extra one. Have to be re-bowled.
Yeah, good running there on this occasion. It's a very difficult take for the keeper because it was very, very far down the leg side. He can't take it cleanly. And the batters, they do come back. It's a risky. I mean, if you're gonna, it was the run and the call was good. The execution of the run not. It wasn't sliding the bat in there. Oh, well, there's nothing more dramatic than that. The stump is out of the ground. The middle stump has been cleaned up. Has Kumar, well, whether he should have or was meant to come in at number 2 or what, we don't know, but he has been done conclusively. The number of times we've seen the stumps flying out of the ground, and as I like to say, there's no better sight for a bowler. And the captain, Ramizi Shan, takes his 3rd scalp, and this time he takes the middle stump clean out of the ground.
Yeah, look, let's see if we can get a replay of this disco twirl. He does a full pirouette. Let's have a look. Just spins around. It's like he's ice skating.
Spinning around was the batter, but the stump was also cartwheeling out of the ground behind him. And that's 5 down now. And we will see one of the Mangals. It's going to be Rahula, who comes out at number 7.
At the moment, it's a bit of a horror show in the haunted forest for Every. But just this innings has just been a blur for them, I think. And dodgy inside edge to the keeper, not a great start. And well, let's see what Every can do. They need to dig deep now. They've lost 5. Still in the power play. Scores 29. The runs aren't terrible, but it's that figure next to it with the 5 wickets down that's hurting them.
Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty. He goes wide and angles the ball in, does Ramiz. And let's just say, if you're not a regular batter, it takes some getting used to because you don't quite expect the ball to be coming from that angle. Look at him go wide here. What a good delivery that is. And very well captured by 2 circles.
Exactly right. Another one. Well, that's his 4th.
It's that middle peg again. It's beautiful bowling. And you can see there that Rahula Mangal didn't really know how to play him. He just didn't know how to play that ball coming into him. What a start with the captain. Starting with a wicket of the very first ball off the mat, a royal duck. And now he's added 4 more to it. 4 for 10 on debut as the captain. PFC Sarcelles, it does not get better than that. Rahula Mangal will hope that for him things do get a little better. He's going to be another in this innings. They are 29 for 6 at the end of the power play.
That's a fantastic power play for PFC Sarcelles. And it's a horror show at the moment for Every. Who, when you look at their lineup, they've got 4 regular members of the French national team, including the captain. And well, apart from Dawud Ahmadzai, 3 of them have got or two of them have got ducks, including Gunnasan, the captain, who's got a golden. This is a horror show at the moment.
Very
but,
much.
But I've got to say, we haven't seen too many bowlers bowling in swing, and we've seen a couple today who were very impressive. And this is going towards the boundary. It'll be picked up by the sweeper. They'll come back for two, but the captain, Ramiz Isan, what a fantastic spell of bowling from him.
We've seen some good bowling today. We saw a 4 for in, of course, that first innings as well. 4 wickets taken from Sajid Safi. We saw 4 yesterday from the youngsters. So bowlers picking up 4 for us, it just makes you feel that perhaps with that hat-trick we've been waiting for may come pretty soon. Maybe a 5-wicket haul, as this is Tayyab now who's bowling. So they don't go back to Shazad straight away.
I think it's a good move. Very good move. 32 for 6. So he did take a bit of stick from Dawood Ahmadzai after taking the wicket. Oh, this is miss-hit just well enough. Well, it's just a single, but it was an ugly one. It's Jabakal Ibrahim. And, well, it's joining Abdul Malik Jabakal. So it's Jabakal and Jabakal. Or is it Ibrahim and Jabakal? I don't know. It's listed here as Jabakal Ibrahim, but we know that things get mixed up. On the score, it's Jabal Ibrahim and it's Abdul Malik Jabakal. That is just been Jabakal.
Yes. Well, that's a bit more somebody's, I think, as he tried to catch it or stop it, but the hands are stinging from the man who looks like he should be in the igloo.
Is he wearing a fox around his head?
And this has been walloped. And let's have a look. He goes to catch it, and down it goes.
It's been a lot peppering the that tent over the last week. Of course, some lovely mint tea. Whoa, they were looking for 2. There have been another disaster, adding to the disasters that have come before. 40 for 6 at the moment, and 11 coming from that over from Tayyab.
11 off the over, but there was, well, rebuild has to happen here now. The team that are capable of doing it, but it's a 6 down. You've got 6 overs to bat here. You just got to be a little bit sensible in the way that you go. Things. Your comment about is that a fox around his neck draws me to this. Today is all about putting animal rights first. That's the goal of World Day for laboratory animals. I'll dwell on that in a moment from after this. Quite an ugly delivery from the bowler. This day was created to call attention to animal suffering and killings undertaken in laboratories across the world. Each year, millions of animals are used to conduct experiments and tests of all kinds. So this is the day where we bring that to the attention and make a change. Well, that is a lovely uppercut. It's going to go all the way, and there's definitely going to be one for the over as well. It's interesting what the ball before was called. I mean, it was short, but I didn't see the umpires having a chat to the bowler. Well, he's got some height about him. He's the man who's got the ball in his hand, Abdul Rahman, but at the moment he's just bowling far too short, and he knows now if he bowls another one like that, he'll be taken off.
Yep. If he bowls another like that, I think his captain's going to take him off. So not too worried about that. Let's have a look, see what he does with this one. It's a better ball.
Yeah, just needed to get into his rhythm, Rahman maybe, but Jabrakil, Abdul Malik Jabrakil, I suppose he's got to switch on here and just be thinking about a long innings and get a partnership going with Ibrahim. Got plenty of time to bat.
That's the only thing going for Every at the moment. Getting a bit of confusion. Good ball. That they still have half this innings to see if they can mount something. The run rate's about 10, which isn't disastrous at this stage. What is disastrous is they've lost 6 wickets, Rico.
Yeah, this reminds me very much of the first match that we saw PUC play. Goes for it and gets it. Bolle, 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 kinna sona. Baltake Shakka Maria has a good shot. And Jabrakel starting to maybe make a difference. But yeah, remember PUC, who were big-time favourites to win the group. I mean, they did qualify in second, but they went down surprisingly to Raw 94 when they were skittled out with a score in the 90s when they were chasing 150. And this sort of has that kind of feel to it so far, this innings from Every.
Well, the other thing is that you look at the bowling lineup for Every. There's some good bowlers there. They could put just as much pressure on the PFC lineup as well. So this is a long way from finish this game.
Ibrahim, this is the one that want to try and work on. Jabrakel is set. Can they get the wicket of Ibrahim? And probably not. This is going to be a real test for the fielders. And that's pretty brilliantly and acrobatically done. And oh, wow. We almost saw an outstanding run out. Putting his body on the line here, the fielder. Brilliant work. We'll see it again here. He goes absolutely flying. Look at the legs all over the place. Makes the stop and gets the throw in again. Nicely done. I think that was Ahmed in the action. Well, we've been in the action here today at the halfway point. It's a good opportunity for us to welcome you into the Igloo. What a start to Group B.
I know, it's been fantastic. Really good game first up. Came down to the last ball, and this one's just full of action as well, but mainly coming from this other Sarcelles
dream
team.
Start, you got to say, from the captain. I mean, how often is it that you get a wicket from your very first ball, and then you just go on after 2 overs in your spell? That's all you get in this format.
Yep.
Picks up 4 wickets and only gives away 10 runs. That's a cracking start.
You notice as well, you notice that he's got a very awkward action, comes from wide of the crease, and he ducks that ball in.
Yeah.
And that's why he picked up a couple of his wickets were middle stumpers.
Yeah.
All right. So you know, it's difficult to face sometimes when you get an unorthodox bowler.
A lot of bowlers try to do that, and they overdo it. It goes down the leg side or onto the pads, and some batters love it, get clipped away. But he nailed it. He got it on the money, and you're right. He was hitting that middle peg. It was really great bowling. And, well, maybe that one is something that we'll see on our social reels, those 4 wickets that he picked up, especially when he's knocking the stumps out of the ground. Liking this, a good time to bring on a little bit of spin, and a good time to call back to Shazad, who did pick up a wicket, even though he went for 19 in his second. And if you get hold of him, he could go for a few. That's well picked up. And Abdul Malik Jabrakel at the moment holding the key perhaps to a decent score here, and a good fight back from Every.
Well, see towards the end. Let's have a look at the end of this over. What happens if they can get 20, 25 off this over? The game's changed completely. But that doesn't always happen. Just one shot so far out of the sticks. This one's mishit slightly. Just be a single. He's upset. He punches his bat as the batsman.
Yeah, it's just that little bit fuller though. So I think here, if you wanted this one, you probably needed to just come down the track just a little bit more. But you don't necessarily want to take that risk. Ibrahim, that's a flash outside the off. Swings and misses.
Good comeback from the bowler. And again, good captaincy. I think right time to bring him back. As the sun is out again. Nice, he's in the air, could be gone, should be simple, and is. That's a very easy catch there. It's Abdul Rahman takes one, and another wicket goes down. 7 down now.
Yeah, I think it's clever bowling. That's why I liked the fact that Shazad comes back on here again. Of course, it's going to be a different ball game if he's bowling to Jabrakel, but if they get him off strike, then you float him up to the other batters, and you know that Ibrahim was going to have a go. He doesn't get it right. He'll be disappointed with the 3 of the 4 balls, but he makes way and gives the opportunity to another batter. So that's the 7th wicket that goes down. Ball to go in this one from Shazad.
It's Ramatullah Mangal, we've seen quite a bit of over the last few years, playing for France. And this one's down leg side. It's going to be called a wide. And that was a bit lazy. It did hit the stumps. There's no appeal.
It's clever running, because when that ball is thrown and it misses the keeper's end, you can see the two batters looking at each other. The fielding team were calling and saying, ball follow, which means pick up the ball. But as soon as it hits, they say, come on, let's go back. And 3 runs there because it's a wide to start off with. Valuable runs, important runs. Expected about that 103.
103 will be a target, but not a very significant target.
Yeah.
So at least they'll have runs on the board. 66 for 7 at the moment after 6. And you got to say, at the moment, PFC Sarcelles are actually just well on top. Everything to do, huh?
Yeah, we've got to come up with 2 names there. We've got 2 teams from Sarcelles. I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't want to be saying CSPT Sarcelles and PFC. So we just say PFC for these guys.
Could do. Or pss, pss, pss.
And we'll just go with Sarcelles for CSPT and maybe PFC. Unless, hey, let's put it to the chat. The chat been great today. John Heacham's on there at the moment. And what about you guys? Come on, give us a couple of names. Maybe you got some better ideas. That's up in the air. It just drops before the fielder. Just having a look at this again, and that's Ahmad, who we saw do some good fielding. I think he starts to take off. He's interested in the catch to start off with, and then at the last moment it feels he's not going to quite get there. I don't mind that. Better be safe than sorry. You don't want to let the ball go past you. This is Shafiq. I mentioned him. He had a good time last year, but he's going to start with a single and then a 6. As this is a good shot. We know Rahmatullah Mangal is a pretty decent all-rounder. Comes in a little bit lower than I would have expected to see him, actually. His brother came in ahead of him, but he can hit a good, decent ball. Gets the ball away as a boundary. But, yeah, Shafiq, a good all-rounder. He's scored some runs last year, and he was in the wickets as well. So it's a good one to have in his side.
Yeah, and Rahmatullah Mangal's a good one to have in your side as well. This one's a swing and miss. Or is it? It's out. Little edge.
Well, he's protesting, but if you're given, you got to go. He should know better. He's a national team player. He doesn't like the decision. The bowler goes up straight away. There was a big appeal, and Rahmatullah is still protesting. But come on, son, off you get. You got to take it. You got to take the good with the bad. And you can see the wicketkeeper is giving him a few words. I wonder if we pick up anything here, Danny.
Let's have a look. No idea. You can't tell.
Yeah, but the bowler's absolutely sure. There's no doubt in his mind. And the wicketkeeper, Rahmatullah, now he'll get a word or two, I'm sure, from Joe Foster, who's the tournament referee today, to say, all right, son, whether it was or not, but if you're given, you just got to go. So he does get a 6. Basically 6 and out. So another one bites the dust. They're now 8 down. Now you're in trouble of whether you actually... Oh, what a ball. Well, I said now you're in trouble. Now you're definitely in trouble of whether you're going to bat out the innings or not, as Mohammed Shafiq gets that Yorker length delivery in to the new batter. And Silalang Richmond is going to go first ball, golden duck, as the umpires once again have to find a way to get the stumps back in the ground. This is a beauty to a new batter. I mean, it's probably not the way to try and play it as he comes down the track here, but he yorks himself, leg stick out of the ground. And as we like to say, another one bites the dust. Adios, and a few more ducks to go on the scorecard.
What I've noticed with PFC, and it's a little bit different approach with the bowling, is that really pitching it up on the stumps. How many bowls is that in this innings? Is it 3 or 4?
I'll tell you in a second as we see this one played away. Well, gets back onto ball, does. Oh, they're taking on 2 here. That surprises me a little. The ball eventually does come through. Is this Niam Dulutsai who comes in? So, yeah, number of bowls. Let's see, we had 1, 2, just 3 actually. 3 bowled, but all of them knocking the timber out of the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's a slightly different approach, I think. because they are aiming at those stumps and they're really pitching it up. And like, again, this has been dug out for 4. Nice shot.
That's a really nice shot, isn't it? This is, by the way, the number 11. And he just played a beautiful, that's a delightful stroke. There's no luck, there's no edge. He's played that, and he gets 4 runs to his team. So where can they get to here? I still feel, I'm a bit like you. I think if they get into the 90s with the bowling attack they got, they could really also cause a few problems for PFC. So we're going to have to watch and see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see here, the calendar for 2025. We're in France at the moment, then going all around Europe. And in September, with the Milton Shield and the Western Shield. That'll be fantastic again. And also the European Cricket Championship, just after that, September to October. Nice is hit in the air, over the top. 6 runs, nice shot. Vital runs here for every.
Good hit from Jabrakel. Remember, he was not out on 0 at the time when Dawood got himself run out. Dawood Ahmadzai, I should say. So he's made a point by staying out there as he pulls this one away. They'll take the single. I suppose he's got a lot of confidence in Dawood Zai, who's the striker now. But I want to say I like it from Montelus, who says PFC, pretty fair cricketers. Yeah, I like that. Good thinking.
Pretty fair cricketers.
Uh-oh.
Well, the other Sarcelles side, they're blue as well, aren't they? So we can't use blue Sarcelles.
We can't use colours now. Yeah, they are blue as well. But,
they do have Poops written on their front, so the PFCS on the front of the shirt. So, Poop. So I don't know if that's a great thing to in hindsight.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not here. Jabrakel, 39 of 18. How important these innings been. Can't get too carried away though. He's got still a lot of time to bat. He hits that pretty well to the fielder. He'll take the single.
Good display though. I've got to say, it's not just every batting badly. It's been really good bowling from PFC. It's been tight. It's been accurate. Still not over this game, but it just about is. I'll come back for 2. Oh, the world's slowest man coming back for a second. That's Abdul Malik Jabrakel. I thought, okay, easy 2, and he's halfway down the pitch when I looked up and saw where he was. Just got back. He's on 40. Dawood Zai's on 9. 90 for 9 at the moment. Couple of overs left. If they can hold this innings together, they might get it up to 110, 115-ish. Yeah. But it's a big if.
For me, they've done well to get here to the 90 when you think that the number of wickets they lost 6 in the power play.
Yeah.
Then the 7th wicket fell, of course, in that 6th over, and then 2 wickets there from Shafiq. Now, there's no surprise that it'll go back to Shafiq, and he'll be looking to nail the Yorker in here. Jabrakel on 40 of 19 on strike.
4 overs. In 4 overs, they lost 2 wickets, including 3 in a row. That's remarkable. Good ball. So,
still think we're going to have a very exciting match here. I said if they get to 90, get in the 90s, we're going to have a contest.
Well, there are 3 top-line bowlers, 3 French top-line bowlers, French national team top-line bowlers for.
Is there a stick on this? Let's see what the umpire gives here. I felt there might have been.
Yeah, it was.
They're worse. So that's an opportunity. Spicy one. But the keeper, let's see this again. I think you've got to be taking these.
Absolutely. So one goes down. Dave's in the chat. Hi, Dave. How you doing? Good to see you.
Jabrakel gets dropped on 40. Right, how does number 11 deal with this now? Nain Dawood Zai. I have to say, so far, hasn't looked like a number 11. And he is probably the best number 11 that we've seen in a long time as he crunches this straight down the ground, over long off, is a huge 6 as he takes himself to 15. What a strike.
Yeah, good power there. Brings him closer to that 100.
Dawodzai, number 11, showing some of the other batters how it's done. And he's the second highest scorer now, you know.
Yeah, they've only got 97. And Jabakal's got 41 of those. Not surprised. Well, this one's iffy. It's gone down to third man. Just be a single. And bring Jabakal back on strike. I think that's who they want here for the last couple of balls, even though Dawodzai's hitting the ball pretty cleanly. But Jabakal, yeah, he's the one he's got a score. He's got 41 off 21. Otherwise, it would have looked pretty dire. But I've got to say, good effort so far from PFC. Let's see what they do with the batting a little bit later. But here's Shafiq, 2 for 21. Couple of balls left in this innings. Oh, sorry, in this over. Oh, that's high.
And dropped. Oh, they're going to get 2 as well. So just keep an eye on this. Look, this score is now going to 100. Jabakal was dropped first time when the score was 90 when he was on 40. And in the same over, he gets dropped again, this time on 41. Those extra runs come in here when the innings perhaps should have been done and dusted big. When I had a look at that, I thought he was going to palm it onto the fielder who was next to him. I thought it was going to be another team catch. Not to be. 100 on the board. Every run here from every so important.
It's a little psychological thing. Bowl them out under 100 or let them just get over that. Maybe even get a few runs in this last over. We'll see. Shafiq. Whoa, a few runs there. Big
Wow.
6.
Wow. That is una grande. That is a bizaway. Super blast. It takes Jabrakil to 49. And those opportunities that they should have taken are really going to come back and haunt them, I feel. The 9th over comes to an end. We say it all happens in the 9th. Plenty happened in that one. It goes for 16. 2 chances to remove. Jabrakil not taken. The innings could have been over with the score on 90. It is now 106 for 9 going into the last.
So Maya Patel in the chat has said maybe you should make up nicknames. We'll come back to that in a moment. This is a wide. He said for PFC it should be Panthers Sarcelle, and the other one starting with C.
Okay.
Should be the Cheetahs Sarcelle. Don't think that's the best name for a cricket team, the Cheetahs.
All right, here we go. Can he wrap things up or not? And a better delivery from Abdul Rahmani with 16 of his first. Starts with a wide.
Yeah, so Dawodzai, you can see he's got the power. We've seen that. Should he get Jabakal back on strike? Possibly, but he should also swing for it. Just doesn't want to lose his wicket. So a boundary or a single, and it'll be a single.
Clever. Like that. Gets back onto it. Dawodzai is no number 11.
No, well,
He is no number 11.
Rico, he literally is number 11. But I know what you're saying.
He is. This guy is not a number 11 bat.
But in this form of cricket, this is hit towards a boundary. They'll look for 2. They won't get it. Good piece of fielding.
Very well.
It's such a they swing so hard at the ball that sometimes it'll work for an opener and sometimes it won't. 50 up for Jabakal, by the way.
Yeah, and he celebrates quite rightly, and his teammates give him a good round of applause, including Dawud Ahmadzai, who feels that he was run out by his partner, but I don't think it was a run on there. Hits this nice and straight. They should be looking for 2 here. Fielder's got a lot to do, and he gets told to stay there.
Yeah.
I suppose that makes sense.
Yep.
Jabrakil probably feels that he's the recognised batter. He's got 50 to his name. He's the one who should be trying to finish off the innings.
Well, let me make a point here. You look at Dawodzai and go 18 off 10. What isn't he open? Because the 2 openers, Ghanasan and also Ayavuraja, Oh, this is going to go to the boundary. 4 runs. So, Abel Raja, both got golden quackers, right? So why not put him up the top?
Yeah.
It's not that logical because next time both these guys could hit big 50s.
Absolutely.
So it's not quite as easy. The camera
hits the camera up there at the third man area. Camera number 4, we call that. This is. Hey, look at the percentages, by the way. We've got a Goldilocks match coming up. All right, here we go. Got to run hard. It's the last ball. They take one. They're coming back for the second. They won't get there. Good fielding. And in the end, you have to say, they'll get 115. One thing we got to focus on is it could have been 90 all out. So that extra 25 runs could make all the difference between which way this match swings. But it's worth saying that PFC playing in their very first match against a team who were big-time favourites to beat them. I think it was something like 60 to 70% to every. Have put in a very solid fielding performance. The only errors came in that 9th over when they dropped Jabrakel on 40 and 41.
Yep.
That could make the difference in this contest. But what a great effort.
Yeah, could do. A good comeback. 115. Is it enough? Maybe. But as I say, this is the first ball. And there's good bowling up the top. That's the Rami Zishan, who did fantastically well. Got 2 very good batsmen out, including the French captain. But took 4 in all. And an awkward customer. And that was the first ball of the second over. And it was ugly at the start here for Every. But they did mount a little bit of a comeback. Some big hitting along the way. And this was the run of Dawood Ahmadzai, which was a bit unnecessary. He did go on the throw and couldn't make it back. Never a run in that one. Oh, nice bit of footwork there from the keeper. So that was, again, it was the skipper, Ramizi Sun. Bowled 2 of them. Look at that middle peg. Comes out wide of the crease and angles it in. Very difficult to defend. They're always playing with that angle. Drop catch out on the spectator zone. So we've had quite a few spectators this week, and both for the international games and also the Group A games. Good to see a few here as well for the Group B games. But the wickets just kept on going down, and they went down in clumps. There were 4 overs where they lost 2 wickets. And this was the caught behind, the one that Ramatullah didn't love. And another wicket there going to the bowl. But little late flurry at the end from Daotsai and also Jabakel. Got them a decent score. At least it's something to protect, and they do have good bowling. We know that with the Mungal brothers and also Dawood Ahmadzai. We'll see a little bit later. So, Dave, coffee time, anyone? Always coffee time, Dave. So, I've got one sitting here in front of me. I'll dig into it during the innings break. So we'll see the scorecard in just a moment. As you see the beautiful overhead shot. And, well, Ganasana just did get the one. I thought he got a golden. Ayavura got the golden. Arun Rama 5, but that's the top 3 pretty much done and dusted. Then Abul Malik Jabakal stayed in for the whole innings. The wicketkeeper, 55 of 26, good innings. Dawood looked really good until he got until he ran himself out. Apart from that, Dawood with 18 right at the end kept them with a little bit of a sniff. Great bowling up top. Look at that, 4 for 10 for Rami Zishan. And let's get in wickets. Good opening partner in the bowling, Hussein Shahzad, with a couple of wickets and 2 at the end for Shafiq, who also bowled well. But good bowling all round, I think, for PFC. Always kept the pressure on the every batting, and just that late flurry was a good partnership of about a 42 right for the final wicket. that helped Every get a decent total. So I see here, it's the highlights definitely Abdul Malik Jabakal for Every with a nice 50, and wickets for 4 wickets for Ishan, only 10 runs coming from his overs, and then a couple each for Shahzad and Shafiq. So 115 all out. Will it be enough? We'll find out soon when we come back for the second innings of this game for this European Cricket Series match here in France between Every and PFC Sarcelles. We'll be back in a few minutes' time for the innings of Sarcelles and see what the Every bowling line can do to their top order. Be back soon.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back to Dreux in France for this European Cricket Series match between PFC Sarcelles and UIF Evry. So it was a good little comeback from Evry to get the score up to 115. They were in all sorts of trouble after some fantastic early bowling, especially from the PFC captain Ramiz Ihsan. But it's a total. I don't know how competitive it is. We'll see. As you can see here, if PFC can get this total in under 7 overs, which is possible, then they'll get 4 points out of this. And if Evry can restrict them to 80 or under, then they'll get the bonus point. So 115, 116, the required score. They have some very, very good bowling, Evry. We'll see what they can do. All it takes is one batsman to take it to them, though. And it will be Rahmatullah Mangal to open. Again, a very good bowler. Keeps it tight. Lots of pace as well. And he'll be bowling to Hussein Shahzad. I think the skipper, Ramiz Ihsan, is also listed to come in or to open. I think that might be him. Here comes Rahmatullah Mangal, the first ball of the Evry innings. And it's called a wide. Missed it outside off stump. Gets quite a bit of outswing actually. There's a third man there to protect any edges that go down towards that way. So he does get good early outswing. Does Rahmatullah. These Grizzlies do quite a bit in the air. Comes in again. And Watts in the air, just in front of the fielder. That's Dawud Ahmadzai. There's a good outfielder. He's very quick on his feet. I'll see him later with the ball as well. Just mishit there. Dug in. It's a good shorter ball right into the body of the batsman. 2 on the board. Here comes Rahmatullah again. And lifted. That'll be all the way for 6. Nice shot there. It's Shafiq who takes it to him. It is Muhammad Shafiq actually, and not the skipper Ramiz Ihsan, who's listed to come in to open. There's Muhammad Shafiq, the batsman who just hit Rahmatullah Mangal over the cow corner boundary for 6. Pretty good start here for PFC. See the comeback. It's going to be called a wide again. Just losing it a bit. Mangal had a busy weekend, but had a bit of a rest over the last few days, and ready for this new side of UIF Evry. Sometimes it takes a team a bit of time to gel. As Mangal comes in again. This is in the air. Mangal calls it. He won't drop this, will he? No, he won't. Good catch. And that's the first wicket down. Bit of a comeback there. Bit of relief for Evry taking the first wicket. And the score is 9 for 1. So after being slammed for the big 6, this one got high on the bat. And well, he's a good all-round player is Rahmatullah. Never going to drop that one. Even though I think the keeper did call for it. That's the end of Muhammad Shafiq. He did hit a big 6, but got to say that the contest was won by Rahmatullah. So 1 down. No doubt we'll see his brother Rahula coming on bowling second. The new batsman is the skipper Ramiz Ihsan. He's having a pretty good day. Took 4 big wickets early. And he would love a big score here against Evry. Some quick runs, some big runs. Mangal. And that's another wide. He's not quite got it under control, has Ramatula. Bowling a few wides, he's upset with himself. As I said, the ball is swinging. He's just not controlling it too well. One that didn't swing was the one that got lifted over the boundary. So it's a very conscious thing for bowlers. Comes in again. It's just dabbed down for a single, nicely played by the batsman. Doesn't have to do anything too risky at this stage. So they need 11 and a half and over. They've got 11 off this over. They have lost a wicket, have PFC. Don't have to do anything outrageous. Just boundary and over, plus extras, like singles. You'll mainly get those. That's a nice shot. Ramatula goes down. He's also been struck for 4 all along the ground. Nice shot. Great square drive. And well, PFC, they've come here to play. 15 off the over. And I think he's blown to Sandshoe as Ramatula. 15 for 1. Not the greatest start from him. Has taken a big wicket, but really you'd expect a bowler of his experience and quality to do a little bit better on the first over. His pressure's been relieved a little bit. And this is lifted for 4. Good shot down the ground. And it's Shazad. Hit another boundary. It's 2 and 2 balls. Good batting there from Hussain Shazad. And 19 off the first. Exactly what PFC would have liked. Apart from that one wicket that went down, they won't mind too much. They have plenty of batting. All right, interesting. Starting off with spin. It's not Rahul Mangal. It is Dawood Ahmadzai. As you see here, ECC Challenger division. There are 2 divisions: a Challenger and the Premier. It's a promotion relegation. So the group winner, or group winners, will go on to play the final. The top team will be promoted, and it's a good chance for these teams to compete against teams that are around about their level. Of course, there's improvement in European cricket all the time. We'll see where those teams are at starting in October. And it's just dabbed down to gully, no run. Good start from Dawood. As I said, he's a bustling bowler. Doesn't give the batsman too much time between deliveries. Comes in again. And this is lifted towards the fielder. Caught. Good catch. That's Ramatula, who takes a nice catch. Came in nicely from the boundary. Good safe pair of hands. It's his second catch of the innings, and Dawood gets a wicket. It's that of the captain, Ramiz Ishan. Let's have a look. And neatly taken catch. He's come in from the boundary towards that 30-metre circle, so had a lot of work to do. But good low-down catch. Rico, good action already. A couple of wickets, some big hitting.
Great action. The quarter ball was brilliant. The captain, he was brilliant with the ball, but not able to keep going with the bat. They've got a good start of that first over. Went for 19. Ramatula. Well, we saw 2 tread changes yesterday when the bowlers changed shoes over. Well, that was a sort of a semi-change, just the one boot. Well, he changes back to his own and runs in and takes a great catch.
Bit short there from Dawood, and Ramatula couldn't get round to stopping it.
A little bit too short, well hit, well struck. It's one of those innings, isn't it, Danny? We've seen it so many times where the new boys, this is PFC, they've just got to believe, they've got to play their shots, got to take on the bowling. I mean, Dawood Ahmadzai is a fantastic bowler. That wicket he just took, by the way, is his 52nd on the network. So over the international series, of course, he went over the 50 mark. And I get the feeling that it's a few more in the bag for him here as well. He's always got to trick up his sleeve. And, I thought I heard myself again there. 2 Ricos in the action for a moment.
Tell you what, Dawood was the man of the series. player of the series in the internationals against Sweden. Took 13 wickets, I think. And he's taken one already. He makes things happen, this man.
Yeah. There's something about him. He comes on the ball. I mean, got to say, it's not always bowled the best of deliveries, but he just has a knack of taking wickets. And I think a lot of the players here will, of course, know the name, they know his reputation. Sometimes that in itself is enough to get you a wicket.
Let's drag that one short, and that's punished as well, 4 runs. But these players all know each other as well, Rico, because they play in a similar part of the world. I'm going to have a quick look, see how far Sarcelle and Every are from each other. But it really is like they're familiar with each other. It's a small community like it is in Europe everywhere, where there's no real surprises when you see a new bowler or a new batsman. Yeah, it's I think Every's around Paris from memory, and it is 26 kilometres southeast of Paris. And Sarcelle.
Praneeth Kumar, by the way, coming on to bowl here. And starts with not a good delivery down the leg side. And wicketkeeper partially stops it. That's Abdul Malik. Double kill, gets the pads in the way. How important. Of course, he's not worse. Helping his team to at least a score. And they can still, I think, defend this, but they've got to be superb in the field. On's an inside edge, a little bit of a unlucky, but he's not going to go to the boundary. It's just going to be a single.
So Sarcelle is right near Saint-Denis, which is to the north of Paris. So Saint-Denis and the two Sarcelle teams are very close to each other. And Every's a little bit further away.
Sarcelle, as this one gets played for a single. One thing I can tell you about, especially them, and I think we've come up with a winner, by the way, CSPT Sarcelle, wearing the yellow and the black.
Oh, it was yellow and black, not blue.
Yellow and black. So the bees.
Oh, it could be.
There's a lot of bumblebees over here. I like the bees.
Black and blue, the bruisers.
That's up in the air. We'll get it over the top of the fielders who will go to the boundary. They just need to be brave and keep picking up these boundaries. But yeah, what I was going to say was, I remember speaking to Amjad Sandhu, and in that part of France, they do so much good work in promoting cricket.
Yeah.
They have junior camps, academies. I think he was telling me now that this year they've got like a digital camp there as well. As that one has been blasted out of here by Hussain Shahzad. That is a big hit. Praneeth Kumar, I must admit, it was a bit of a strange choice that Praneeth came on to bowl this over. I think when you have a look at all the other bowlers that Every have, I think there probably was, I don't know, I would have gone with a more recognised bowler, because you haven't got too many runs to play with here.
No, you don't have too many runs. I mean, they have to find 10 overs. Praneeth comes in there. It's a bit of delivery, but that's been hammered straight past us. He was dropping it short. That time he pitched it up. That didn't help. And it's a good over here from for PFC.
2 boundaries on the spin. It's gone wide. Single, 4, 6. They're needing 10s. They're going well above that at the moment.
Yeah, it's oh, that one didn't get up. They'll still sneak one, will they? Try at the stumps. They will get one. And well, you've got to say, PFC are looking pretty good. It's there's still a lot of bowling left for Every, but Ramatullah, probably their main man with the new ball, and that would have been close. Still would have been in, I think. Was hit for 19, which is not, it doesn't give you a good base, I don't think. Did take that wicket, but really sort of not really there.
I wonder who they try here. I mean, do you go back to Dawood Ahmedzai?
No.
Or do you go to Rahula and say, right, Rahula, you have a bowl?
No.
Don't look like they're doing either one of those at the moment.
No, it's name Dawodzai bowling with shades. A bit more spin. And that's just been pushed out to point. No runs. I like his shape with his bowling. Quick sort of darts from the first delivery. And this one's hit straight. So we're out of the power play now. And they need to contain these runs, but they also need to get some of these wickets going. Just a couple of big pressure overs. They need about 10 on over still. This is in the air, should be gone. And it is, good catch. And that's Jabakal Ibrahim who takes the catch. And well, spin works. It's Tayyab, the batsman. You can see here, see a third wicket down. Quite a simple catch there in the outfield. So that's the end of Tayyab.
Picking up wickets, but still PFC are above that rate with it. Need to be 68 required. And liking that from Naeem Dawdzai, he was the number 11. We said at the time, probably the finest number 11 that we've seen. Scored value runs, put a value partnership together with, of course, Jabakal. How important, Danny, will those extra 25 runs be from when the innings should have come to an end? Two in a row? Oh, yeah. Two in a row. Catch taken this time by Ibrahim. And Dawdzai, he's having an absolute field day. Was key in that partnership with Jabakal at the end of the innings. And now 2 in 2.
Looking cool on the shades. Rolled his wrist over that one. Dipped. And that's another wicket. And now it's starting to turn, isn't it? Their main man's still there, though, for PFC, getting all the runs as the batsman running on. It's Chima Hamza.
He's got to run,
Hamza Chima. Don't quite know. I think it's Hamza Chima.
He's got to run. Hat-trick ball. Now, he's got to be ready there to face his ball in 60 seconds. I think he probably just makes it. It's almost like he went and forgot something, had to go back, pick it up. He is ready. Hat-trick ball to come. Dawdzai setting the field to the left-hander, 48 for 4.
Lefty. So I'll change the line a little bit. The field has to change as well. But right-hand spinner, right-arm spinner, I should say, comes in. And, straight through him. Well, that's pretty close to a hat-trick. It'll just be a bye in the end. Let's have another look at this one.
Doesn't get closer to getting your name in our Hall of Fame. Just needed to come in a little bit more. But not the best of shots there by Chima Hamza.
Is it Chima Hamza or Hamza Chima? I think it's Hamza Chima, but not according to what we're given.
Yeah, asking the question is a direct hit, knocks the stumps over. Yeah, on my sheet it says Chima Hamza.
Yeah.
But I think Hamza Chima probably sounds more right than not. A good throw, asking the question as PFC reach the 50 mark at the end of the 4th over, but they have lost 4 wickets. Like for like, if you want to know, their opponents were on 40, but had lost 6 wickets at this point. Look at that. It's just all over the place.
Oh, it's just weird, isn't it? Looks like a case of the measles. All those dots. And well, that's another over. It's the 4th one, I think, that has had 2 wickets in the same over. Dawood continues, should just be a single.
Yeah, Dawood in that last over, Danny, he bowled 4 very good deliveries, but 2 that were a little too short, and they're the 2 that went to the boundary.
Yeah. And left-hander, we'll be bringing it into the left-hander. So look for inside edges. As Dawood comes in and drags it across. It will be in that left-hander's hitting zone with the ball coming in slightly. Doesn't get too much turn, does Dawood. It's mainly overspin, but he gets the ball to dip. He's not the tallest either. So it'll go up just above the, around about the eye line of the batsman and dip. That one's dragged down. It's in the air. 6. Good shot.
Sails out of the ground, and it's that shorter one. And it's almost like Hussein Shahzad is waiting for it. He knows it's going to come eventually, and when it comes, he sends it sailing over the boundary rope into the trees. 6 more for him. And PFC, I think they're relying a lot on Hussein Shahzad to hopefully stick around and get them what will be a famous victory on debut.
Yeah, well, both teams are on debut, but we have seen a lot of these every players before. And this is in the air. 6 again. Good power, good hitting. Hit the tower too.
Oh, that is crash, bang, boom. It's the second one to go in the tower. We had one in the first match. It's another one. I think Nils, who's out there, is certainly getting some spicy action. This one, well, I reckon that Nils has had to dive out of the way of this one. How are you up there, buddy? How are you holding up?
Thumbs up, thumbs up.
Let's see that. Let's see the. Oh, no thumbs up as yet. Ooh.
Hope he's not bleeding out.
Ooh, where's the thumb?
There he is. No gloves either.
Ooh. Just for a moment there, I was getting a little bit worried.
Darwood comes in again. And dot ball. Good dot ball. But damage has been done in this over, I think. That's what they need. They need around about 10 and over. And they've got more than that here. And another swing and a miss.
Good comeback from Dawood's eye. They're the ones he just floats a little bit fuller, a little bit more flight, but more importantly, he keeps it outside the off. So he'll pick up 1 for 22. We'll take a look at our upcoming events. Of course, we'll finish France here. Finals day for us here is on the Sunday. Malta will be starting. That starts on the 28th. In the spring series, we have the night series in Belgium. Czechia, you'll do a little bit of that T20 internationals there. And then you obviously will be buzzed away to Jersey for the Liberation Series. And then we have some action, ECI and T20 international action from Greece as well. I'm loving the fact that we're traveling to some great places, but we're bringing you a little bit of everything. The night series, ECS, ECIs, T20 internationals, women's cricket as well. It's going to be a very busy few weeks ahead.
I'm assuming that Greek series is going to be in Corfu, so bring the bug spray. This is in the air. 6!
Where's it going? Oh, Danny, that only just missed coming in here. I saw the eyeballs of everybody looking in here, and I knew it was going to be close. I reckon we're pretty close to removing the front part of the igloo here because we can't see it. Look where this finishes. That is not that far. I thought, hang on, I'm getting it. Danny, move this way. Danny, you didn't see that one coming. It was close.
No, I saw it off the bat. That was fine. I'll warn you, Rico. I'll warn you.
Says the man who has no laptop.
Yeah, I didn't warn you because you weren't here. Oh, this is going to be out. Dropped it.
No
Needed
way.
that wicket.
No way.
That's
Arun.
He's not having the best of days. Gets a first baller and just drops a catch he should have taken. He ambled across. Got 2 hands to it. Have a look at this. Got 2 hands to it. And, well,
Oh dear.
poor attempt.
Well,
What to say.
should have had the wicket there of Hamza.
And he's gone again. This time, Amatai. Oh, he stopped the 6, though.
Oh dear.
In
But
fact, it's Mungal out there, sorry.
it's an error. He had room. He thought he was on the rope. He had room. He could have taken a step back and held onto the catch.
Yeah.
Can you believe what's happening here at the moment? 2 drop catches. That could be crucial. Our catch is already done.
He misjudged it slightly, put a hand up, but he saved the 6 or saved the boundary. There comes Dawatsai again. Miss hit slightly. Keeper does the chasing. Just a single. Been a good over here for PFC. Still got a ball left, I think.
Naeem.
Lost a
Dawatsai.
score at the moment. Oh, here it is. 73 for 4. A couple of balls left. Good ball. But bit of damage done in this over. A couple of drop catches as well. Should have been taken. Comes in again. This one, not catching that. Bowler goes down on all fours. Gets absolutely hammered, and PFC have done a lot in that over to getting up towards the... I don't know, is he trying to hit the barbecue for a grizzly? Where did that end up? Was it in the tent?
Well, there's the barbecue. I think that's flown over the tent, but it's a nice shot at the barbecue. That tells us that lunch is almost here.
Yep.
As the barbecue's been lit up. Well, I'll tell you what got barbecued. That ball, Husnain Shahzad has moved to 48, and they're needing just 37 in 24. But I don't think this match is done yet. There's another twist to come. If the wicket of Shahzad goes, who knows? But they could have had in that over. No wonder Dawadaya ends up on his knees at the end of it. Both those batters should have been back in the shed. A drop there first from Arun, and then Rahmatullah getting it completely wrong on the boundary. He did have to go one-handed. Another step back, and he's taken an easy catch. It would have been his third. So
yeah, it would have been. So, yeah, Dave's asking if it's a Peacock Thursday today. You're out tomorrow, aren't you? So I'm not sure if I'm going to be dressing up in Peacock Friday.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just felt that I needed to bring the sunshine out, and I seem to have managed to do that because it's lovely and bright at the moment. But, oh, well, now it's time for the other stumps to be knocked out of the ground for the non-strikers then. This one was absolutely cream-crackered by Hamza, but unfortunately he won't get the boundary he deserves from it because the stumps end up getting in the way.
Yeah, it saved him, I think, some runs. Don't know if the fielder would have got there. Made it easier that the off stump at the
yeah, you're right. I will miss out Peacock, right? But I want you to to make it to do it for us both.
Okay, I'll do it.
All right,
I'll do it.
Hey, white van. The vans are coming. Lunch is coming.
There was a white van. I like the white vans. They do get a bit creepy in the afternoon when just a stream of them come in. Here comes Mangal. And hammered.
What a shot to bring up your 50. That's another one that ends up on the barbecue. Well, barbecued Grizzlies, anybody. They're on special offer. What a knock from Husnain Shahzad. He brings his 50 up in style, moves to 54 or 20 deliveries. If they don't get him out pretty soon, then this match is going to go to PFC, and it's going to be a real upset at the beginning of this Group B. Only the second match. I know that both teams are on debut, but when you look at the number of players on the every side, a lot of people are saying they're more or less the President 11 from last year.
Right, it's got through the fielder. I'll just take a single. But you've got to say, though, that PFC South have just outplayed every in this game. And pardon the pun, in every manner. They took early wickets, and a lot of them, and it was only just a late flurry that got every to a defendable total, just. But it's Shahzad here, 55 for 21. He's taking the game away from every. So, and it's good bowlers that he's taking apart as well. Rahul Mangal comes around the wicket to the left-hander. And swing and a miss.
So gets a dot ball in here. I can see that AC Star are in. I did check with them, so I know that the most English amongst us will say that's AC Staines because it's spelt like Staines, but I've been told it's Star. So it's like Star, but without the R. So AC Star, they're here. And they've also got the blue kit. We're getting closer to that wicket, but needs to be careful where he's running here. Rahul Mangal, he's running, once he bowls, running right in front of the umpire. You can see the umpire, just have a little chat with him here and saying, you just got to make sure you're not in my way. I don't mind you coming from this angle, but don't run in front of me.
A couple of dot balls. Need a wicket though. They really need Shahzad's wicket. Might change things a bit short. And good pace though. 3 dot balls in a row from Rahula. So it's a good end to the over for every. 87 for 4. 3 overs left. As we see here, we'll see CSTP Sarcell, the bees, as you've you decided to call them.
The
Against,
bees, yeah.
AC, sorry.
Yeah, Sajid Safi, 4 wickets. He's going to be key. But I think we all know that with the bat, Zook Narain Munawar, he was outstanding with that 84.
Absolutely.
He's going to go with them. And as we say, always nice to see a new team as AC Star are going to be in action.
I think it's Stan. I think it's Stan, not Star. Stan.
Okay.
I think
their own captain told me Star.
Okay.
So we'll check with them again.
I will check. Yeah. All right. Bowler gets it into the bat and out. Well, big wicket. Said if they had any chance, they'd have to get him out, and they've got him just after that. Good catch on the boundary. It's Jabakali Ibrahim.
That massive.
Chased it, didn't he?
Massive. Doesn't get it out the middle. It's an easy catch from the fielder. So, well, Jabakali Ibrahim gets the breakthrough. And how important could this be now as the next batter makes his way out? This is Mohammed Irfan, who's got the 202 on his back. But a good knock. But I think it's got to be said, Danny, when you're in a situation like that, you've got 55 to your name, your job is to do and finish the job.
Yes.
He doesn't.
He chased a wide one, got it at the end of the bat and hit it straight to the fielder. Look, I've got to say, there's a was 20 was in the chat. No twist, game over after 2 drop catches. Well, there's a twist. Oh, this is going to be 6.
Oh.
Good shot over the top.
Oh, well, Rahmatullah, he got one hand to one early, didn't he, when we feel that really he should have been taking the catch, and that was a crucial one. But I suppose doesn't finish the game off, Shazad, so they're still in this, but that will hurt them.
Are you starting to feel the tingle, Rico? Still need 9 and over.
Still needing 9, just...
lost their main man. Oh, dodgy edge. Won't go to the boundary, just be a single.
All happening.
So one close. Been a good over here from Ibrahim.
It's worth pointing out that at this point, if Sarcells themselves had held those important catches, they would already have won the match, because remember, there were 2 attempts at the score 90 and 91 to remove the last pairing, who then went on and put that 115 on the board.
Yeah, agreed. Thumbs up, 9 off 9. And that's a big 6. Again, it turns it for Sarcell.
Cracking shot to bring up the 100 at the end of the 8th over. So, yeah, you feel now really, as I suppose we'll probably see that reflected on the win predictor, the percentages there, that they should be big-time favourites to win it from here. 79% now favourites, but 16 still required. A wicket could change everything. Who are they going to go to try and get that wicket?
Well, still got some good bowling. In fact, they're continuing with spin. So there is still an over from Rahul Mangal, one from Rahmatullah. Obviously, they're probably going to bowl the last 2 overs. So they found an over here from Sulanga Richmond. Comes in. And that's hammered for 6. It's almost game over. So, well, I said that they needed a dot ball to close the over. It's been 2 6s in a row. 106. They're almost there, Sarcell. Or PFC Sarcell, I should say.
PFC Sarcell. Richmond got the shades on. He's trying to look cool. But he comes in and he disappears. His first ball gets smashed for a big 6.
All right, dot ball. Just push that through a little bit quicker. Is it lunch after this this innings?
Well, the white man has arrived. I think lunch is here. So I think we'll do what we did the other day. We'll take it in turns. I could make a start. You can have a bit of lunch.
Sounds good to me. What's ask the question? Going down leg, I think. Dot ball.
I think he gets a bit of bat on this as well. I think the umpire gives a little signal there. We'll see this here again. I think just catches some bat and it's too high as well.
Comes in again. And that's another 6. Clubs it over cow corner. Going towards that barbecue, which I think will be well used very soon.
Then hope for a miracle.
I tell you, I'm surprised. If I'm not mistaken, Ramatula and Rahula both got overs left. They did go for quite a few, but do they? I mean, I think they've only just bowled 1 over each.
You're right. Ramatula did go for 19, very first over, but Rahula Mangal only went for 8.
Yeah. So I'm not sure why. Ramatula got a wicket.
Yeah.
And but why wouldn't you go back to him? I'm a little bit surprised at that. Obviously, I think that spin might be able to do it. And, well, a couple of dot balls, but
to the last.
Yeah, to the last.
We go
I'm sure
to
it's
the
Ramatula.
last.
Has to be Ramatula.
Well, you got to pick. Rahula was the more economic.
Yeah.
He went for 8, and he went for a couple of boundaries, and if you remember, finishes over well with some dots. Rahula Mangal has got the genuine pace, but the feeling has been, from what I've seen from everybody, they want to try and keep the pace off. It looks like they are going to go back to Rahula. That's what it looks like to me here, Rahula Mangal.
Yeah. Look, he's a good bowler. He bowled well in the death overs for France, to be fair. And we'll see. He's bowling to the left-hander.
He's defending 4 in the last. So 4 required for a victory. 3 takes us to a golden ball. But I think the batters out there, both of whom have hit a boundary, will probably be just searching for that 1 ball to get away. And it's Chima Hamza who will have the opportunity first up. He swings, he misses. Dot ball, 5 balls to come. 4 still needed.
Yep. Good start from Rahula. And there was a big swing and a miss. It's coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Come in again. This one, another dot ball. Or going to be a run out. Well, more importantly, it'll be a dot ball. The big left-hander's gone. They went for that single. It's good work from the keeper, and then from Rahula. Another little twist in this game. Very even contest. Just has a go at it. Doesn't make any mistake.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's almost like the batters had decided that Irfan will have to get on strike. He was quite happy to sacrifice Chima there. Chima probably wasn't that happy that he had to go, but they get the wicket. Wow. It's still no runs of the over with that run out. 4 now required of 4 balls.
He did hit 2 sixes in the last over off the off spinner.
Rahula, you know what he's going to try and do here again. He's going to surely go for the same delivery. Outside the off though, he's now bowling to the right-hander.
And dab down. Oh, they'll go for 1. And he's sacrificed. It's Arun again.
But new batter on strike. They take the single, which surprises me. And it's going to be Bashir Uma on strike.
Golden ball.
Oh, 3 in 3.
A dot ball here.
3 in 3. Rahula Mangal just adjusts that field out on the offside. Gets the fielder in close on the single.
Oh, he's got hold of it. And 4 runs. Game. That's it. Good win to PFC Sarcelles against Every. And, well, 2 new teams to this competition. And that's a good victory there for PFC. They outplayed Every for the most of the game and got the victory, but it was a lot closer than what we expected, especially with a couple of big overs there in the middle.
Yeah, and Bashir the name, just needs 1 ball to Bashir. That one to the boundary and get the win for each side. What a great win. What a great start for PFC Sarcelles. I mean, they are very much a new team on debut here against also another team on debut, Every. But we know that Every, they certainly did have some star players in their side, but they got tamed and they got contained, and Sarcelles would get the win. Another very good match. Group B is started with two very good close matches. I mean, that one, again, it goes down with 2 balls to go. They fought hard, Every, but they just never got enough runs on the board. And to be fair, a team that loses 6 wickets in the first 3 overs, I think if they'd held on and won that match, I think that'd probably be the first time that I've really witnessed that.
Yeah, look, it was tighter than what we expected. Again, 2 good sides. I don't think Every are going to bat that badly in the rest of this tournament. We see here, this is what's coming up next. We're going to see CSTP Sarcelles, the Bees, as we've nicknamed them.
The Bees.
Coming up against AC Stin. And we'll see them for the first time. We'll see what they're about. But let's have a look at some of the highlights of this innings. And it was, well, it was a wicket in the first over. That's a cotton bowl by Ramatullah, but he did get a bit of a pasting. It was a bit loose as well outside off stump. Couldn't stop bowling those wides with the swing ball.
Yeah, the surprise is, I mean, I think we've said this before, haven't we, Danny? As we look at a very good catch taken by Ramatullah. That was his second. That was a good catch. He had to make up a lot of ground, but there was one that he probably should have done better with, we talk about. But I think we've seen this before. I think the captain, because Ramatullah went for 19, he was reluctant to bring him back. But I think when you are, you know, you're a national team player, we saw that a lot actually with Numan Amjad. That's a good example. He may have gone for some in his first over, but when he came back, more often than not, in fact, I think every time he came out and bowled his second, it was a really good, classy, low scoring over. I just think they gamble a little bit too much on some other bowlers than really stick to their plan. If they stuck to the plan, maybe if Ramatullah and Mangal got another over in, maybe if they held Praneeth Kumar back a little bit, things could have been different.
Yeah, Praneeth Kumar, that's when you went left turn at Albuquerque. Trying to get away from that ball. This was a terrible drop catch. So dropped 2 and 2.
Yeah.
This one's a bit harder. At least saved the boundary. But and fanning the barbecue, finally got it going. I can smell it from here. So yeah, look, I agree with you. I think the over of Praneeth Kumar, I think, really didn't help. He went for quite a few. This was the end of the run maker, Shahzad. It was a big wicket and it made it an exciting finish, but a couple of big sixes. There you go. Again, pump that score up. Nice drop catch out in the boundary. This was the run out of the left-hander.
He wasn't. If he didn't hit there, by the way, that was going all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, I think
he
so.
didn't hold back. He wasn't one of those where the bowler thought, I'll just underarm it or something just in case I miss. He was like, I'm definitely not missing, and he got it away. Another man who wasn't missing was Bashir. He had came in with 3 balls to go. He knew what he needed a boundary, and he got that boundary, and he gets a win for his team. A famous victory as UIF Every, they go down, and PFC Sarcelles, they get a win. So both the teams from Sarcelles starting very well, with both with a win apiece this morning.
Well, the first game went down to the last ball. This one went down to the third last ball. So 2 very close games. I mean, we're going to get to know these teams a lot better in the next couple of days. And see here, so Ramatullah went for 19 off his 1 over, as did Praneeth Kumar. But it was tightened up, named Duatside taking 2 wickets for 16, and then Rahula with that 1.4 overs. It was quite economical, and then a wicket also for Ibrahim. So we'll see the summary.
Yeah, cracking game, exciting game, a cracking start to Group B, but it will be PFC Sarcelles that held on to get that victory, and that really was because of some excellent bowling and fielding from them. They set themselves up with a chance to cause a bit of an upset this morning, and they've done it. So 2 matches done. I think the next match, once again, maybe just slightly later than the scheduled time, but will be coming up in probably under 15 minutes time. So we'll take a short break now, and we will come back to you with match number 18, where we'll see the other Sarcelles team. So we're going to see 4 matches with Sarcelles in the day, but we go back to CSPT Sarcelles for the 3rd match as they take on AC Star in the next one. Join us back in about, well, I would say just around 10 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome to match number 18 where CSPT Sarcells, I think I have had this idea from two circles. We're going to call them the bees. It's great to be in an area where there's plenty of bees, the good old bumblebees around. And considering they got the yellow and the black, I like the bees. So we'll call them the bees. They're up against a new team, AC Star. They're a team that are travelling from a couple of hours away and they're making their debut on the network as well. So what I can tell you though from the coin toss, that it is the bees that win the toss and they are going to have a bowl first. And in the last match, they did get a win. What a good match that was between the bees and the stallions when it was a win by just 5 runs in the end. And the captain himself was absolutely brilliant. That was Zulkarnain Munawar. He picked up, of course, 84 runs. It was the highest score in the innings. It was enough to give his team a good victory. He bowled very well as well. He may not have got any wickets to his name, but he did pick up 3 runouts in that very important last over when he was keeping the runs down and getting his team a win. On the bowling front, Sajjad Safi, didn't he bowl well as well, picking up 4 wickets. So they've come good. They've started with a win and they're looking to maintain that again. Against a new team, one thing I love on the European Cricket Network is when we come to amazing grounds like this and we do see new teams and new players. We're going to see 4 teams on debut in this group and I'm wishing AC Star all the best. Danny Hudacek is in the commentary box. Danny, is going to be the bees that are going to have a ball first. Hello viewers and welcome back. Well, you probably already know that Danny Hudacek is going to be tucking into some very nice lunch, no doubt about that. So he'll have this first innings off and we'll change over afterwards. So he'll have my company for at least the first innings where the Sarcells, CSPT Sarcells that is, or the bees, they will be fielding first. So we're going to see AC Stan having a bat. First time on the network, they'll be looking to go well and get into the groove pretty well on this beautiful Thursday. It's got a little bit of cloud cover has come over. We had a fair amount of sunshine in that last match, but nothing really to worry about. This teams, and of course, with CSTP getting that good win thanks to their captain's 84 Munawar, and also some very good bowling, particularly there from Sajjad Safi. He picked up 4 wickets and 2 wickets there for Shazab Bashir as well. But we've talked about the little master. He was born on this day in 1973, Sachin Tendulkar, but born on the same day, 1905 though was the year. The original master, Jack Hobbs, made his first class debut batting for Surrey against the Gentlemen of England at the Oval. Hobbs made 18 and 88, top scoring in both innings. It was the start of something beautiful. Hobbs went on to make 61,237 first class runs, a record that will surely never be broken. 66% to 34 for CSPT in this one. No surprise after they picked up their first win in the last match. So they'll be hoping themselves to continue in good form. What a good match it was as well. Both matches, in fact, today have been good. We saw the bees beat the stallions 131 to 126, going all the way down to the wire, and Sarcells winning by 5 runs. And then in that last match, it went down to 2 balls to go when it was Bashir that hit the winning runs, 115 to 117 in favour of Sarcells. So the teams from Sarcell are being told don't pronounce the S, and Sarcell have to get used to it. Sarcell will have 2 wins out of 2, the Sarcell teams, and AC, well, Staines is how we would say it, but I'm being told it's sna, so just a sna, and I think you've got to get that n sound from your nostrils, so I'll try it again. Sna, sna. It's difficult, isn't it? Sna. But good luck to them as they play their first match. You can see there, the bees, that's what we call them, the bees. I like that, the bumblebees. That is the Sarcells. Hello to Helix
Thomas Martinez, Don Hisam in the chat already for this one. Dave is there with Wayne, Ghulam, Mustafa. Hello to you. And all looking forward to another very exciting match as we welcome another new team to the network. Getting ready to go. The man has got the headband on. It's going to start with the ball, and hopefully we'll be able to start well. And here we go. Just one bus says, hang on a minute. I haven't had the official nod from official timekeeper Rado. Hello to Rado, of course. Big shout out to all of our partners. Rado, HCL Software, 1xBet, Victorinox. Great to have you all on board on Bizway Travel and Grizzly Beer Sports as well. That's probably would have been quite a big wide. That was swinging away. And Bashir starting with the ball. A lot of noise out there, which I like. A lot of energy being created. Oh, there was ooze. I tell you why, that would have been one of the greatest. It would have been one of the greatest. Clipped away, traveling, full length dive for a moment, just for a few moments. Ramachula Mary just had that in his fingers and he got away. Oh, what a catch that would have been. We've seen some glorious catches already. Sarcelle, well, it was their catches that won them the match against the Stallions. They took two great catches on the boundary. That would have been incredible from Rahmatullah Mary. Saju the batter. Just opts to leave this one. That's that away movement. You can see that Shahid Bashir is getting good movement when he's getting that ball outside the off. He's swinging quite viciously, actually. But when he goes straight out, he doesn't get that movement. That's why when he went for the straight ball there, hoping start on leg and get it to come back and move back away and hit off, it just didn't really respond. There's a big gap being left, though, by the batter. Well, he's hit that pretty well, and that's going to be 6 runs. Well, gap or no gap, he finds a gap of his own as he tonks this pretty well. It's good movement, actually. I like the way that he gets a stride into the shot. And a miss by Saju gets the first boundary. What a noise, it's just electrifying. It's almost like there's a big final being played here. Both the teams making plenty of noise. Oh, that's a lovely pickup. That's a beautiful pickup. Timed to perfection. Delightful shot. Well, I have a ball, says one of the supporters. And he says, here, how about that? I bet you didn't expect me to be talking to you at the same time and doing a little bit of fielding. He says, Ale, I dekhle my ball with Halli. Well, that's a magnificent pickup from Miss Bashaju. Lovely shot. Mohamed Shemu and Saju are the openers. Here comes the net from Bashir. Oh, he goes short, and that's into the body. It's an optimistic appeal as that one gets the batter in the gut and brings up the end of the over. And 13 will come from it, a positive start as we pay attention to the Challenger Division of the Euros of cricket coming up, of course, starting on the 25th of September, and with the finals day for the Challenger Division. There you see that on the 15th of October. And 2 groups will do battle. And Estonia will be hoping for better luck this time round. They certainly will be up for it. They know what it's all about. Malta will look to do better as well. They're in the first group. Malta, of course, disappointed last time round when they're the team that went down. They didn't pick up a point at all in the whole of that Premier Division. They found the going pretty tough, But they're really going to come back well. His helmet being brought on, which suggests that they're going to take some pace off here straight away. And well, there's Zakiri Atik, who took a fantastic catch. Right, bit of spin then from Rahmatullah Mary. A little bit short, gets worked away. He's going to have to hurry to get in. Ooh, I reckon he's struggling here, you know. He's on the back foot. It's our friend Amjad Sandhu, who was once again telling me about some of the fantastic work being done there in Sarcelles with the juniors. A lot of coaching camps, sometimes summer camps and winter camps. Well, bowl again. Likes to keep the shades on, doesn't he, Mary? Almost pulled off an incredible catch, actually. And in the air, there's a good shot played, actually. It's a controlled shot. Oh, Marzi, Wolfie Marzi. Oh, that's not very good for Marzi. First of all, he gets the, lets this one go through him. I don't know if we can then see the back flip fail as well. And if he tries to do the back flip and he doesn't do that very well either. But Marzi and the crew here doing a wonderful job. Short and perfect pull shot. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Saju here. He's got all the shots. The shot before, he knows there's nobody back on the boundary, so he just times it over the top. This time he sees it short, just holds back for a moment, and then he clobbers it. And look at the noise there. And now you recognize the 12th man. And of course, he's our friend that we had on comms for a bit last year. So he's certainly got some vocal cords. High, going, gone. 6 runs. Shaba, balle. Well, look at them. Well, I tell you what, it's only the first match. They're playing like they're in the final. Oh, the noise levels are quite incredible. They've got a lot of supporters here as well. Well, when they said that they got here in a coach, well, it's not just the players that came. I think they brought a coach load of supporters with them as well. They're trying to intimidate Sarcelles here. Perhaps the end of a very good over, 29 without loss, as Rahmatullah Mary will go for 16 in that one. The first over went for the 13, so good start. See a nice shot there of the field. I love this shot. Gives you an idea of the way the field's been set until the standings will come and go pretty quickly, but shows you that both the Sarcelles team have made a good start, and a good start here from Ishan Yusufzai. Just gets a little bit of in swing. It looks like it's going to be a way swing actually when it first came out of his hand, but then at the last moment it starts to come back in. And that's just ill-directed, and that's another one that's going to be put away. And Misbah Saju, looking the business, isn't he? Looking the business. Played shots, the pull shot, the hook. He's played like the slog sweep. He's hit over the top to go over in the long off area. He looks stylish, looks elegant, he looks dangerous. Thomas Martinez saying, Saju knows how to play. Yep, Thomas Martinez, you're taking the words out of my mouth. And welcome to Monica Ramos Acosta as well. ¿Qué tal los dos? ¿Cómo pasa las cosas bien? Misses out on this one. It's a shot that he plays very well. At that time, it gets wrapped on the pad, but they're good backing up from Mohammed Shemu. We haven't seen too much of him actually. Just had the 3 balls. It's Shaju who's performing at the moment. probably going way down the leg side. And, well, now he gets his fingers busted. That is right at him. I don't think Yusuf Zai was quite expecting this throw from the close fielder. Watching Yusuf Zai. And Namari. And the fielder is backing up, and maybe Yusuf Zai didn't quite get the message. Better come back, better areas. Tall man is Yusuf Zai, dwarfing the umpire. Now then, I reckon this might have actually gone over the stumps. I think the umpires feel the same. Goes a long way across here, Saju. Doesn't want to get too carried away. I know he likes to play that shot. And it's not a bad over in the end from Yusuf Zai. Just the 6 come from it. He got away with a couple, including that last one. And on 2 other occasions, Saju has put those away to the boundary. So 37 without loss. So after seeing all those wickets go down in that last contest, it's a nice start from AC Stan. Yusuf Zai gets a good over in here. And Monica Rama saying, super bien. Así me gusta, super bien. Saying she's very well, in fact more than well. And why not? Cricket being played and some sensational shots. As this time it's Mohammed Shemu. It's his turn, and well, we know who that is. He's waiting to be on the field of play pretty soon. Of course, that is our friend from the Drew team, Wahid Abdul. Are you smiling now? I wonder if he'll be smiling later when they're playing. Drew will play just the 1 match today. And this is catchable, and it will be held. And the Bees, they sting back as they pick up the wicket. Shemu goes for the similar shot again, but this time finds the fielder, and the ball gets spiked into the ground just a meter from where he is. And there it is, he says, Ale. I do like it. I like the old spike. Why not? And it's time maybe for the Bees, the bumblebees, Sarcel will make a little bit of noise themselves. They quieten the spectators for a moment as Shemu goes for 8 of the 6 deliveries, and that was Ashkar who takes the catch there on the boundary. And a wicket there for Safi. Safi's having a very good day, isn't he? Remember, he picked up 4 in the first match, so he's 5 wickets in the day so far. It's Nazibullah is coming in now at number 3 to join Saju. Slower delivery, big appeal, but I suspect once again because of the angle, this is probably pitching to outside leg stick. Let's have a look at this. Well, a little bit of a high 5, but maybe, yeah, it can never be out. Even though the ball might have eventually come back a little bit and hit the leg stick, it's pitching outside the line of the leg stump. So Sajid Safi, he'd like to get a good appeal in there. It's good delivery, well bowled, and it's well played as well. This time plays this nicely down the ground, takes the single, gives the strike back now here to Misbah Saju, who looks like a guy you want to try and remove quite early. You see the way he bats there, though. I picked up on this earlier. He doesn't get that one away. Good areas. He seems to be very strong in his pads. If he gets a bit of width, he likes to play that shot over the top of the infield in that kind of wide, long off extra cover area. But it's an interesting stance he has. He leaves quite a big gap between bat and pad. Slow ball, but he gets it, and well, we've seen so many cap ejections. I don't know if we got the fielder here, but you will see maybe that the cap is going to be on the floor. It's a slow ball attempted. Watch the fielder here. Well, he shows his disgust, doesn't he? I think that's Ashgar. Ashgar, he's a character. Hello to Bizaway. As we'll see a low flying aircraft going above us. It always reminds me to give a shout out to our travel partners, Bizaway Travel. But Ashgar, I said this in the last match they played, his cap is off his head more than it's on. That boundary there right at the end takes the score to 50 for 1. As Sajad Safi, he goes for 13, though he did pick up that wicket off Shemu, the opener. And Shaju has moved to 39. They go back to the tall man, Yusuf Zai. And they run hard to take the single here. So Ula gets to the non-strikers end, and Shaju will look to go after Yusuf Zai. He bowled a very good first over. You've got to be careful with him. He seems to be getting the ball in good areas pretty regularly. Good lifting deliveries. Not the tallest, is he, Saju? But that doesn't mean nothing. Remember, we've already wished the little master himself a very happy birthday today. 1973, born on this day. The one, the only, the legendary, the master himself, Sachin Tendulkar, holds all kinds of records. Plays this pretty well, but should be just a single. Yeah, Sachin Tendulkar, born on this day in 73, of course, scored more test centuries and one-day centuries than any other batter. He holds a record for most runs and hundreds in both test and ODIs. And it's the only batter to have made 100 international centuries. Sachin Tendulkar, and at the age of 12 he eased to a century in his school for the under-17s in the Harris Shield. All right, now this could be a chance if anybody can get there, but it's going to drop short. So a bit of a miscue from Ula. And at 14 he would add a world record 664 with Vinod Kambli in the course of a run of scores of 207, 329 and 346, all not out. At 15 he made a century on his first class debut for Bombay, and at 16 he made his test debut against Pakistan. Sachin Tendulkar celebrates his birthday today, and a very humble guy as well. As that ball takes us to the halfway point with the AC stand on 53 for 1. It's time for me to welcome you into the igloo. Well, I'm doing my bit, everybody. I know that it's Peacock Friday tomorrow. Well, I won't be here tomorrow. It's time for me maybe to explore and perhaps get on the train and go into Paris. That's certainly what Danny Hudicek did do yesterday. Danny's just currently having some lunch, and he will replace me for the second innings. But yeah, I'm going colourful today, and hopefully I'm bringing out the sun. It has come out a few times, but I want to welcome you all into the igloo and say thank you for joining us today and enjoying the action. And what action we've had at the start of Group B. As we go now to Bashir, who the wild swing as this one goes in and through the Ula. Bashir started with a good first over, just the 13 that went from it. So I can understand why he's gone back. Yusuf Zai, by the way, I think his spell so far, 2 overs for 9. That one's just in the same area again. Wrong areas actually from Bashir. Bashir needs to probably learn from the line that Yusuf Zai bowled. Last over from Yusuf Zai. Yusuf Zai going for 3. He's total only going for 9. And depending how and what else happens in this match, that in its own right, it's like a player of the match performance. Yeah, Bashir just going too close to the batter. He needs to try and get that ball outside the off stump. Once again, wrong areas, and he'll get punished for it. He's bowling runs here. Shahar Bashir. Well, his name might be Bashir, but he's the one who's getting all the treatment. He's being bashed. And, well, somebody is bringing in some lunch for himself and maybe for his teammates. Well, quite handily for the Bees. Passed this one back. Shahab. Can he get it right this time round? Not really. It's still into the pads. I suppose the only difference here was a bit fuller. Now, you're going to have to be careful here because Misbah Shaju loves it on the pads. He's played some delightful shots there. He's probably already thinking that's where this ball is coming. Bashir has to try and get it outside the off. He does, but he finds the blade of the bat from Shaju. That's a glorious stroke, isn't it? Doesn't this look classy? And just like the way he starts, before you bowl to him, he kind of shows you his stance with the gap between the bat and the pad. Then he goes into baseball style mode and he just waits. But I love the way he's balanced and he gets into position so early to play that shot. That's a really good shot. Bashir here has gone for 19. Could go magical. High, catching chance if anybody can get there. Somebody's got to call it, and it's a really good catch. There he is again. Wonderful take. That is a fantastic catch. Merry. Well, he's certainly going to make them merry men with that catch. What a good catch that is. Rahmatullah Merry. Now, wicketkeeper and Merry were running towards each other. Merry called him off it. Wicketkeeper stopped. Excellent catch to remove a very good batter. And from what I've seen there from Saju, we're going to see a lot more of him. I can tell you that. He's a good player. But Bashir, I think he gets extremely lucky here. He goes once again for that heavy ball. And it works out for him. 72 for 2 at the end of 6. The over will go for 19, but he will pick up a wicket, and it's the big wicket of Shaju. What a great catch that is. Excellent catch. We've seen brilliant catching here today, and Rahmatullah Merry, who almost pulled off a one-handed beauty. Probably for me would have been one of the catches, easily one of the catches of the year so far. And would have gone down as one of our all-time greats when he was flying through the air with one hand. Some discussion here about something. I'm not sure what. As we're getting ready for the start of the next over, I can see that the captain, Zulkarnain Manawar, just says something to the umpire there about something. Not sure what it is about. The umpire's in communication with looks like with the scorers about something, but we will continue. The new batter. I think they're just waiting to give the information on the new batter, actually. I can tell you that, as that one's going to go once again in that area where that tells you the one thing that the Bees have done here. They just haven't bowled a good line. They've been a little bit too much down the leg side. Now, Munawar does like to, remember we said he's another one of these guys, he likes to go wide and angle the ball in. But he goes wide, angles it in, but he's too short, and that gets put away. So new batter is Nahid Hassan. He has to wait before he gets on strike because Ullah, who it's probably, that's fair to say, it's going to be a wide, too wide from Munawar. But it's probably fair to say that Sarcel have allowed Ullah to get in. They've just bowled Bashir in that last over, and it's the same here from Manawa. They've just bowled it at his pads and short at his pads, and he likes to play that shot. At least Manawa is looking to try and go outside the off, but he gets hold of this pretty good as well. And the sun is shining for AC Stan here on debut. And that's a lovely shot from Ulla this time, but again too short, but Nazib Ulla dealing with whatever comes his way. And now he's leaning on his bat quite casually as he waits for that one to come back. Yeah, lovely sunshine here now. And proper, what you'd call spring sunshine, you know. It's a bit hazy, and you can see that with it, nature is buzzing around us as well. And we've seen the bumblebees, we've seen the insects, the ants, the little helicopter-type fly things. I don't know what they are. Maybe they're a type of mosquito up, but they're hovering around. A few butterflies coming into the cube. Oh, it's lovely. It is. Gotta love spring. Unless you suffer from hay fever, I suppose. It's always the downside. Hello to the Trippy clan who join us as well. Nice to have you with us. Short, Gundy, no ball, gotta be. That's the 7 up. And Manawa, not quite what you'd expect from him. And Zulkarnain Manawa, who was the player of the match for his team, the captain in the last, he's got this completely wrong. So Ulla, Nazib Ulla, they have just bowled gifts at him. They've been gift wrapped. And that just shows you again, as that one is a little parcel wrapped up and said, here you go, get another one away. No mistakes at all. And 6 more. This over is in danger of going huge. Well, I suppose we'll find out a little bit about what this that signal means from Wahid Abdul. They're all in it now. Well, that's Cameron Ahmed's eye. Well, there you go. And of course, we will see Drew in the next match, match number 19. They'll be playing PFC Sarcelle. And that is 6 more. This over has gone huge at the moment here. It's gone 6. Then there was a wide called 6. I don't even know if this is up to date because on mine here I don't see the no ball on there. There he goes for another one, and he'll get it. Hitting 6s for fun at the moment. Shaba, Shaba. Balle, balle, balle. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Es uno otro. Well, incredible stuff. Mulawa is being taken to the cleaners. Well, this one's going to get behind the keeper. I don't blame the batter for going for another 6, but it's going to go behind and go all the way to the boundary. And so at least this one don't go for 6, but when you bear in mind there was one that went for a 7 up. So where we are here, once again, apologies that we seem to have lost the graphics again. It's been signaled 6 actually. That one's been signaled 6. Now, am I right in feeling that every ball in that over went for 6? The graphics have gone here now, so I'm waiting for confirmation. And what we can do is have a look at of course, Group A, Royal 94 and Paris University Club. I've booked their place in Sunday's final. Group B just started here today. It's been a good start for both the Sarcelle sides, both winning their first match. That I'm still waiting for confirmation on that last over. I think that last over went massive. And we've got the score that's come up. All right, I'm going to have to do this old school then. So old school way, I type in that, and minus that. I made up 44 came in that last over. That's right, you heard me right. And if 44 came in the last over, I reckon we did have 6 sixes. Well, the sixes continue, as that's another one that gets blasted away. I think our scoring system just couldn't cope with it. I'm waiting for confirmation, but I think that over from Wunawar went for 44. I know there was a no ball 6 in there, so I'm just waiting for that confirmation. I think that was 6 sixes in the over, and it might, well, it's crazy stuff. I'm trying to work it out here. I think it was 6 sixes in an over. We'll have to wait and see. Right, this one in the air. It's 6 more. Oh, well, it's raining sixes at the moment. It is raining sixes at the moment. Incredible stuff. And AC Stone are just having a field day here. Having a field day. The scorers can't keep up with it. They've broken the scoring system. At least we have it on the screens. So we'll just take a single this. Well, what's the fielder done here? Well, Rotulameri, I don't know if you can quickly have a look at this bit of fielding. Well, there he is going back to, he picks it up, thinks about, I think, throwing it in and changes his mind and just ends up throwing it into the floor. No damage done. Hit hard over the fielder, bounces just to the right of us. It's another boundary. It's another 6. Sixes being smashed all over the place. Incredible what we're seeing here. And the Bumblebees, well, they are being attacked. They've lost this thing. They've lost their way. They're going to be chasing a big score here. Expected now around about that 170 mark. It's hit pretty well in the gap for more. And I think the combination of big hard hitting, a lot of noise being made by the batting side and their supporters have really got them rattled big time. And this is just all going completely pear-shaped. You can see that 139, 2 wickets down. Ula has just gone wild as he goes big again. Now he's back into the 70s, 74, and it's quite amazing. He's gone to 74, and yet he was 28 and 11. He made a slow start, but they started bowling to him and bowling down his legs. That's another one that went through, I think, the tower this time. That's 3 in the tower. 8 overs completed, 145 for 2, and the runs that are being scored here at the moment are just incredible. That over goes, I think, I'm just guessing here, folks. I'm using my calculator and using my pen and paper and guessing. I think that one also goes for a supersonic. Oh, just madness. Madness. Absolute madness here. Still 2 overs to go. Gets played away. It'll just be a single this time by the man who's really enjoying himself out there. And Ulla with it looks like a kind of a pink helmet, doesn't it? I wouldn't say quite red. All right, I suppose you had to go back to Safi, see if you can make something happen. Smashed, and this one is just to the right of the Igloo. The 150 now up on the board. We still haven't got our scoring system backing up. It just seems to have gone and trying to get it fired back up. I think the scorers are going to have a bit of time to try and sort this out. Incredible striking. It really is incredible. And Ula now 80 of 20 deliveries. The hitting has been exceptional. And they seem to have I've said this before, I think the bowlers, especially early on there, the likes of particularly Bashir, just helped him get in. And then of course, Munir. We'll never know. I still want to see that over from Munir. I don't know if I'm going to be able to talk to you guys through it in this innings, as this is another one that gets whacked away. ਆ ਦੇਖ ਲਓ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਨਾ ਇੰਨੀਆਂ ਜੁੱਤੀਆਂ ਪੈ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨਾ ਬੋਲਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਮੈਂ ਕਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਚੰਗੇ ਛਿੱਤਰ ਪੈ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕੋਈ ਜਵਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਸਕਦੇ ਬੋਲਰ ਕੋਈ ਜਵਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਸਕਦੇ It's just carnage. That's the only way to describe it is carnage. Slower, changes the angle, but it's still the same result. It doesn't matter where they come from. It's whether it's over the wicket or around the wicket. They're still going all in one place. Ullah is on course for a century here. He is on course for a century on debut for Ace Eastern. This is the Hall of Fame. Omar Mustafa did it in the internationals. One is going to be just a single. Well, here we go. Let's have a look at this. So this is the centuries. Simranjit Singh, Punjab did it. We saw Omar Mustafa do it there in Portugal as well. And are we going to see the first here in France? Slow. And I like the way that this is Hassan has got the matching, hasn't he? He's got the matching everything. And he's got the matching lid and the matching pads. All right. So 9 overs have been completed. It means that Ullah gets on strike. That's why they're not even thinking about taking a run there. 20 come off that over. I still can't. The system's completely gone, so I can't confirm the over score, especially the over from Munawar. Unless it comes up here. Let's see, Munawar. Yeah, I was right. He went for 44 in the over. In 1 over, 44. That is just crazy. And I'm still 100% certain that we saw every ball smashed to the boundary. Talking about boundaries in the air. They take just a single. So, on century hunt, Izula has to go to the other end. Hassan. Now, if I'm the captain here for Sarcelle, I'm bringing everybody in because surely you've got to think that Hassan here is going to just try and tip and run. And gets bat on ball. Will take the single. Ullah back on strike. Nazib Ullah looking to bring up a century. What a knock it's been for a team on debut. Quite exceptional. Oh, it's gone right through him. They're all shouting 2-2-2. He will go back on strike. I think that one, is it going to go down as buys? Yeah, buys. It goes to buys. Well, incredible what we're witnessing here. What a way to start on the network. Never played before. And that will be it. It's high, it's mighty, it's 6. We have a centurion, everybody. We have a centurion. We have a first century of this European Cricket Series in France in Dreux. The first one, and what a knock it's been. Nazibullah has done it 100 of 26 deliveries. What a start on debut. Your first knock on the European Cricket Network. And he wants a wide here. He's not going to get one. The umpire believes it catches a bit of the line. 100. Fantastic knock. He'll have his name in the Hall of Fame. And he gets a little bit of a inside edge on this. Well, he's saying, get back. What are you doing? He's saying, what are you doing? You're going to try and run me out? I want to stay not out here. Eventually, it will be Hassan who will go. It was the last ball of the innings. You can see Hassan had the right idea, but Nazibullah says, I'm going there nowhere. That's a lovely moment there from Amjad Sandhu as well. Applauding, not just applauding Ullah, but giving him a little hug. What a knock it's been. It's been exceptional. He didn't start that well, it has to be said, but I mentioned at the time that Bashir just started to deliver some deliveries to him on the leg side, which he took a liking to. Then after that, he just never stopped pumping it to the boundary. The first time playing on the European Cricket Network. And we see a century from Nazibullah. And the hitting was just clinical. And there was a lot of hurt and a lot of pain in there as well. And it all started with the player of the match for Sarcelle in the last match there, Captain Munawar. He came on to bowl and got blasted for 44 in 1 over. And then the hitting, the assault, just did not stop. They were excited. They were making some noise. And the coach full of spectators that they brought with them, their fans, they certainly made some noise as well. It was just total carnage. It really was total carnage. So much hitting, in fact, that it even broke our system. Well, Wahid Abdullah, he was doing his kind of celebrations. And, well, talk about celebrations. There weren't that many on the field. That was a catch taken. So Safi did pick up another wicket, but that would be all we would see. As then after that, Ullah managed to do what a lot of batters today here haven't managed to do, and that is keep hold of the ball. This was an excellent catch from Mary, and he was delighted by it. We thought that maybe that wouldn't make a change, as that was Saju who got out, he too was hitting the ball brilliantly well. He made 46 or just 20, but once he went, then we saw shot after shot after shot. Everyone almost better than the last. All parts of the ground, you saw that. He hit to all parts of the ground. And in the end, an excellent century was completed. And a fast century as well. And one of the finest and one of the quickest. Once again, the tower was in danger. Thumbs up. Yep, we're good to go. And just look at them. They waited, they hovered, and eventually he would get there in brilliant form. This was it, actually. That was the ball that was muscled to the boundary for the 6, and that sparked jubilation and joy and scenes that Nazibullah will remember for the rest of his life as he becomes another player to enter our Hall of Fame after a sensational century. And this at the end says, hey, I just scored a century. I want that not out to my name. You're the one who's going to have to go. He doesn't move out of his crease. Handshakes all around. And this was a lovely moment here as well, as it was Amjad Sandhu who catches up with him and gives him a lovely cuddle. What a match this is going to turn out to be. I mean, so many runs on the board, though. And it's going to be interesting to see how the Bumblebees are going to respond here. CSPT, 176 on the board. So 177 required for victory. An outstanding innings. We've seen a century. I know I've enjoyed it. I know that Danny, who will be joining you for the second innings, he sat by and watched a marvellous innings unfold. Nazibullah, the captain as well, scores 101, not out of 28 deliveries. Put a great partnership together there with Saju as well. And between them, they've ensured that on debut, AC Stan have put a great score on the board, 176 for 3. I'm going to take a short break here now. And, well, in fact, a little bit longer than normal, because I think it's time for me to calm down a little bit and have a bit of lunch. Danny Hudacek will be back in 10 minutes' time to talk you through the reply from Sarcelle.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
So welcome back everyone to this European Cricket Series, France from lovely Dreux, where we're seeing a match between CSPT Sarcelles and Stein. I had a bit of a chat to one of the players from Stein. They like being called Sta. Don't quite know why, but we might go with that. So 176. Some of those boys could bat. I saw it from a distance, but boy, that was impressive. And so 176, the first innings total, 177 to win. They need to get it in 7 overs or less. The Sarcelles to get their bonus point. Still need 123 to get to stop Star from getting their bonus point as well. So interesting. Let's see how they bowl. They bat pretty well. And Nazibullah with 100. It's very impressive. So, I did have a chat to one of the Dreux players. I think we'll see up next. And they have never seen them play. So a bit of a mystery to teams here. I said that a lot of these teams know each other. Well, I know that Stein, the town, is up near Saint-Denis. We saw a Saint-Denis side earlier, and the two Sarcelles teams are just a little bit further north than that. So they obviously know each other. As we see, first ball of this innings. Oh, it's close, you know. Umpire gives him. Not a great start for Sarcelles, but Star, they are loving this. So, first baller for Atik. In fact, not Atik. Atik's still there. I think it's, let's have a look. Scoring's down at the moment, so I'll bring you that in a moment. So, Zakaria Atik is still there. I think it might be Ramatullah Mary, but great start for Star with the, in fact, it's Samiullah Mary. 3 of them in the side. But Star, fantastic start. Wicket, very first ball. Couldn't get much worse for Sarcelles. Here comes Shahan again. Nice shot through the gap. Should be 4, and it is. You see a little half volley outside of stump. Gets him off the mark, and gets the runs going for Sarcelles. So he moved away from it. And got there eventually. Caught up with it. And 4 runs for Bashir. So Wakas Bashir, the wicketkeeper. Got a lot of runs to get. It's possible. Sean comes in again. Plays it, almost went back onto his stumps. Got an inside edge onto himself. Good to see everyone in the chat. Looks like it's going off a bit. But lots of familiar names in there. Hi Thomas, how you doing? Wayne again. And this one's going to be called a wide. So I think Dave's taking a bit of a break, doing something, rehearsing for a gig. Get the runs down so far. 3 balls gone, taking a wicket, 5 runs from the over, and that's a good Yorker, no run. Got that short mid-wicket in. Interesting, haven't seen that at all really over this week, including the internationals. It's a good run-saving position and also an attacking position. Lots of catches go in that area if they are miss-hit. Comes a bowler again. And down leg side, called a wide, got through the keeper, and that'll be 5. So that's the wide, and the buys goes to the keeper, unfortunately. Not much you can do about it, really. $10 on the board. So they need around about 18 and over. They're behind with that. They've lost a wicket first up. Bowler comes in again and hit pretty nicely. There's a gap there. And with the field up, that's another 4 runs to Bashir. 14 on the board with loss of 1 wicket. 1 ball to come. I said they need 18 and over, so they're pretty much on the mark to get that here. Comes in again and lifted over the top. That should be 4 again. 1 bounce and over the rope. So, well, they got the 18 they needed off that over. So they're on target. Just need 9 more of those to win this game. I'd like to thank Rico for taking the first innings off, or letting me have the first innings off and taking the first innings. 88 matches since the last golden ball. It's been 2 very even games so far today. And we could have had a golden ball in either of them. As you can see, the Hall of Fame with Nazib Ullah down there, 101 not out. It's the 16th century we've had so far in 2025. So congratulations to him. First one of the tournament here in France. In fact, first one since Zain Naqvi's 160, which was a lovely innings to watch. All right, new bowler comes into the left-hander, and a bit of an appeal. I don't know about that one. A lot of things happen. Tanbir Aziz, yeah, I thought he might have copped it in the head. Don't know what it came off. I'm not. Is it an LBW shot? Hold on, let's have a look. Did it come off the bat or it came off the pad? Way outside leg stump. Not a great appeal. Well, in fact, fantastic appeal. But that was never going to be out. But it did flick up off the flap and right into the helmet of the batsman. But optimistic appeal from Tanbir. They're right up for everything, though, these boys. He's going to appeal again. But good start again from Star. Not sure why they're calling it start rather than Star, but we'll go with their wishes, I think. So Aziz comes in, bowling to Bashir. Gets hold of that one. Nice shot, 4 runs. It's over the infield. Lovely cricket shot. Have a look at this one. Stays pretty still. Very safe shot. Just 1 bounce. That's what he's doing at the moment. He's hitting a lot of 4s. I think it's his 4th one. Atik only faced 1 delivery. Still hasn't got off the mark. 23 on the board, just for the loss of that 1 wicket. Aziz comes in again. And this one could be called a wide. Umpire lifts his arms to himself. Says, that's a fair delivery. Been a good over here. Just 4 from it. A couple of balls left in this one. But, as you can tell from what happened in the last game, a few big overs can really pump up that score. So it's not too worrisome that they're not getting runs off this over. That's going to be called a wide. Well wide. Have to bowl it again. Still a couple of balls left. As mentioned, 177 the target. We did have an over where a batsman scored 44 from it, which is pretty big in any form of cricket. Comes in again. Again lifted over the top. Another 4 runs. Good shot again from Bashir. Only scores in 4s. So, picked the gap over the top. That's done that pretty well, actually. Just lifting over that infield. Of course, there's another over left of the power play. 3 over power plays. So the field has to be in, only 2 players back. I'll let you know where they are in a moment. Digs that one out. No run, good bowling. Good end to the over. Pretty good one from Aziz, only 9 coming from it. And at the end of 2, Sarcelles are 28 for 1. So we'll see if they go back to the opener, or they might change it up. I'll look at the bowl in a moment, but again, the weather here is holding off. We were supposed to have a little bit of rain maybe around about midday. That's not happening. We might get a little bit at the end of the day as well, but hopefully not. So a little bit when we started, just a slight drizzle, made the surface a bit slick, but nothing like we had yesterday. So Shahan will come around the wicket to the left-hander, who hits it nicely over the top, and it's gone all the way for 6. Nice shot. Gave him a bit of room, and all the noise you hear now is from Sarcelles, who won the game first up today against Saint-Denis. Let's see if Shahan can get this a bit better. Nice shot again. There's a player back there though. Just a single. Good field placement by the skipper. Moves on to 20. Oh, sorry, Atik moves on to 7. Bashir's on 20. The right-hander. Said 2 men back. There's the long on. And a sweeper on the offside. And fair delivery, says the umpire. Thinking about it. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it's on that line. Good call. Of course, that line now favours the bowler. So even if it clips a bit of it, should be called a legal delivery. Horse is in the air. Keeper's going to take a simple catch. End of Bashir. And another wicket for Shahan. 35 for 2 now. Just is a bit late on it. And scooped it up. Simple catch for the keeper. That is Sabir Hussain. A new batsman comes in. It is Munawar, the captain for Sarcelles. Did score a lot of runs. It's 82, I think, in the first game this morning. He'll want to repeat that. He's a big hitter of the ball, and well, he got Munawar when he was bowling 44 off his over. He'll want to make amends. Ball comes in and hits it in the air. Could be gone. And gets a first bowler. It's a game he'll want to forget. Zulkarnain Munawar, 44 off an over and a golden quacker. Hopefully he can lift his team. Right, on a hat trick. Surely not. It's been 100 scored by Nazib Ullah by Star in the first innings. The captain for Star. And well, there's a hat trick on for Mohammad Shahan. He's going to come around wicket to the left-hander. It is Shahar Bashir. Hat trick Hall of Fame. Here we go. On for the hat trick. And nicely played forward. Oh, chance for a run out. He's gone. What team hat trick? Mix up. That's disaster for Sarcelles, and the wheels have well and truly fallen off. Not quite a hat trick, but 3 wickets in 3 balls. Terrible mix-up between the batsmen. Let's have a look at this. So he's just prodded it, started to run and went, nah. And just left his batting partner completely stranded. That's not good running between the wickets. Especially for a batsman who was starting to hit the ball pretty nicely. So another wicket down. And, well, Sarcelles are struggling. Well, big over. 35 for 4 at the end of the power play. And chasing a lot. So it's now very quiet in the dugout for Sarcelles, where about an over ago it was pretty loud. Bowler comes in and hit to the covers. They'll go for 1. Pretty comfortable. Mohammed Shemu was the bowler. With the bun in the hair. Coming around on the wicket for the left-hander is Shabab Bashir. And swing and a miss. Good bowling. Nice and tight. Been impressed with what I've seen from Star. They look a very well disciplined side so far. Very emotional with their spectators pumping them up, especially when Ullah was hitting all the ground around the ground. That's 4 runs. Nice shot down on one knee by Shabab. So we'll have to bring out something special, as with the rest of the Sarcelles squad. 40 for 4. Still going at just about 10 and over. It's a nice shot, cracked off the bat. That's 6 runs, a low, flat 6. Supercomputer not real keen on giving Sarcelles any chance in this game, only 1%. Still not over, a couple of big overs would help, but at the moment they already need over 20 and over. Now you could do that 1 over or 2, but difficult to continue doing that for the whole innings. This one's been hit straight, just a single. Well, the first thing I should be looking at, Sarcelles, is getting the 123 they need to avoid losing that bonus point. They desperately need that. It's going to be a very tight group. Though coming up as well, a very good side. This is hit just to the leg side, just another single. Pretty tidy over from Shahid. 13 from it. Was that one big 6? And at the end of 4, the CSPT Sarcelles are 48 for 4. Hope you're enjoying watching this cricket from France. We've seen Group A include yesterday with Royals and PUC going through to the finals on Sunday, and we're just seeing the first teams here in Group B. First time we've seen Star. Saw Sarcelles this morning beat Sandoni. So a little bit of spin coming on. It's Rabbani Khan. Then just gets a bit of pad on it. No run. Taking the pace off now. Pretty good idea, actually. I've seen quite a few slow bowlers so far this morning and this afternoon. Another one that beats the bat, beats the keeper as well. They'll take a bye. So Asker is the batsman who will be facing the left-hander. Umar Asker stays over the wicket, the bowler, and hit the pad. Very optimistic appeal, both pitching and going down leg. Pitching outside leg, I should say. Comes in again. Charges, smashes it for 6. Right into the tent of the Star team. Yeah, holds the pose. They'll need a lot more of those. Took the risk, came out of his crease. Good shot by Bashir. That's Shahab Bashir. That one called a wide. Still a pretty tidy over. In fact, that 6 is the only runs that have come from the bat. This one. 56 for 4. And gets that off the toe end. Just a single. Bring Ashka back on strike for the final delivery. Just checking the ball. Not quite sure why. Maybe a chunk out of it. Having a chunk out of something. The batsman looking at his bat. And I'll make that 1 ball left. Batsman having a bit of a chat. I think they're replacing the ball. These Grizzlies are pretty hard, so I'm not quite sure what happened to that. And well, they want to replace the bat, I think, but been called back by the ECN crew. So he can do it at the end of the over because the batsman is not facing this delivery. So Maushka will face the final delivery of this over. We'll get to the halfway mark. The innings hit straight back, trying to kill his batting partner. Just a single again. 9 runs off the over. It's past the point of no return, really. It's almost at 24 and over needed for Salcel and damage limitation. Here's what's coming up on the network in the next few weeks. So Francis will finish on Sunday with the finals. You know the two teams of the 4 that will get to that series. Then Malta, the spring series from there with some ECS, ECIs and T20Is as well. Belgium, an international tournament in Czechia. The Liberation Series in Jersey, and then off to Greece for the next couple of weeks. Of course, lots more happening on the European Cricket Network all year. European cricket day and night sometimes. And this has been hit, big edge. It'll go for 4. Another 4 runs to the total. They'll have to do a lot though to get even the 124 they need. So they need that for that point, the extra point. So Star might get, they might get all the points out of this game. Looking pretty good for them at the moment. I think the victory is off the cards. Well, that'll help. Nice 6, just over the boundary. And Asker moves the score along. Right off the toe of the bat. Didn't get all of it, but got enough. Mohammad Shimu was the bowler. Or is it Mohammad? No, it's Shahid at the bowler. And again, nice shot, 6 runs. So it is number 110, not 10. In fact, it is just 6. Just 6. I think I saw the I saw the fielder call it as well. Good sportsmanship. There you go. 110. The dodgy number taped on. $74 for 4. And Salcel, well, they'll go home after this game because they played the first game. Bit of a top edge over the fielder. Should go for 4. It's been, I don't know. I think it's been indicated that by the other fielder that it was all okay. Let's have another look. So it's bounced. Fielder does pretty well and holds on to it there. His hand is in the field of play. I think it's okay. Well, this one's coming to me. I was glad I was watching the monitor. I'll go and do some fielding. There we go. So glad I put my head up because I was watching the monitor and the replay. I heard the ball get hit. It's coming right at me. So a bit tamer than some of the other shots we've seen come our direction. It was Sarcell that won the toss, decided to bowl. See what they could do to this star lineup, and well, they delivered. Of course, it's in the first 100 of this tournament by the skipper for Star, Nazib Ullah. Oh, this is high in the air. 6 runs again, and it's caught by one of the Star onlookers. In fact, it was the scorer, or the scoreboard attendant, I should say. Comes in again, and pitching outside leg, I think. Oh, I can't quite believe it. But I think when he sees the replay, he realised that it's probably not a great shout. And it's the skipper, Nasib Ullah, who's bowling. And that one's, again, they like this appealing, don't they? Let's look at this one. So, always had his foot down. Taken in front of the stump. Should be a no ball, I think. Should be a no ball. And let's see if they pick up on it. In fact, there's a bit of a delay. But, yeah, missed by the umpire. Well, that was taken in front of the stumps. Should have been a no ball. Of course, can't necessarily have all the replays. So 89 for 4. A couple of balls left of the 7th. Nicely hit shot. There's a player out there. Takes the catch, gets a wicket. And Ullah's day is getting better. Nice catch out there at the end of Umair Ashka. So didn't quite get all of it. Player coming in. Nicely taken catch out there. And that is Misbah Saju. Came in from the boundary. And Sarcell. It's all going a bit slow for them. New batsman is Insanullah Mary, another one of the brothers. 3 in the lineup. Apparently the 6 altogether are the Mary brothers who play for the club. We're facing Nazib Ullah. Big swing and a miss, good delivery. And a pretty good over in the end. 89 for 5. Look here, here's what's coming up next. We're going to see PFC Sarcell again against Dreux. This should be a pretty good game. So PFC, they had a good win in the previous game against Evry and Dreux. You see some big names. It's Ahmed Nabi up the top, the captain. But lots of big names in the Dreux lineup, of course. They were champions in Khartoum a couple of years ago, beating everyone out with some power hitting, which is a highlight of their play. And it's their home ground. Definite favourites for this tournament. But we'll see what they come up with in this year's iteration of the French ECS. Second year we're here in France, and fantastic facility up in Dreux. So 91 for 5, 124 is the score they're looking at the moment. They still need about 12.5 and over. And this one's hit to the fielder. That's Mohammed Shahan. And he was in two minds whether to come forward or just stop the boundary. I think he made the correct decision. Side off stump, and just a dot ball. Rabbani Khan, the bowler, comes in again. And it's hit nicely. That'll be 6. Nice shot. Got it just where he wanted it and put it over the boundary. It'll help towards that total. And, Vincent Olamiri moves on. Bashir's on 27. Just about to reach 100 now. Our Sarcel. Comes in again. Just dragged down from outside off stump. Just be a single. Oh, they'll get a second one. If they were looking, they would have got a second one. But awareness wasn't really there. I think they're a bit distracted by the fact that they still need about close to 80 odd to win this game. They're going to go down, but they need that 124. And that's what they should be concentrating on. I'm sure the skipper will be maybe communicating that, although he hasn't had the best of games, has Manawar. Man of the match in the first game, and 44 for 1 over and a golden duck in this one. Nice shot, turned around the corner, and I think it's 6. Well, I think it was indicated. Let's have another look. It was close to that boundary, I thought, but that is quite far away. That is 6 by a good metre and a bit. A nice shot. Mullah comes in again. And another 6. Nice shot again. Used his feet well, got in a position early and smashed it over cow corner. 111 now. Well, they should get the 124, especially if these two are in. It's a good little partnership between these two. Comes the skipper, Ullah. This is hit well, and 4 runs. Again into that same gap. Got in position, moved across slightly. And a good shot there from Intanullah Mary. Ullah comes in. Again, used his feet well. Dragged it across. Just be a single. I'll bring Mr. X, man with no number, Shahab Bashir, back on strike. Well, 61 off 8 at 45 and over. And even a couple of overs of Manawar won't get there. Oh, it's going to be would have been stumped. Umpire going for the replay. Made a bit of a mess of it. Let's have a look from side on. So, ball's come to, he's dropped it. At least his hands were in behind the stumps this time. And, well, have a look. Took him a while. Ball went down. Oh, he's out. He's out. Didn't have his bat down. It did take a while. And good call to ask for the replay by the umpire. That's gone. Well, good work from the keeper eventually. And that's the end of Mr. X, Shabab Bashir. He'll have to go for a good 20-odd. Still a bit of work to do. New batsman is Sajjad Safi, who took 4 wickets in the first game. But got a bit of a pounding in this one. Everyone did except for there was one bowler who went for about 9 off his 2 overs, which is a bit rare. I know Rico was commenting on that before. And that could be out as well, you know. Got him. Well, he's on a hat trick. And again, won't you think they stabilised everything? Lost another wheel of Sarcel. Let's have a look. And no problem. Oh, very, very close. There we go. And I think, yeah. Oh, it's just that one in between frames. Umpire had no doubt. I still have a bit of a doubt, but it's going too close to call. Unfortunate, maybe the batsman The bat looks down there. I don't know. Well, umpire had no problems with giving it out, so that's out. Sometimes the technology does get in the way. And well, it was on a hat trick, and it would have been a team hat trick. Good backing up, because that was flung at the stumps. So we missed the fact that it was a hat trick ball. Have a look at this. I think there was a slight collision between Amjad Sandhu and the bowler. Have a look at this. So I think he went to throw it. Oh, maybe not. Just missed. Been a good over though from Tanbir Aziz. So far, in fact, it wasn't a hat-trick ball because he wasn't on a hat-trick because it's a different bowler. It was the end of the over. My apologies. Things happen pretty quickly here. This one's a nice shot and is dropped, I think. Well, it doesn't matter. It was run out. So it's happening at breakneck speed here. I think it was Muhammad Shahid. It got blocked by the edge of the tent. In fact, it was the awning, the dreaded awning, that we need to remove, I think, if it's not going to rain. So I think he was dropped. Let's have a look. So this is the running. Yep, was dropped, as you can see by the bowler, but then they went for a run for no reason. And I'm just saying who throws his bat, again for no reason. 118 for 8. So they need 6 runs to get the point. It's 4 balls remaining. It's almost like a mini weird golden ball. Tanbir Aziz comes in and gets a dot ball. Good bowling. So remember, 124 is the target to get a point for Sarcell. But if Star were to either bowl them out or not allow them to get the runs they need, they will get 4 points out of this game, their first ever on the network. And another good delivery. And Star, they've come here to play. Looking really good. As I said before, Dreux had never seen them play. I'm sure that the other teams around that area, around the north of Paris, have seen them. So maybe no surprises from Sarcell. A few of the other teams from that area, but Dreux, slightly different region. Full toss should be a no ball, I think. Looked pretty high to me. And well, I think we'll have a look at it. That looks pretty high. Let's have a look at the side on. Oh, borderline. I think he'd get away with it. Well, they need a 6 here. And they won't get it. 4 points for Star in their first game on the network. Good bowling from Aziz at the end. And that's it. 9 down for 119. Sarcell well beaten here. Star looking like contenders. If they continue this form in Group B, they'll be right up with the top teams to get into that final on Sunday. Very, very impressive debut for them. Sarcell, well, they won one earlier today. They got 3 points out of that, and then that's the CSPT Sarcell, not the PFC Sarcell, which we'll just see in a moment. So this is the game coming up. Dreux, first time we'll see Dreux with Nabi, captain, who's a bit of a star of French cricket, but some really good players. Kamran Ahmadzai as well in that team. So we'll see some of the highlights here. That's coming up shortly. So that was the first one, and given out. Was coming in from quite a way, hit him pretty full. That was an optimistic appeal, hitting the flap, pitched outside leg, and then smashing the helmet. But they did like the appeal. It did Star. So they just kept on getting wickets. This is the court behind. nothing doing. The hair's looking pretty handsome. So really never got going at all, especially for this man who had an absolute mare. The skipper, Zulkarnain Munawa for Sarcelles. And again, talking about mares, this was a terrible run out. But some good hitting along the way. And Sarcelles, I know they'll be back and stronger than ever in the next game they play. They'll be back again tomorrow. But this was one where he got very close to the boundary. All sort of went well for Star in this game. The batting was excellent. And then, again, some pretty good bowling. Don't know if they've got much to blast through a team. In saying that, though, they kept on getting wickets. This was the stumping. It was dropped. And there was another stumping just after. This one a bit closer. I don't know if you call it a rough call, but the umpire had no doubt. Anyway, good win for Star. First on the network. This is a drop catch and another run out. There we go. And a bit of an iffy second run, but kicking down the stumps for no reason and then picking him up just so he doesn't incur the wrath of the umpires. And this was the last over. And the last ball, wrapping it up. Not quite bowling them out, but 9 wickets down. Big hug there for the umpire from Tanbir Aziz. Normally it's a handshake, mate, but that's okay. A hug's fine. I'm sure he appreciated. Don't know if umpires get too many hugs along the way. So we'll have a look at the scorecard in just a moment. You see the lovely overhead shot of the haunted forest and the scary hospital in the top left. So it started off badly. So Samiula gets a first baller. Atik was run out for 7. Then scores by Bashir. The two Bashirs, both Bakas and Shahab Bashir, Umer Ashka, and also Insanullah Mehdi. But honestly, no one really went on with the score, and they suffered because of it. Tanbir Aziz, look at that, one for 12 off his 2. Really good bowling figures. Muhammad Shahid a little bit more expensive, but generally pretty good bowling figures. All up 3 for the skipper, Nazib Ullah, who I would hazard a guess that he might be man of the match with 3 wickets and 100. But Mohammad Shahan right at the top got a wicket first ball, really put Sarcelles on the back foot. 10 extras, which is not great, but could be worse. 119 for 9, and they get all 4 points from this game to AC Star, as we see here. So, yeah. His son, Yusuf Sai, with none for 9 of his 2. I think the pick of the bowlers for Sarcelles, but the others going for a lot. Wicket for Bashir and Safi. At the highlight there, Nazib Ullah, 101 from 28. Very good going. And again, 3 wickets for Nazib Ullah, the man of the match, and Mohammad Shahan as well. So, 57-run win, a bit of a blowout for AC Star on their first sight of the prize. So in this European Cricket Series match, well, series, I guess, from France. We have about 24 minutes before the next game between PFC Sarcelles, who had a win earlier in the game against Evry, or in the day, against the much fancied Dreux, the home team here. That'll be our first sighter of them. We're back then to see that match. Rico will join me again for that, and see you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and the waiting is over because for this match, match number 19, we are going to see the reigning champions Dreux in action. But they got an interesting match for me because PFC Sarcelles were unbelievable in their very first match. They were on debut and they got a win against the highly rated Every side. Can they continue in that form? We'll have to wait and see how they perform against the reigning champions. First things first though, let's go straight over to Joe Foster for the coin toss.
Okay, PFC at home, Dreux to call. Tails is a call. And it comes up heads. What would you like to do, PFC? Okay, PFC have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl.
Thank you very much, Joe. So PFC Sarcelles, they are going to have a bowl first. Kind of a risky move, but I understand it. I think you're hoping that Dreux, they're going to be maybe a little bit rusty with the bat, but it's a gamble that you have to, I suppose you have to try and take and then back yourself to get the win. I think for them, Hussein Shahzad was just absolutely fantastic with the bat and with the ball. He got the half century that they needed to pull off that win over Every, but can he do it again? And will some of the other players also stand up? I like what Mohamed Irfan did towards the end of that innings as well. Let's talk though a little bit about the reigning champions. Not only the champions here, but back in 2023, they also won the European Cricket League, and the memorabilia around the ground, particularly in the clubhouse, to do with that win is quite exceptional. It takes you back to that fantastic time for the club and for this beautiful city. Good players though. A lot of people are asking, will we see the best of Nabi this time around? Of course, Ahmed Nabi is a brutal hitter of the ball, though it's fair to say the last couple of times that we've seen him on the network, he hasn't been at his best. But people who have been at their best, well, you just have to, there's so many players to think about and talk about here. Can't mention them all at the same time, but Hamza Niaz, what a great player he is. You got Mohamed Nisar. Both these guys have scored centuries on the European Cricket Network. Cameron Ahmadzai, we saw his performances in the internationals. He's the guy who's eyeing up 50 wickets on the network, but a very good all-rounder as well. Got something like 800 runs to his name. You got Waleed Abdul. We've seen him sitting and doing his, well, we'll have to find out what those celebrations are all about, maybe when we talk to him. Of course, he was famous for the shoe phone celebration. And then you also got players like Mohamed Rafa in the side. There are so many good players in this side, and even though one or two of them may not perform, somebody always comes up and performs. But I do believe this is going to be a good test for them because, as I said, PFC Sarcelles certainly did perform very well in their first match. Getting a win on debut could they cause another upset. Let's go straight over to Danny Hudacek. Danny is going to be Sarcelles with the ball.
Merci Rico, and welcome back here to Dreux. And we see the hometown heroes of Dreux in their first game of this tournament in Group B against PFC Sarcelles. Had a good win against much fancied Every side. You see here the two lineups. So they Sarcelles have won the toss, elected to bowl. Well, it was the captain Ramiz Ihsan who took apart the top order of Every earlier on. He comes from wide of the crease and angles the ball in, gets a bit of in-swing as well, and took out 4 wickets in the top order of Every. It'll be a difficult proposition, as you can see. Dreux 89% favourites here. And they've got a scary batting lineup. Ahmed Nabi, it's my first time seeing him live. I've seen all the highlights though, and there's so many of them. He hits the ball a mile. He'll be there. And as Rico mentioned, Mohamed Nisar, Hamza Niaz, Cameron Ahmadzai, we saw a little bit of, well, quite a bit of against Sweden. Started the tournament very, very well there, then faded. But this is their home pitch against an opposition that they, I'm sure they know very well. Here's the first ball. And, oh, edge! Dropped by the keeper. It was a tough one. That would have been a huge wicket first up. And they get off the mark. That's unfortunate there. This bowler is having a great day. Big smile on his face. Ramiz Ihsan. And one night they picked up their the first win this morning. Look at that thick edge. Keeper sticks out a hand. And unfortunate, tough chance for the keeper. That's Bashir Umar. If it had stuck, it would have been huge. It's Hamza Niaz that gets off the mark. Brings Nabi on strike. He's taking guard. And well, his reputation precedes him. Does Ahmed Nabi. Also, as Rico said, not been in the greatest form. That's down leg side, called a wide. They're not taking the extra, just be re-bowled. So Ramiz Ihsan, he comes from wide of the crease, very open stance when he bowls. Does get an angle, but also in swing. So I've seen a few in swing bowlers here. Have another look. Well, have a look at him as he comes in now. Comes wide and big in swing, and gone. Nabi gone first ball. And I think he's looking out there thinking, where did he come from? Obviously, they know him very well. That ball came in a long way, picked out the fielder, just had to move in a little bit, and he can't quite believe what he's done, the skipper for Dreux. And another fantastic start for PFC Sarcelles. That's one wicket down, 2 runs on the board. Nabi can't believe it. So Rico is back here with me. And not the start that they would have liked, Dreux.
No, and Mohamed Irfan is just in the right place at the right time. Nabi, he thinks he's getting his first runs on the board, and in fact, he's going to go for a golden duck. I suppose it's one of those who can say things can only get better from here on in. And, well, Nabi, the curse maybe of being on the network continues for him. It's a long, slow walk back. There's the next one, just guides away, and no run there. Great bit of fielding. And they're going to check this. This is sensational pick up and throw. And Mohamed Nisar, let's just say he wasn't in a particular hurry to get back. But let's have a look at this. Does he have the bat down here?
Close. Gone.
Oh, that
He's
for me
gone.
is out. I don't think that bat.
It's not behind the line. That's out.
I don't think the bat has gone past the line. That is going to be another golden duck. I don't think he gets that bat past the line. Now they're having a good look at this. I wonder if we can see it just one more time. We both think this is gone. He didn't seem in a hurry. He doesn't slide it in. He's gone. That is a brilliant run out. Well, what are we seeing here? So I reckon, Danny, this is the ECS software play of the day. A precision strike via one of our partners, Victorinox. That is just incredible. Middle stump. And that is the end of a very dangerous batter, Mohamed Nisar. And he also joins Nabi for a golden duck.
That's amazing. And great piece of fielding. And Dreux, well, it was very casual from Mohamed Nisar to try to get back. And it was only a fraction in it. The bat was on the line. It has to be over the line. And so this is a team hat-trick. 2 for 2. Dreux, the tournament, or the champions from last year, the tournament favourites on their home turf, getting torn apart already. And it's only been a couple of balls.
Mohammed Ahmad, what a great bit of fielding. So Mohammed Rafa now comes out. He's a good little player, Mohammed Rafa. He's for a pretty small guy, he packs a punch. I never thought he'd be coming in at this point as he gets beaten outside the off from the captain Ishan. It's an amazing start. Remember, this is a team, they got off to a flyer in the last match as well, where they took 2 wickets. Well, incredible stuff.
Remember that Hamza Nia's got dropped first ball too.
Well, this is just going to be dragged to the long on. They've got long on and the square leg back, which is, well, the square leg back has worked a treat as Ifan took the catch to remove Nabi. So still, well, we said the same really when they played Every. We said still got plenty of batters to come, but they just kept on rattling them away. That's up in the air. Same fielder. And same result. Another catch taken. And now it's the wicket of Hamza Niaz, who, as you correctly said, was dropped very first ball when we could have had a royal duck. And he's going to go for 1. And they are 3 down. Can you believe what you're seeing here? And Drew, they are 3 wickets down at the end of the first over. It's 3 for 3.
I mean, look, I can't quite believe it. Ramiz Ihsan, it wasn't a fluke this morning that he was getting wickets. He's just picked up 2. There was a run out as well, and that's absolutely crazy. All right, European Cricket Championship. We're going to see France in Group B there. And they'll be competitive as they normally are, but it's a tough group, that one, with Spain, Italy, Austria and Denmark as well. Hungary, they'll bring out some big guns, no doubt. So that'll be a difficult Group B for France. Oh.
Is that the fight back? Is that the fight back as Mohammed Rafa decides, come on, me and you, Cameron Ahmadzai. He's still got 2 very good players out there. Rafa, he can hit the ball big. He's a talented player.
Just did, Rico. That was pretty big.
Right.
You're right about Cameron Ahmadzai as well. He hits the ball a long way.
Enjoyed his performances in those internationals. He's a very good player. And he's in form at the moment as well. Up in the air. Fielder would pull off something amazing here. Oh, he's been so close to it. So close to taking an incredible catch. And just for a moment, I thought he did everything perfectly well. It was the Husnain Shahzad. Look how close that is to executing a really difficult catch.
Yeah, look, they're always tough over the shoulder like that. And he set himself, so I thought he might just take it, but couldn't hang on.
Good delivery. A good one first up. Coming Ahmadzai gets a nice taste of what's to come here from Shafiq.
He faded towards the end of the tournament quite badly. Got a couple of ducks, a couple of golden ducks actually. But started off the tournament beautifully against Sweden and hitting the ball to all parts. So let's see which Cameron Ahmadzai turns up. If it's early tournament or late tournament.
Oh, yeah, he's swinging a bit wild here at the moment, isn't he? It's not the way you'd expect a batter coming in at number 5 to be batting when you're in the second over and you've lost 3 wickets.
3 big wickets, yeah. No, I agreed, and I think that Mohammed Rafa's had a bit of a chat to him, and just tell him to calm down a little bit. And he's at his best when he's just standing there and delivering rather than really swinging that hard. He's swinging far too hard. Oh, it's gone!
Great catch. Oh, that is a wonderful catch. A man who we almost saw pull off an incredible catch. And this time, it's no mistakes. It's a brilliant grab from Hussain Shahzad. This was thumped out of the middle. And Cameron Ahmadzai will also go for a 3-ball duck. What a catch. That's almost gone past him. And he's managed to hold on to it, even though it was hit with some real venom.
Yeah, that was a great catch. And that was hit very hard. That's the end of Cameron Ahmadzai. Well, what's happening, Rico? where are we? We're in an alternate Dreux universe here. The haunted woods, just altered reality. Don't really know, but it's not what we expected. We've been looking forward to seeing this Dreux side with all their stars. The champions of Europe a couple of years ago and the champions of this tournament, and they're being torn apart 10 for 4 in the second over.
This is Abdurrahman Ahmadzai, and left-hander. It can be, I mean, no more for his bowling. He's got an excellent bit of pace about him and Yorker length delivery. Let's see if he can deliver with the bat. He works that away quite nicely. He should be looking to at least get a couple here. Oh, I think he's all right there. He does slide back onto the rope, but fortunately for the fielder, he's not touching the rope at the same time.
Well, that's pigland out there. That part of the ground was destroyed by wild boars, but so it's not the easiest place to field on the ground. The rest of it's pretty perfect. And just that part is a little bit rough. So another good over, 12 for 4. So and Dreux struggling, and not going to get any easier. Ramiz Ihsan, he's coming back for his second, and why wouldn't you?
Yeah, he has to come back. And he's had a wonderful morning so far as the captain. Remember, he took 4 in the first match, 4 for 10, and he's got 2 for 3 here at the moment. So he'll be looking to do the same thing again, go wide and angle that ball into the batter. And this time round, sort of holds the line a little bit, just keeps that in that corridor of uncertainty outside the off stump and gets a dot ball in. It's still, you can see Mohammad Rafa, there's no thinking here about being a little bit defensive and a little bit, just go easy a bit to try and get a partnership going. They're still going for the big shots. There it is again.
Can't quite find that white thing at the moment, Mohammad Rafa. He did hit a massive 6 in the previous over. But unusual bowling style. His left foot goes very wide and he bowls very front on. Let's have a look at another look at this. So very front on. That's struck pretty well. It's 6 runs.
Just on these last 3 deliveries, Ishan, he hasn't, whether it's because he feels that Rafa is expecting it there, he's not bringing the ball into him. He's deliberately kept them wider, and eventually, after 2 misses, Mohammad Rafa gets hold of that one, and that flies to the boundary. And you naughty so-and-so. You're not supposed to go in there, you know. He's cursed now. He's cursed. Who is that? I want to find out what his name is, because he's cursed.
Oh, don't Rika, because something happens, we're going to get believers. That's it. There's the sign.
I'm telling you, look, the sign says it all.
Privé, accès interdit, danger de mort. Danger of death, indeed. So, yeah, don't go in the haunted woods. If the pigs don't get you, the ghosts will. Good to see the chat continuing. Wazza's there. Ronnie Spraggan. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you all. Hello, Ronnie. It's hard, but to the fielder. And I suppose it's one of those, I get this. I'm not going to be too critical on the fielder. The ball has been hit pretty hard, and it gets to Mohammad Shafiq pretty quickly. He was getting ready to try and take the catch, realises he can't get there, then he's just got to try and put something in the way, does get his legs in the way, but the ball ricochets and goes to the boundary.
Yeah, it was one of those tough ones. 22 for 4.
That's an ugly wild swing. I mean, after playing pretty well through the offside, I'm not quite sure why he wants to try and get right across and hit this on the leg side, but he's not going to succeed. And Ramiz Ihsan will finish with, once again, very respectable figures, 2 for 13, and Dreux at the end of 3 overs. It's a pretty below par power play for them, 22 for 4.
Yeah, look, great bowling, 2 for 13. And this game, as I see here, 3 off the first, 9 off the second, 10 off the third. It's heading in the right direction, but not many runs on the board. Especially, well, Sarcel They did struggle to get the runs. They eventually did it against Every. But we'll see. It's a nice shot there. That'll be 6. Starting to warm up. Fielded by Simon there. He's, I don't know, is he taking a game off? I think he is. Just supervising the tent.
Is that's not Simon? I'm sure
It's not
that's
Simon.
not
Oh, it's not Simon.
No.
No. No.
Well, I know what
6.
this is. That's 6. Oh, that's something. That's hit something. I don't think that's the tower, is it? That's caught hold of something. Crash, bang, boom. Well, we've got a Simon lookalike. And that's Diana Oro's, who's snapping away. She's probably got a good shot of that. That was absolutely pumped.
That didn't hit the tower. It sounds like it sounded like it hit the tower.
Hit something. And it was the
Is it a low-flying plane?
smashes into the roof, and I think it ends up going to the other side of the field.
No, Ahmadzai, he's hitting the ball pretty cleanly. Well, that's clean as well. That's in the haunted forest. Well and truly, that's gone. New ball. Don't go in the forest.
No.
Don't go in the forest.
They called him back in time.
Someone's going in though. It's a Simon lookalike.
Yeah, Simon looked like
There's
there it
no
goes.
way he's finding that ball.
Well,
Hope he get. Let's keep an eye, see if he comes out.
He's going to go through going to go through the gap in the fence.
He's looking back. I think he's looking back just in case he gets smashed by another grizzly.
He's in there, you know. He's gone in there. He's gone into the haunted woods.
Hope he comes out.
I love the way
We'll keep an eye
everybody.
on it.
There he is. He's looking. He's trying to find it.
And he's gone. There he is. Just spotted him. And
Can you imagine if we just saw a load of wild boar now just go running right at him? Okay, this over's going well at the moment. Shazad has gone for 18 and 3 balls.
it's high in the air.
Can anybody get there? Yeah, they can. Oh, the catching there from Irfan has been superb. And that's going to be the end of Mohamed Rafa. So you can see they want to be brave. That's 3 catches now for Mohamed Irfan in that area. Rafa will go for 18. And Drew, they lose their 5th wicket. Remember when we saw PFC take on Every? Every lost 6 wickets in that power play. So this team is no fluke. They know what they're doing. They're picking up wickets. They're catching well. And they took some great catches in that match as well. And even against the big teams, I mean, Every was no easy win. They did against Every, and here they are now doing it against Drew.
Yeah, look, that's quite impressive from this team. I mean, some teams struggle for wickets, but not PFC Salcel. Comes a bowler again and just defended by the new batsman. So we just about finished the 4th. We have finished the 4th. And Shazad, he went for 19 off that over, did pick up a wicket. And at the end of 4, Dreux are 41 for 5. That's the new batsman. There's Tassinullah Safi. But there's Ahmadzai. It's Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. But is doing the hitting. So that graph's going up a bit. But they have lost 5 wickets, especially 3 in 1 over. Comes a bowler. And it's a pretty good appeal. I think it was going down leg. I think so. I'm not sure where it was pitched, but it looked like I saw 3 stumps.
Shuffles across a little bit.
It's pitched outside
pitched
leg
outside.
and missing leg. So not out. Good delivery though.
Well, look at these ants. Look at them.
I like ants.
What do you like, ants?
Oh, they're great animals.
They're buggy. What? You have got some on your side. That's good.
Whoa, watch out!
Oh, well. Zana Oros didn't fancy taking a shot of that one. She got a nice smile on her face there. I bet she saw this one coming pretty good. Click, click, click. Get out of here. And the swift moving from Diana. Well, meanwhile,
Hey, he's back.
he's back, but no ball in
No,
hand.
Grizzly.
We're just happy he's back.
Yes, yes.
Goes
Is it
into-
him? Is it a doppelganger? Is there a second one walking out? It's a zombie fake Simon.
He's getting rid of all the cobwebs from his beard there. Do you see that? As he's walking, he's giving him a comb. Somebody get all of those creepy crawlies out of his beard. And,
Diana, the photographer, has moved just in front of us. I think he's aiming at her. I'm not getting in the way. That's getting hit too hard. Ahmedzai, he's 25 off 7. He's smashing it at the moment. Let's see. That's Rahman, the bowler. Abdul Rahman. Oh, gets through him. I'll get a bye out of it. Too hot for the keeper.
yeah, in fairness, I think it's missed by the batter because it stays a little low. The wicketkeeper as well. I think those stumps could be too with a bit of adjusting. They've been well and truly smashed around a bit. They look I'm not saying they look a little bit wonky, but they look a bit unsturdy. Let's just say that if they hit again, they're going to go flying out of their places. Those pegs.
There's a bowler. And gets that one past the fly slips, going towards the boundary. 4 runs, nice shot, just dabbed it down. Pretty safe. And let's have a look. Just shot. He just poked it down there, angled the bat a little bit. Good shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, that gets the 50 on the board. So their expected score 122. That's if they can. I guess that depends on whether they can keep the wickets intact. So need a partnership. Ahmedzai, of course, going well.
Yeah, he's looking good. Nice shot. Just flicked away. And that's another 6. Very nice shot. Very quick hands there from Safi. He just saw the ball. Have a look at this. So just waiting and then just flicked it. Really nice shot. Fielding done there. Oh, hit him on the wrist. That's got to hurt. He's gone back and sat down. The man in the beige tracksuit. Full tracksuit too. Ball comes in again. Down leg side. Called a wide. 56 for 5. Still 1 ball left of the 5th. So, nice team though. That's the problem with Dreux for other teams is that they have so many good players. They can score quickly and big runs. The run rate's not looking fantastic, just around 12 and over. Another one down leg side, called a wide. But they do have players that can accelerate the scoring all the way down to the bottom of their batting card.
This is turning out to be a good over for Dreux. It's gone for 16. Still a ball to go in it, and boundary here gets them 20. Will get them believing that they can post a good score.
Well, the one before went for 19. They did lose a wicket, but it did go for 19. This one's 16, so 2 good overs there for Dreux. They've moved up to 58 for 5. They're 58 for 5, and they're still favourites to win, Rico. The supercomputer obviously knows something we don't, because I think Sarcelle are well in this game.
Yeah, and we'll take a moment to welcome you into the igloo as we get ready for, I think, once again, it could be another upset. We saw one upset earlier today, and that was when every went down to this side. And could they do it again? Well, look, if they can contain Dreux to under that 120 score, it's definitely on the cards.
Absolutely. The difference between Avery and Dreux is that Avery are a new side. They're still gelling. They've got good players, very good. They've got 4 French international players in there, but they're still gelling as a side. And I'm sure they'll get better as the tournament goes on, whereas Dreux are a very well-established side. That's a nice shot. That's caught, though. Got him on the boundary. And I think the batsman said that it hit him high in the bat. Again, our view blocked by this dreaded awning. We might have to get it removed at the innings break, because we see it come off the bat, and the next thing we see, we think it's going to go for 6, and there's a fieldsman on the boundary, so that'll give us more of a 360-degree view.
It's a big wicket to get. Just when we were talking about the last couple of overs in terms of the scores going well, Then to Abdurrahman Hamadzai. He gets caught on the boundary. One thing you have to say, PFC Sarcelle, they have set the field right. They've got the fielders in the right areas from when they removed Nabi, from the way that they removed Rafa, from the way that we've just seen that wicket go down there. The right fielders are in the right places and they're picking up those key wickets. So well held once again there from Shazad, and Riaz Tayyab picks up a wicket.
Yeah, agreed with you, and it's Rami Zissan, the skipper, so he's getting that right. This one's straight to around a backward point. No run.
So this is now somebody I don't know too much about. It's Ramat Saidi, who is the new batter. He's on strike here at the moment. The way he's played at that one, he was miles away from it, and he's looking to play an exuberant shot outside the off, but maybe a bit of nerves here for him. But yeah, of course, you can't expect probably that much now from the batters coming in at this point.
This one's been hit down the ground, just mishit slightly, and just a single. So Saidi, the new batsman, Tayyab the bowler, he's taken 1 for 2. Bowled okay in the first game as well. Did Tayyab open the batting for them for Sarcelle, if my memory is not deceiving me. So, bit of a lull here with the dismissal of Amatai. It's hit just over the top of the fielder, who thought he had a chance for a moment. And that's 4 runs, but just lifted over the top of the fine leg.
Yeah, so you know, look, he goes, swings, he almost does the 360 as he swings around here, but it's almost a perfect lob over the fielder. He'll get 4 runs, so that's important that Drew just keep that scoreboard ticking. It's very important. Bat all the way through the innings and see where it gets you, and just hope that you can maybe get one more big over in there to help you get to that 110 kind of score that's been fielded by Irfan, who's been superb out there. 3 catches to him, 2 catches to Shazad, and it's worth noting that for now anyway, PFC Sarcelle in the field have been pretty outstanding. End of the over, and Tayyab will be happy with that one. Just the 8 runs coming from it and the wicket. Well, early in the day we saw 44 for 4 after 4, but now we're seeing 66 for 6 after 6.
It's an ominous number, isn't it, with Haunted Woods and the scary psychiatric hospital, disused psychiatric hospital, and also the Zombie Simon clone coming out of the woods. It's all coming to a head, isn't it? So, anyway, that's the scorecard. Not looking pretty. There's 3 ducks, 3 big name ducks as well, and 1 in that. Good runs from Muhammad Rafa, and Amatai as well. But they're both in the sheds, and it's up to other batsmen to carry on. Dodgy, but 4.
Well, fortune does favour the brave, they say. He's swinging hard. He gets a thick slice off the edge of the bat. That's going to fly over for Cuatro Carreras. Ramat Saidi gets another boundary to his name.
Do you think it's a coincidence that, or the supercomputer now says 118, it was 116, and with every this morning they got 115. So do you think it's an indication of how good this Sarcelle side are in the field with the bowling and their fielding?
Yeah, I really like them. They've all the bowlers have bowled very well. They're thinking that they I think it's not like they're thinking about what they're doing. They've got the field set exactly how they want it. You can see the little subtle movements from one batter to another, and they're doing it. I'd use the word quite slyly. You know what I mean? They're not advertising the subtle movements they're doing. For example, when Nabi got out, it was just they subtly moved that fielder there. It was like, just go over there. You know what to do. Sometimes you see big, aggressive pointing and hand movements from bowler and captain to set a field. They're not doing that. They're doing it pretty slyly. And if you're not alert to it, you're going to put the ball in the hands of a fielder.
That's a lovely shot over the top, and that'll be 6. So nothing dodgy about that one. just played for it, lifted it over the infield, and we've seen quite a few go over there in the last week.
Yeah. Nicely played. He, like you said, he does play for that. There's no luck involved there. So Tassinula Safi. Thing is, I mean, these guys, you're seeing Safi here scoring valuable runs. Before that, we saw a pretty decent innings there from Abdul Rahman, 25. All really known as very dangerous bowlers. So that's the one thing with this Drur side. As Tarakel gets hit over Irfan this time. There's going to be 6 runs. It's a powerful strike. So 6 more. Safi now moves into the 20s. 23 of just 7 balls. But what I was going to say about Drew is that they're also a team that if all their top bowlers bowl very well, you can see them skittling sides for scores in the between the 70s and 80s. They're good enough to do it. The likes of Abdurrahman, the likes of this guy Safi. You also got Abdul Wahid in there as well. A very good, talented team. So I think we're in a point now, these innings, where all of these runs could be so crucially vital.
Yeah, absolutely. Shot.
What a shot. Yeah, he's just come alive, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's just come alive. I mean, look at the smile on the face from Ramat Sahidi. He's like this. And Tassinula Safi has just taken a liking to what Ahmadullah Tarakel delivered in that over. 24 come from it. And Drew at the end of 7, 90 for 6.
Now here's what's coming up in the this year. From now until December, when we end up with the European Cricket Championship for women. It's a great tournament as well. But going to places all around Europe, Finland for the first time, a couple of places in Spain, Alicante and Valencia for the first time as well. Wimbledon with the Wombles and the tennis and I wonder if they'll put strawberries and cream on for us.
Probably
not.
Definitely worth putting the shot out to see if we get them.
Not in the budget.
Nice to see there, of course, right at the end of what will be a stellar season starting on the 1st of December is, of course, the Euros of women cricket as well at the Karama Oval. And that, no doubt, will once again be bigger and better. It's in the air and plucked out of the sky. And just when things are starting to happen, a nice partnership developing for Drew, Ramat Saidi will offer a chance to the fielder, who does extremely well. Has to take off. Look at that, off the ground. Holds on to it. Another fine catch. Another lovely moment there for PFC Sarcelle. They held on to the chances. It's got to be said. They've held on to their chances.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been very impressed with them. I mean, it is their first day. You never know what's going to happen in this tournament, because teams that have a great day first up sometimes fall away. You saw that with Ekota when they win their first game. We thought, oh, these guys are here to play. And then didn't win another game, I think, for the rest of the tournament. Might have beaten one team after that. This is just pushed for a single. Oh, well, no, it's just a single. So the misfield, but nothing on. 91 for 7 now, Drew. Shafiq with 2 for 10. And Zahir, who's joined Safi out there. Safi's looking pretty handy, 29 off 9, and well, if they want to get that score up, he needs to stay there. So, comes the bowler again, and hit pretty nicely, and I think that's gone for 6.
Yeah, I think that's 6 runs. 4 being signalled. I thought that was 6. He's hit this well. I think this cleared the rope by him.
No.
Has it cleared?
No, good call.
No, I thought it was catching the rope. No, it
Good
hasn't.
call.
So 4 runs, 4 carreras. All right, that one's going to the boundary, but I like this move from the captain, from Ramazi Khan, to go back to Shafiq. They probably would have liked to hold him back for the ninth of the last, but get a wicket here now. That is Safi. It could change everything, but at the moment, Safi is batting beautifully. That probably is the shot of the innings so far. I mean, it's not a bad delivery, but he gets into a perfect position, and it's a beautifully executed on drive for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. And well, gets in close to that 100. Expected score now 127. But they have lost 3 wickets. They lose another one here, and then puts a bit more pressure on them, especially the one of Safi. They wouldn't want to lose that. He's on 37 off 11. So they're mounting a bit of a score. Oh, this is lifted. This is going to kill us,
this
Rico.
This is somewhere on us. And
I had no idea about that. We've got to get rid of this awning.
Dan Orers is not that far away from it. She could have given us the heads up.
Thanks.
We're looking at everybody saying, where's this? I mean, we're just, you just don't know where's the safest place to stand in the cube. Look at us here. Thanks, Danny. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Just use me as your shield, Danny.
Human shield.
Use me as your shield.
There's no way that ball is hitting that jacket. So I had to go for it. Oh, this one. Well, it's gone straight into the end of the pitch and gone over the fine leg. Not much you could have done about it. But
He's bounced the fielder with this one. So that's 4. The score now moves to 109. What a little knot this is from Safi, 47 of 13. Go on, explain yourself.
No, if anyone in the Blue Crew's listening that can help us get rid of this awning, almost swore then. Because literally, it's like watching a game through a post box.
Yeah, it's you know the phrase tunnel vision.
Yeah, it is.
It is what we have. It's like a tunnel vision. But anyway, maybe I'll tell you what. We'll have a go at it after this innings because I'm sure that Diana will help us out. Not that she helped when that ball was coming our way.
She's giving you the look, Rika.
Yeah,
that's a no.
Well, we helped you out when that ball was hit right at you. We screamed, Diana, watch out, ball coming. Yeah, Diana said she was watching. Mind you, I suppose she had a good view of it from the lens of the camera. They'll get...
That's out. That's out.
That is
He's running off.
What a clever little flick this is. And, well, he's asking the question when it's already been given. Don't worry about it. So it's Riaz Tayyip who comes back on the ball. And it's a little cheeky flick. Let's have a look at this. Watch this.
Look, he's going, and he's gone.
Oh,
and
wonderful.
He just kept on running off. He knew.
And then that's quite exceptionally well done. And he does it really coolly. Thing is, though, I have to say, Amaza here, he does the right thing. He's got to go. It's Safi going back on strike.
Yeah.
So wicket falling in the 9th. Got to be careful now, though, because, of course, another wicket, that's 8 down now. I'm pretty sure that Abdullah Waleed is... yeah, there he is, the big man. He knows what he's got to do. He's just got to do whatever Safi wants him to do.
Yeah, true.
All right, now, will they try for 2 here? I wouldn't. It's too risky. In comes the throw, and the keeper makes no mistake.
Good throw. And, well, they are a good fielding team, this Sarcell team. They just keep on putting pressure on. Good consistent bowling. The skipper's got the field positions pretty spot on. And big swing and a miss from Waleed. So tell us more about Waleed Abdul.
Well, Waleed Abdul, of course, he is a very fine cricketer, lovely character, and of course famous for, of course, that shoe phone celebration. And well, he's hit that nicely. He'll take the single and get Safi back on strike. He was on 48.
Wasn't there revenge on that shoe phone celebration?
There was. I think the revenge came from after he made the celebration, then Dan Lincoln smashed one. I think, was it Dan Lincoln? I think it may have been. And then it was the bat phone celebration. Asking the fielders, but the umpire says not out. He'll signal a leg by.
I think that's a pretty close call. Let's have a look at this. No, I was missing off.
Yeah, probably outside that line. But valuable runs. So last ball coming up here, the 9th, and this is where I think Abdul can really give it everything. Well, he tries, and it's the perfect dummy that he sells to the wicketkeeper. And that's going to go all the way to the boundary. That 4 is hugely important. Look at the keeper here. What is the keeper? Can somebody explain what is the wicketkeeper Bashir Umar doing there? It's like somebody's blindfolded him.
He was waiting it to crash. Waiting it to crash into the stumps.
Watch him. He hasn't moved. I mean, that is awful. Oh dear.
Well, 4 buys goes to his name, and we're going to get into the last. That's the right man facing. That's all his bowling figures. Remy Zissan again, fantastic bowling, 2 for 13. And yes, Tayyab 1 for 10. Look at the economy rates. A little bit more expensive from some of these other bowlers, but generally pretty good. And they've kept the score down, 116 for 8. They look at trying to get as many as they can from this, and it will be Abdul Rahman, the bowler, will be bowling to a very dangerous Safi. Comes in and down leg side, called a wide.
Yeah, not the best of starts from the bowler. This is Abdul Rahman now. He went for 17 in over number 5, so Safi will be waiting for anything loose to put away. It's a hugely important 6 balls still to come in this innings.
Oh, this is high in the air. Keeper's under it. Should take it. Turned around. Gets it. Big wicket. It's gone for 48. Deserved a 50. Doesn't get there. And that's it's another big wicket there for PFC Sarcelles.
Well, Umar, who, well, we were giving him a bit of stick for the 4 byes, kind of makes up for it, because that's not an easy one. It's high. It's swirling around. You can see he's had to spin practically all the way around, but super knock there from Tassin Sula Safi. But he does fall with now 5 balls to go in the innings. That means that number 11 goes out there. It's Yisin Sikdar. Now, we have seen some good performances from number 11s in this match. Dalud, I remember how well he played. Every run important. Get to a 120 score. Who knows?
Rico, how many wickets have we seen today?
Yeah,
It's been crazy.
Yeah,
Because
well,
we've had, I think, 2 teams bowled out, and then others with no one's really gone on and not lost wickets. I think. Well, one team I think may have just lost those.
there were
those
just
2.
3 that we saw in that last match from AC Sta.
Yes.
But other than that, yeah, plenty of wickets.
Shot.
And 6. Oh, how important could that hit be from Wahid Abdul? He nails this. That is pinged out of the middle. Lovely jubbly. Kidna sona. Shaka lagya. That now gets them to, oh, well, you're getting to a point where they're getting to, I would say, what's a par score here now?
Yeah, it's a little bit
30.
It's probably a little bit less than par compared to what we saw in Group A, which was at one stage was going at about 142. So maybe a little bit under, but at the same time, it's the first day of Group B, so it's a competitive total.
Yeah, and from what we've seen, and we touched on already, the bowling has been good, bowling and fielding. He's gonna, yeah, oh yeah, baby. That's the way to do it, with some jalebi delight from Rahman. And, well, Wahid Abdul, after hitting a 6, now gets a heavy ball, and he manages to somehow find the hand of Rahman. Rahman had an awful lot to do, though. Great catch from Rahman. It's another team that gets bowled out, getting bowled out for 124, leaving 2 balls out there, Danny.
Yeah, well, look, it's not too many compared to, well, I mean, they was really struggling at one stage. I think it was the innings from Aradum and Ahmadzai that really helped, and also Safi. Have a look. This is the first ball, and it's Nabi that picked out 1 fielder in 100 metres.
Yeah, what about this? Sensational.
Oh.
He just didn't think he was in any trouble, did Nissa, but he was in a lot of trouble, because when we saw the replay, the bat was on the line. The line belongs to the fielding side. This Irfan again holds on to another catch. And that was 3 wickets in the first over. 3 for 3. That one could have been a great catch, but you can't keep a good man down, because then he comes up and he pulls off this one.
Yeah, exactly. And look, Dreux, I think they've still got a very good chance of winning this game. But in some sense, they've given them they've given them something to think about, I think, Sarcelles. And but Dreux is such a good team. It's like, don't poke the caged gorilla. And that's a little bit what Dreux are like. They muscle teams out of games, and they just, there's a fake Simon. But the whole thing, and that's the ball that fake Simon went to get. But it could just spark them into something. We saw that in Group A with a team that went down in the first game. One of the favourite teams, as Diana West Cops won, and it really woke them up. It was Paris University that lost their first game, and then they ended up making the final. And I think it'll be the same, a little bit same with Dreux, and also maybe with Evry. But Dreux have got so many good players in this lineup and so many powerful hitters. We saw 3 of them completely miss out, and they still got to a decent total. Nice catch there, taking the covers. There's the skipper. But again, Safi towards the end. So very good innings. So 2 of them getting scores, but some of their superstars missing out. It's a nice shot that almost killed us. As I said, we need to... Oops. And this is another run out. Seen a lot of run outs today. Good work there from the bowler. And that was Riaz Tayyab, who bowled very, very well. There's one very good shot from Wahid Abdul before he fell to this one. And actually it wasn't that one, it was a little bit later. That was a 6 he hit, flat 6, got out soon after with the caught and bowled that ended up the innings. So is it enough for Dreux? It could be. Sarcelles, they had a similar bowling and fielding performance earlier against Evry, but it's about 9 more runs. They struggled to get that. They did in the end. As you see here, the batting card and the top order failing. Mohammad Rafa doing okay, getting 18. Amatai with 25, but it's Safi with 48 that really helped them along the way. 12 extras, probably too many. There was those buys towards the end that hurt them a little bit. 124 for 10, 125 to win, and it's something that Sarcelles can achieve even against a good bowling lineup like Dreux have. They'll need a good start. We'll see the bowling figures in just a moment. Be the man at the top again. Ramiz Ihsan with 2 for 13. He is the captain, and it's such, they're big wickets as well that he's got, and gives him such an early leg up. Does the skipper. Shafiq with 2. In fact, all the bowlers except for Tarakel getting wickets. He went for 1 for 24. But the rest pretty good. Shazad going for 19, taking a wicket. And Riaz Tayyab as well, very impressive figures as it was in the first game, taking 1 for 10 off his 2. So 125 to win. We'll see the summary in just a moment. 125, it's very manageable for Sarcelles. They'll have to get there, and they will need some early good runs, and they need to keep their wickets pretty much intact the first few overs at least, just to get them to somewhere where they can reach this total. And Dreux, well, you know how good they are. They've got a good bowling lineup, and they want to get early wickets against Sarcelles. So we're back in a few minutes' time. This is the European Cricket Series from France. It's match number 19, and we've got one more match after this one. 4th match of the day. We're back in a few minutes' time for the second innings, that of Sarcelles, to see if they can get the 125 they need to win this game. See you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back here to Dreux in France for this European Cricket Series match between PFC Sarcelles and Dreux. Well, Sarcelles had Dreux in all sorts of trouble, getting early wickets, and a lot of the superstars for Dreux, the champions of this tournament last year, and also the ECL champions from 2 years ago. Then they have such a strong team that they came back pretty well with a reasonable total of 124, 125 to win for Sarcelles, and 86 is the target, the first target that Sarcelles need to get over. That's the PFC Sarcelles, not to be confused with the other Sarcelles, which is confusing. That if they can get there in 7 overs, they will get a bonus point. I think they're just looking for the win against Dreux. That's this is an imposing team, Dreux. And well, talking about imposing, I think the opening bowler is going to be Wahid Abdul. He's had a bit of a look at the batsman coming in who didn't want to make eye contact. He's a scary looking man, especially with the he's got a cap on. Well, sort of a cap. A skull cap. They're having a discussion. It's very animated. I like the grey shirts though of Dreux. I think they're very smart, with a bit of an orange trim to them. Let's have a look where the fielders are back. We have a third man and long on. So one at either end of the field, directly opposite each other, and it will be Wahid Abdul to open the bowling. So first ball of this innings, and it's lifted over the top, away from the third man. Good start for Sarcelles. That's 6. Couldn't be any better. And just lifted it over the top. A little bit of an outside edge maybe, but knew exactly what he was doing. Hit it away from the fielder. Third man just a little bit too fine to cut that off. Good start for a PFC. Rico, not bad.
It's a good start, 6 of the first. We all know that this is the danger man. That's probably going to be a wide. And yeah, Hussain Shahzad was the man who scored the bulk of the runs in that win against Every. He scored 55 of 22, picked up those 2 wickets as well. And other than him, they had to wait for a contribution of 20 from Irfan, a bit lower down. But we do know that Mohammad Shafiq, on his day, is a very talented player as well. So these 2 back in the shed early will be the start. Oh, great effort. Throws himself at this to try and take the catch. It's a brilliant effort, actually. That's Hamza Niaz who goes down. Let's have a look here. It's definitely a catching chance, but he just can't keep it in his grasp.
Yeah, look, he went down. It looked like he could have kept his feet. It was almost past him by the time he went for it. But chance given. But he's still there is Shahzad. Here comes Abdul again. And drags that one from outside off stump. And short at the stumps and well run. Well backed up. So another one to the total. 8 on the board. Halfway through the first.
Yeah, one thing that I think PFC Sarcelles will be keen not to do is to fall behind, because I think Dreux's the kind of team that if you fall behind to them, it's very difficult to try and then catch back up. So they want us to try and stay with that rate. Currently around about 12.
That's a nice ball.
Yeah, good delivery. It's a little bit late playing that, but good shape on that from Wahid Abdul. When he gets it right, he bowls brilliantly. I think he bowled 1 over at the European Cricket League, where I think it was did he bowl? I'm trying to think. It was something quite spectacular. It might have been a 4-wicket maiden or something like that. It was quite brilliant. It really was. Actually, I think what it was, come to me now, I think he bowled his 2 overs, picks up 2 wickets, didn't go for any runs.
Yeah.
So that's what he can do when he's at his best, is Abdul. And that's what Drew have. They have star players that can just come good at one time. And once they do, that's it, you know, the game gets away from you. So you got to try and stay in front.
Well, just pulled out of that one. By the way, we haven't got any food talk yet. Lunch was pretty good. It was there was again there was rice and some other stuff there, which was delicious, but also a burger, which wasn't bad. This is hit straight. Oh, we didn't get the boarding removed, Rico. I noticed that because I had no idea where that went.
Well, it's going to be a nice shot. There's nobody back at straight long off. So even though it's not clean out the middle, that's enough to get Shafiq a boundary. The boundary comes, and 13 of the over the ball to go. Now, food was very nice. I had a bit of the carrot, peas and potatoes. Had a bit of that with some nice salad. Up in the air. Now, where's this one going? It's been taken. That's the wicket that they wanted. There was one that he got lucky with back there, wasn't there? There was one that Shazad it was, who swung hard and got it over third, but hasn't got the same amount of power in his swing, obviously, as Mohammad Shafiq. So he, like he did in the first match, does go early. So that's the end of Shafiq. He'll go for 4 or 3. And Drew do have the early breakthrough. Yet another wicket goes by. We were talking about the number of wickets that we've seen. Let's just go through the matches there to the start of Group B. First match, it was CSPT Sarcelle, or the Bumblebees, 131 to 126. 7 wickets lost by the Bees, 9 wickets lost by the Stallions. Match number 2, they were bowled out off the very last ball for 115. And PFC lost 6 wickets, getting to the 117. Match number 3, it was 176 for 3, and CSPT were 119 for 9. And we just seen Drew bowled out as well. So wickets are tumbling today.
Absolutely. It's just quite remarkable. I don't think I've seen a day where so many wickets have fallen. So it is a bit of an anomaly, I think. But it shows you that the bowling's been a high standard today. New bowler coming in, left armour. Good ball, straight up.
You're gonna like this guy.
Yeah.
You're gonna like Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. When I haven't seen that much of him, but when I saw him bowl at the Cardamom Oval, one thing that really I was amazed about by him is that the Yorkers he bowled, he was one bowler that can bowl those Yorkers. Him and Safi actually very much the same, but his accuracy for a left armour, very rarely did he stray on the leg side. Now that I've said that, he probably will, but that was what was impressive by him. And if you're not used to the angle, he'll have you in trouble.
Yeah, he comes in again. That's in the air. Player coming back. He's set and gone. Another wicket. That's the end of Umar.
That's a big wicket. Bashir Umar, we know what he can do. He's going to go without scoring and skies it up in the air. And that's the Mohammad Rafa, who holds like this catch from Rafa, gets himself in a position, gets stable, and then comfortable catch into the hands. Nicely done. Second wicket does go. And unfortunately, well, that's going to be Bashir Umar, who's going to go without scoring.
We did say they needed a good start. The Sarcelle, and they got a good start with the 6 off the first ball, but it's been pretty much all Drew after that. So the other thing I like about this man Ahmadzai is he's wearing a red headband. Headbands, they are the look, but he's wearing it with the floppy hair in front of it. Very, very good look there, I think. Need more of that. Of course, a very 1970s thing with a headband. I remember Dennis Lilly with a headband, probably later in his career, to be fair. Inspired a whole generation of Australian kids.
Clive Lloyd used to have a good one, didn't he? Oh, that's that in swinging Yorker. And, just a single. So good, Drew. Probably, what is the win percentage? You can see there's 63% to 37.
Switched around, but it's a long way to go. It's only the second over. There's a lot of batting to come for Sarcelle as well. So that's Let's see what it says in a few overs, but good start and good quality bowling from Drew.
Making a little subtle change to the field here. What he's done here, he's the fielder who's at square on the boundary, he's moved into mid-wicket and moved Abdul to that square leg position inside the circle.
And again, nice shot. Stand and deliver. And that's a beautiful shot, and that's being fetched there by the team we're going to see next. That's is that Evry, I think. I've seen over there with the red shirts.
That is, yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing them again. They underperformed, I think, in the last game against Salcel. And then I think they're going to start working their way into this tournament. Amatai again. And this one mishit, should be out, is, well, cut across it. And bowler gets revenge. Nice catch taken there by Ahmed Nabi. Just cut across it, a little bit too quick for him. And Nabi takes a comfortable catch.
I think that one is the one that hurts you. That's a batter. You needed to stay out there, Hussain Shahzad. While he's out there, I think there's every chance that PFCC could have pulled this off. But with him going, there's a second wicket there for Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. You can see why I like him. He's the Yorker, but when he doesn't bowl the Yorker, he surprises you with that quick, fast, shorter delivery. Shahzad goes, Nabi takes the catch, and they've now lost their third wicket as it's Riaz Tayyub who comes in at number 4. So Drew now, I think, will feel that they're in control of this match.
I was impressed with Tayyab with both his bowling and his batting last game, but not too impressed with his batting in this game. That's a beautiful Yorker, and you mentioned it before, Rico, that he bowls a great Yorker, and this is a top over.
When he gets it right, and more than often he does, he is destructive. That's it's a new batter, so you attack. How many times do we see it's either a wide or not a great ball to a new guy? New batter comes out, you attack him, you go for the pegs, and he's not just gone for him, he's ripped him out of the ground. And disappointment for Tayyub. He's going to go for a first ball golden duck. That means Derek's going to crack him off. A little bit of the old... And in the end of the second over, 4 wickets have gone down, 21 for 4.
Rico, we need to talk.
What we're talking about.
Look, I love what you do. Everything you do with your commentary is fantastic. The notes you take are unbelievable. Viewers can't see the notes. Rico's got a little score sheet in front of him. Takes extensive notes. So if you go back to any part of any game ever, Rico will have notes on it, right? The bale, the Hindi, the Spanish, everything is fantastic.
Where are you going with this? There's a buck.
It's the duck. It's the duck, Rico.
What's wrong? Listen. We've lost all our ducks. They've gone from the screens. I mean, the only bit of duck we got left is my vocal duck.
It does drive me a little crazy, I've got to say. That one. Yeah. I think, look, it's a very Donald Duck. And I reckon you're going to get chased by a big mouse one day. They're going to come along, and they do have a tendency to sue imitators. So hopefully they won't come and get you. But anyway, there's my 2 cents. All right. It's not going to get any easier. Another good bowler coming back on. And it's Wahid Abdul. Comes in bowling to the left-hander. And, that was very close. It's going to be out. Just missed the stumps twice.
Wow. For very close on 2 occasions. This is Jim Hamza, who played a few nice shots himself. Have a look here. I think he's not in the picture. Look at that. Not in the picture. Look at the umpire there. Ooh, says the umpire.
Well, we're struggling at the moment. Salcel, 10% chance of winning now. And well on top. Whoa, that was a nasty wide. So I'm happy that Wahid Abdul's doing is he's staying over the wicket for the left-hander, and he gets a bit of swing, so I reckon he can get through that gate, but not if he's bowling it meter behind the batsman. Anyway, be bowling to the skipper Ramiz Isan.
Yeah, back to the right-hander maybe. Abdul will prefer that.
Whoa. That didn't miss by much.
Yeah, they're living dangerously is what we're seeing here from PFC. Drew putting the squeeze on them. Just look at what the wind predictor is thinking here now. 90% to 10.
Comes in again, and this one's, I think it's called a wide, just missed the pads. Going back to food talk. So I had a day off yesterday, so I couldn't mention where we went on Wednesday night. We went into town just to have a look what we could find, and we spotted a place called Le Chalet, right? The Chalet. And this is a very interesting restaurant. I'll tell you why in just a moment. So here comes the bowler again. Hit very nicely. That'll be 6. Good shot. Right out of the sticks from the skipper. He'll need to bat well to get his team back into this game.
Yeah, it's a good strike, solid strike. As Wahid Abdul just losing his line a little bit in this over. So tell us more.
Yeah, remember how Dave was talking about like the fondue savoyard, which is from Savoie, the cheese fondue, and shot again.
I like the little...
Oh, it's in the barbecue tent.
It's been... Oh, they didn't see that coming. And, okay, find it now. It's in between all the supplies there. Well, they found it, and out it comes. Look at it. I love the way he hits this, and he just gives it a little swag. It's almost like saying, yeah, okay, that's another one. 6 more. In it goes.
Quite a few people not really watching the ball there.
Wakey.
So, and we're talking about the whole cuisine from the Savoie region. So a chalet, as in like a mountain chalet, right? So so it was all food from that region. And I had a tartiflette, the one I mentioned to you, with the reblochon cheese and the bacon and the potatoes, which was delicious. And I know that someone had a lovely steak. And I can't remember what Steph had, but he couldn't stop drooling over it. End of the power play, there's the disco wave from the umpire. But exciting is that they have a winter menu, which is the one from Savoie, and they have a summer menu, which is from the beach. So they on the ad they say the mountains in winter and the beach in summer, and the menu is changing tomorrow night.
From winter
to summer. So we're going to go back. We got very good service. The lady serving was fantastic. Gave us a little shot of genepi, which is a herbal liqueur at the end, because one of us sort of mentioned that they had these really funky bottles. As the ball comes in again, good ball, dug out, and just a single. But it was excellent. I know that Russ is still talking about the profiteroles that he had, and it was fantastic. Steph had a crème brûlée for dessert, and had a tartin, and it was excellent. So we're going to go back there. Hopefully, well, they didn't know whether the menu was going to shift on Friday. That's a schedule, but they might be on Saturday. So I think on Saturday night we might be going there. If you'd like to join us, it is a very, very nice restaurant.
Watches that carefully on to the back. Is that's off the main square?
It's basically just behind the market.
All right.
Yeah. So, but the other thing is, Dreux, compared to Paris, is quite inexpensive when it comes to food. So, I mean, we went 3 courses and wine, and it was well priced. Paris would have cost us 3 times as much. So. So I like Dreux a lot. I think it's a really nice place. Looking forward to coming back next year and the year after. No hint there, by any chance. It's straight through the field of 4 runs.
Yeah, it's Wahid Abdul is very slow getting down to this, and in the end he just ends up on his knees. And there's a few of the Dreux players giving him a bit of a hard time about this. And the bowler is none too pleased.
Still going off at him.
Yeah, I think he's trying to signal to Nabi and say, "Can I have him moved, maybe?"
I'd love it to go over to him again. Oh, straight through him, straight through the keeper. There was a fine leg down there. And it'll just be a bye.
Nazir, who he does actually pretty well to adjust himself, because he's going the wrong way to get a glove on it, and makes it an easier stop for the fine leg.
So it's a little partnership mounting between these two. They still need just under 13 and over, which is about what they needed, actually, when they started. And so good ball, well dug out by Isan. 4 for 44. Surely it can't be 4 for 44 or 4 again. It's getting there's one ball for it. Could it be?
Well, we've had the 44-4-4. We've had the 66 or 6 or 6. Can it be?
Ahmed's eyes on Pi.
Yes.
These bowling figures 3 for 14 or 3.14. Oh, what's the 3.141? What's the fourth decimal of Pi? Because it is 3.141 something.
Yeah, we'll get the single. So it goes to 45. 45, 4 down, end of the over. Another very good over there from Abdurrahman Ahmedzai. In fact, a good spell of bowling. 3 for 15. It's certainly helped his team get on top, and it won't get much easier actually for PFC. I know that these two are starting to just put something together. Captain Ramizi Shahnaz hit 2 massive 6s, but I'm pretty sure you got Cameron Ahmedzai to come on now. He's been outstanding. Bowls a very good heavy ball. You'll probably see that the third and backward point might be moved back. And then you also got the man who batted very well as well, Safi. Probably bowl the next over.
Oh, look at this. So look at the first 2 overs.
Yeah.
8 wickets gone on the first 2 overs in these 2 innings. It's crazy. So that's, well, Cameron Ahmedzai's on, and Chris Smith. Hi, Chris. Good to see you in the chat. He's talking about coffee. Well, I think I've had too much coffee today because I'm jabbering.
It's the issue when you're at a venue like this that has a massive urn, which is just full of coffee that's brewing. And even though you say to yourself, I think I've had enough, you just get drawn to it. It's a swing and a miss. Yes, Cameron Ahmedzai does what he does. One thing about Cameron Ahmedzai that is quite impressive, especially when you look at his bowling style. He's sort of kind of bustly bowler.
Yeah.
Sort of. I often say, like when he runs in, it's like he's like somebody rocking a baby from side to side. But he always manages to hit his spot most of the time. That one's a good hit. It's going to be a good save if he can get there, and Nabi couldn't get there. So it's a chase. Well, Nabi wins the race between the fielders, but he can't beat the Grizzly.
Well, he tried to break his ankle by stamping on it. He ended up stamping on the rope, but that's a dangerous way to try to stop a cricket ball. So 49 for 4. They're still there or thereabouts. Are Sarcelle. They did get up to 30% win prediction. 25%. It's a pretty good ball there from Cameron.
Yeah, that's what he's known for, isn't it? That heavy length delivery. Short of a length, as the old timers say, but it's outside the off, it's rising. The field has sort of been set. If he does manage to get any edge on it, you got third man and backward point on the boundary. And just for good measure, you got 2 on the leg side as well.
So Crispy is saying it is 3.141, but what's the next one? Is it 5? Because that would have been, well, hold on, here we go. We've got it from, it was 5 actually, Chris said, or 6 sort of if you round it. So it's 3.1415, which is exactly what it was for the bowler. So thanks, Chris. Good stuff. He's done it to 10 decimal places, I think. So it's a bit overkill. But thanks.
50 up.
He's gone to about 40 decimal places.
More now. Chris Smith, what do you want? I think he's probably had more coffee than us.
Oh, yeah, as I said, 50 up. Hums are on strike. Cameron Ahmedzai. It's been a good over so far. It's been cracked just away from the fielder. The sweeper out there. Just throw that in. But yeah, so he's tightened it up a bit here. Has Cameron some good experience, and those massive forearms, buckets for hands as well. Has Cameron. The caught and bowled You've seen that back, haven't you? The caught and bowled from the international weekend. That almost killed an umpire. Would have probably if, like that one. It was like that, but straighter. And Cameron just stuck his mitts out and took a catch. Well, good over there from Ahmadzai. Only 7 from it. And at the end of 5, the Sarcelles are 52 for 4. Here's what's happening at the moment. So the upcoming events. France is going to keep on going until Sunday, finals day. We've seen the ECIs, and now this is the ECS. Malta, the spring series in Malta, still going to be steaming hot there, but looking forward to watching that. Then Belgium, night series in Belgium. Then there's some T20Is in Czechia for men and women. As far as I know, I thought it was mainly a women's tournament, but I think it's both. Jersey, the Liberation Series. I'll be there with the main man, Vinny Sandhu. And then Greece, I think, probably from Corfu. Doesn't say Corfu, but that's where most of the Greek cricket is based. And it's a nice venue down there, but absolutely chockers full of mosquitoes.
Remember to take that spray this time. That's hit pretty hard, and it's not going to be chased down by Mohamed Nisar. It's going to be 4 runs. So the captain here, Ramiz Ishan, is playing such a crucial role. We know that Chima Hamza can also, left-hander, play some delightful shots. We saw him play, get into the teens in the last match and then get out. So this is a very important partnership. The key thing is they haven't lost a wicket for now 4 overs. So they're starting to get that partnership going. And if you get a partnership going, then you start to believe, and it's the opposition that start to feel the pressure. So this is Tahsinullah Safi, and as I mentioned before, a little bit like Ahmadzai. It's Abdul Rahman Ahmadzai, of course. He also can fire in a pretty useful Yorker delivery. Let's see how he goes here to the left-hander. They have got Abdul back on the fine leg boundary, but he's just trying to make an adjustment to his offside boundary at the moment. It's like he's bringing up the sweeper, which is an interesting move.
It's a bowler again, slow ball, well bowled. But yeah, look, to me, it's Ramiz Ishan, the captain, who's on 27 off 16. He's the key if Sarcelles are getting it anywhere near this total at this stage. Hamza's 6 off 6. He's a left-hander, right-handed combination. Does sometimes throw bowlers, but these guys are so experienced. The bowling lineup, good ball, slightly quicker, bit shorter.
I like the movement of the field there from Tahsinullah Safi. So he basically is saying, right, I don't think the left-hander is going to go and cut me. I'm not going to give him anything cut. I'd rather have third back for protection, fine leg. He's got mid-wicket, a long on and long off back. So he's bowling those sort of deliveries you see. So that one probably is close to being the one for the over. I think we see eventually the signal there from the umpire who's at square. So one for the over. It can't bowl that height again.
You said he bowls a good Yorker. I reckon he's pulling it out now.
All right.
Because he's got the batsman on the back foot.
Yorker or the slow ball, either one will work for me. Let's see which he goes for.
I'm going Yorker. Yep. Ooh, just missed it. And fielded out there in the covers.
Oh.
That's all right. He got back. So well bowled.
Yeah, well bowled. Bit of both, I think. I think we were both kind of right.
Slow ball Yorker.
Slow ball Yorker.
Yeah, right. Well, both. We'll both take the win.
You can tell we've been bowlers in our time, because that's the right thing to do. You're getting the batter to think it's another short one coming. He's ready for the pull shot, and he goes for the slower Yorker. Again, another good over. Let's have a look at these over-by-over scores then. So the last 3 overs have gone 8, 7 and 6. And as a result of that, the rate required has quickly gone from around about 12 and a bit required to almost 17. So Drew, I said this right at the beginning, didn't I? They're a sort of team that once they start to get that rate that you require, start going in the wrong direction, it's very difficult to try and get it back, because it's not that often that you see the bowlers or the quality of bowlers that they get go for too many. So this is now going to be very difficult. You've got still Ramez Ishan, the captain, who's had a very good day for PFC. He's still out there, but he can't do it on his own.
Yeah, no, you're right. He can't do it on his own. At least Hamza's given him the strike back. He tried to smash it, but mistimed it out to point just for a single. It's Cameron Ahmadzai. So you're right. It's Ahmadzai and Safi that have dried the runs up over these last 2 overs, and it's down to 10% again for Sarcelle. They're still in there. Lost 4 wickets. Still 4 overs to go. Short, nice shot. There's a man back there though. So just tried to guide it into the gap, but found the fielder and just scoring in singles rather than boundaries at the moment.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you've got a bowler who's bowling this sort of line, and he consistently bowls it, you can set a field to it. Now he's got to try and get it right to the left hand, and this will be a bit of a test for Ahmadzai. But no mistakes, he adjusts very well. Like I say, very rarely do I see him get it wrong. He's just, I think he's the sort of player that every captain would love to have in his side. He can give you something in every part of the game, the bowling, the batting and the fielding. He just seems to be very reliable.
Yeah, look, I'll come back to it in a moment, but it's another good delivery. So,
I think this is pretty close. Looking at the reaction from the umpire and also from the wicket keeper, Amir Zahir. Let's have a look at this. So first of all, there's the miss. He's no idea. He's fallen asleep. He's talking to himself, probably saying, how did I miss that? And next thing you know.
Very close. So, yeah, coming back to Cameron in just a moment. This was just over the top of him. I'll take a single, but a good over though. So, with the first game for France against Sweden, first couple of games, I think he didn't really bowl. And there was a player that came in, I think it was Naeem, who came in for France, who got spanked. And it was kind of the French captain in Ghanasan was trying to work out who his best bowlers were. This is flicked away for 4. Nice shot, much needed boundary for PFS. But in the end, Cameron became one of the top 5 that he relied on, and it just showed you how good he is, because he was batting at, I think, number 5, as we see here. This is what's coming up next. This is FI Every against Sta. AC Sta.
AC Sta, yeah. Some changes. Jubaid Ahmed coming in for Every to probably try and strengthen their batting, because that's where they really fell apart really in that loss. And then for AC, they've got Abdul Hafiz and Sakenda Imran coming into the side. So let's see how they fare.
Should be a good game. There's a new bowler. It's Mohammad Rafa.
Well, now what's going on there? They're trying.
That's fake fielding.
What is going on here? It's his own teammates that are cheering at him and telling him to run. And well, once again, well, he had a chance to run him out in the last. He has another chance here. Look, he gets running because he gets sold down the river by his own teammates. They're all cheering at him and saying, go, go, go. Well, Chima Hamza, almost his teammates kind of run him out, but he stays there, he survives.
I'll tell you what, though. Oh, this is in the air. This should be gone. And that's it. That's the end of the batsman. That's Hamza. I was about to say, if I was in a bowling league, I would not like Amar Zahir in my side, because he'd be hitting the gutter every single time. But yeah, as I said, another wicket goes down. I don't think it's too valuable, to be honest. I don't think he really got going, did Hamza. But the main man's still there. 65 for 5, and looking less likely for Sarcelle.
Yeah, you can see Chima shaking his head as he walks off. It just never happened for him. Clever bowling, Mohammad Rafa, the slow delivery. And it was Abdurrahman Ahmadzai holds on the catch. I'm interested to see how Rafa goes here, because I know that he was struggling with an injury to his arm when he was at the Cardamom Oval. Every time he bowled very well, but every time he bowled, he was struggling. I noticed he's got some type of support on the elbow. Slow delivery, and it will get stopped there by the man we were talking about and singing his praises.
He's holding his arm.
Yeah, he did a lot of this. And as a result of that, I think at the Cardamom Oval, we saw him bowling a lot of slower deliveries. He's normally pretty quick, but he's cut down his run-up and his pace a fair bit.
It's a pretty good delivery there. Thanks to Isan, who's set. Irfan is the new batsman. But 66 for 5, looking a lot less like the supercomputer agrees. 1% now. They need 87. So they got 2 overs after this to get there. It's a nice shot, just be 1. But 87 to get a point out of this game. And at the start of the innings, they were looking to get all 3. So not the desired result from South Cell. Good bowling team, I think lacking a little bit of firepower maybe with the batting. Even though they did take apart a couple of the every bowlers, especially Rahmatullah Mangal. But at the same time, I don't know how much depth they have in this side, especially to be competing for one of the top 2 spots. Comes Rafa again. And again, just didn't get all of it to the batsman, just be a single. Pretty quiet over there for the batting team.
Yeah, that's been the issue. I mean, I know I reeled off what happened in the 2 overs before this, 8, 7 and 6. Well, the 2 after 7 and that one there goes for just the 3. And the thing about it that's more disappointing, I think, for PFC's point of view, is that they lost the 4th wicket in the 2nd over.
Yeah.
And then they literally went 5 overs without losing a wicket, but we're scoring at less than 10 an over. And I think when you got wickets in hand, you got to make a call and say, right, we're going to win this match. Something's got to happen. We've got to go for it. We get out.
Yep.
They never really made that decision.
Another good delivery. You've got to say though, the bowling's been pretty good.
Yeah.
Very impressed with the bowling of Dreux, and they're noted as big hitters and scoring large totals. But I think you have to credit them as a bowling team as well, because you can't win something like the ECL and just have a batting team. Oh, it's I'm not sure if it's hit the bat or the batsman. I'll have a check in a moment. And he's called a leg by. Not sure where it hit him. It might have been the shoulder or something.
Perhaps. Let's have a look here. It's, right on the shoulder. And that's probably why it doesn't fly off. It sort of loops over the keeper. Just going to be 1 leg by. Safi gets the ball. The only thing that I feel that Drew are kind of missing, I know that sometimes Nabi turns his arm over, but they lost a very good bowler in terms of Tabish. He didn't play for them in the ECL as well. That one's going to be, well, we are in France, so you will see the French cut a few times, but they're missing a spinner.
Yeah.
They're missing a slower bowler, and because they've got a lot of pace bowlers, got the left armour, you've got the heavy length ball from Cameron Ahmadzai and also from somebody like Wahid Abdul, but they are missing a spinner.
Yeah. Well, especially those left arm orthodox spinners, the finger spinners, very, very useful in this format. Leggies as well, but you're very right, Rico. It's still a very good bowling attack. There are no weak bowlers at all, but a quality spinner would be handy, and I'm sure they'll recruit well over the next year or so.
Let's turn our attention to the score here for a moment, as that's played away, but it will only be a single now. We saw one team, and that was CSPT, miss out. Now they're going for the run out here. This could be disaster. They're pretty confident they've got another wicket here, but while we wait to see this again, but remember they need...
They're just jogging. Have a look at this. Just jogging, just jogging, just keep jogging, and he's gone.
Out. That is,
all.
yeah. that is where you've got to really, I mean, the captain, Ramisi Shan, this is when, if you are a coach, you are going to rip into him afterwards. You really are, because that is shocking. And any youngsters that are watching, this is not the way to do it. It was lazy, and it was pretty poor from, of all people, the captain is going to get run out 34 of 22 with some pretty poor cricket.
Yes, he's done a lot of work today, especially with the ball, and he's looking a little bit tired. Took him a while to get off the ground.
And now, of course, Drew will feel that they could take all the points here. So, well, look at that acrobatic bit of backing up from the bowler, Safi. But he spelled, by the way, with the ball to go, just the 8 runs from it. This is another one which they will hustle to get there. And he's on your team. He can't hit the stumps. But yeah, keep an eye on the score. They look like they're not. It may not even get a point here. So they may also do the same thing as what CSPT did when they should have at least got the point, but they just never thought about it and didn't get a point. So we saw AC Stir getting 4 points. Could be the same here for Drew, because they've got to get, what was it, 80? I think they need about 11. Would that be right? Let's see. It will come up on the screens when we go back to it. But there's the bowlers. They've all bowled well.
Skipper bringing himself on as well. Oh, is that a giant wasp? No, I don't like those.
Was it a hornet or something?
Yeah, I think so.
No, it's well, you can see it's flying. There must be a nest there. This might help if it doesn't go to hand.
Nice
but it will
catch.
go to hand. It's a great catch there. Well, the man who's got the aerobic gear on takes a very good catch. Doing his little bit of cardio. Yeah, 87 required to at least get a point. And they're going to fall short here because we're in the last over. And it's Mohammed Irfan who probably could, if he got going and stayed there, get them that point. Because you know he can hit a good ball. He scored 20 in the earlier match, but he'll go just for 4.
Yeah, that's, well, they'll be disappointed, Sarcelle. But there's no way they're getting a point out of this with 5 balls remaining. And considering that, well, I'm sure we'll see the run rates with the per each over. But I know you've got them written down, but it's not been good.
It's not been good
Pretty
at all.
bright start, but then it just faded. A bright start in the fact that they hit a 6 off the first ball, but after then it's been a little bit slow.
Well, there's, I mentioned that they have got Nabi who could turn his arm over, but he's not bowling spin here at the moment. And
he's got another.
He'll take another wicket. It's a great one-handed catch taken by Amar Zahir. So it's another wicket that'll be taken. And would you believe it, Nabi, the batter who can't score a run, he was out for a golden duck. Well, maybe Nabi is going to put the pads and the bat away and become a bowler now. I mean, it's one that probably should have been put away by Mohammed Ahmed, but I'm not going to be too unkind to him. He's a late order batter. He's part of the tail. 2 in 2. Hey, Nabi's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, I know. I thought he was a batsman. So, well, it's for a batsman, he's not a bad bowler as well. Taken 2. And, well, he's on a hat-trick. We haven't seen a hat-trick today. Saw one the other day. We've seen a few hat-tricks, I think, in this week. I know we saw one with the international series. That's it was Zahid for Sweden. And we saw one, it was Anyat Khan for Ekota against the very good Royals. And, we might see another one. It's been quite a few hat-trick balls today, though.
Of course, yesterday the young man had the chance to take in 2 hat-tricks in 1 over. And it was Sahidullah who bowled beautifully picked up 4 wickets. And Sahidullah Shahzad, 4 for 2 he finished with. And at one point, the first 8 balls he bowled, no runs from it. All right, hat-trick ball.
Oh,
and he's got it. Nabi. Well, the chance of Nabi. As well, there's some celebrations from Wahid Abdul. And Nabi has retired from batting. It's official. we get the news report, the breaking news. Nabi, no more about it. He's a bowler. And what a way to do it. Off stump, out of the ground. Nabi has a hat trick. Nobody would believe it. Ahmed Nabi, a little bit of a cartwheel there in the celebrations there. You'd think it was Abdul who took it. He's still celebrating. There's some more celebration. We'll have that on camera for you one more time. Nabi, he's having a bit of a mare with the bat, isn't he? And, well, the captain may have got a golden duck, but now he's all smiles as he takes a hat-trick by removing the off-stump of the batter.
Well, he's got a chance of wrapping up the innings here if the last batsman was any indication. So it will be Mohamed Imran to, I think it's Mohamed Imran, I can't be right. Let's look at the number.
It's unless there's Mohamed Imran. We had a Mohamed Irfan, so
yeah.
All right, double hat-trick, you reckon?
It's on. It's on.
It's on indeed. Nabi, well, he can't even wait for the umpire to get back. In he comes.
Whoa. That's good bowling. But again, we've seen 18 wickets in this match. How many? I've never seen a day where there are so many wickets. I remember there's only 10 overs per innings. But I don't know. Vinny Sandhu must have a record in his head as to how many wickets in a 5-game day. We've only had 4 games so far. How many wickets have fallen? This must be some sort of record or close to it.
In the air, but that will get away. Goes behind that backward point area. Goes for 4 runs. So ball to go. Remember that Drew were bowled out for 124. So PFC, can they survive this ball, or will they be bowled out as well? That will certainly add to the question that we're asking. Is there a day where we've seen the most wickets for? Of course, one more match to go. That'll be pretty key in it as well. But I suspect if we see, say we saw 10 or 12 wickets fall in that next match, I think it could be.
Oh, go on. Another one.
That is it. So both teams bowled out. Catch is being taken there quite comfortably by, I think that's it is Mohamed Rafa who holds on to the catch. Nabi will finish with 4 wickets for 5 runs, including a hat-trick.
That's crazy. But yeah, look, I'm sure Maximo's lurking, and he'll be telling us very soon what the record is for the most number of dismissals in a day, the most number of wickets in a day, and it's got to be close. There's only one innings where there's only a couple down.
Yeah.
But anyway, coming back to this game, very good performance in the field by Dreux. Also a very good performance in the field by Sarcel. But unfortunately, just with the bat, they didn't have a fantastic day at all.
No, they didn't. And they continuing their little celebrations. Nabi, he normally doesn't show too many emotions as Nabi. It's nice to see him smiling. You know, I always say that if you enjoy the game you play, then you'll perform better. Maybe Nabi, maybe that'll start something for Nabi by picking up 4 wickets. It might even rub off when it comes to his batting. But this is what's coming up next as UIF. They are looking to bounce back after a defeat, and they're up against a team that certainly did make a superb introduction onto the stage here in the European Cricket Network with a century, of course, from their captain and Nazib Ullah. It was an outstanding performance. Not only the century, picked up 3 wickets as well.
Yeah, look, I was very impressed with Saju looked really good, and then Nazib Ullah, both really good batsmen. Looking forward to seeing that clash. You see here, this was the first ball. That was the highlight. Then after that, this one went down, but he made up for it. The catch right there. Actually, it wasn't the same man. It wasn't Hamza. But wickets kept on tumbling. As we see here, another one there. That was Hamza, I think. Yes?
Rafa.
Oh, that was Rafa. Yeah. And I'm still getting used to this. The first time I've ever seen Drew live, so but very impressed. And very impressed with this man, the left armour.
Yeah, I knew you would like him because he's something different. Left arm quick.
Yeah. And
he gets the ball on the money. He's Yorker when he gets it right, especially because he gets a little bit of that in-swing back into the batter. He's a good bowler, Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. And we know all about the other Ahmadzai. That's Kamran Ahmadzai. But they just couldn't get going, could they? They just were. We'll have a look maybe at when you look at the scorecard a bit later on, but when you have a look at how the runs per over went, I've never seen anything like it. And they went through a period after 16 came off over number 3. As we see, this was a very poor bit of work actually from the captain, and I'm going to say that the captain cost them a point there, and that point could be so crucial. Great backing up there from Safi, but yeah, after that 16 off, Abdul's over went 8-7, 6-7, 3, 4 and 5.
Things were slowing down for him and the team at that stage. So I don't know if it's necessarily cost him a point. It looked like it. Sometimes the batsmen get off to a good start. They just lose what they had, and I think that's a little bit what happened to the skipper. But there we go with Nabi taking a hat trick, and
I've never seen. Look at this celebration here, and you're used to seeing those at the end of a match, but that's a celebration for a Nabi hat trick, and then just I think it was 2 balls later, he would wrap things up by taking his 4th wicket, 4 for 5 in the last over, and well, a team that impressed us, PFC, with a pretty good win against Every, a win that surprised us. Well, now I think they surprised themselves with a bit of a poor show with the bat, but it has to be said, you can't take anything away from Drew. We knew that as soon as they got into the 90s, remember, you heard me saying that if they take this score into the 90s, then they would really make PFC work hard for the runs, and 90 would have been enough. That's that scorecard. It was only Ramiz Ishan, the captain, 34 with 22. Hussain Shahzad, you knew that he would be key. If they get his wicket out, got his wicket early, and that at Shafiq, they were always going to struggle to get back in the game. And as soon as a very tired-looking captain, Ishan, went for 34, you just knew that not only would Drew win the match, they would win and take 4 points. It's quite an incredible performance when you think of their own troubles with the bat. To bounce back like that and take 4 points yourself, credit to the reigning champions, Drew.
Absolutely. Look, they're here to play. I mean, it's their home ground, and it would be if they started losing games, they would be offended, I think. So Drew, with a comfortable victory, taking all 4 points in the end. Good effort with the ball from PFC Salcel. We'll see them again tomorrow. But end up a pretty comprehensive victory. 47 runs. Drew beating PFC. And well done to them. We'll see them again tomorrow. They have the one game today. Looking forward to the next game. This should be a cracker. 2 good teams coming up. First time we've seen the Star, and first time we've seen Every as well. 2 new teams to the network. So that'll be a fantastic game. See here, Safi with a 48. Really helped out Drew when they struggled and lost a lot of wickets early. Ramiz Ihsan fantastic with the ball as per usual, but the story is Ahmed Nabi with 4 for 5, and also Ahmed Zai with 3 for 15. Also contributing 25 to the score did Ahmed Zai. So we're going to be back. That was entertaining, but not very tight. We're going to be back with the final match of the day, match 20 in this European Cricket Series in France between Evry and Sta. Just in a few minutes' time, and we'll see you then. Thanks.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome to the final match of this, the start of Group B match day 4. And what an entertaining day it's been so far. And we're going to see two teams that have made a debut here go head to head. And ECS, they were absolutely brilliant with their win. Of course, their captain scoring that magnificent century up against Every. Now, Every, they won't believe what happened to them. They were big-time favourites against the other Sassel side, but it didn't go to plan. They went down to the Bumblebees. So they're looking to bounce back here. Let's go straight over to Joe Foster to see what happens at the coin toss.
Okay, every other home team, I say stand to call. Heads is the call. And it comes up tails. Okay, Every have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl.
Captain Ghanasan winning the toss and deciding that they will have a bowl first. Could backfire though, couldn't it? Because let's talk about what we saw from AC Star. There was brilliant. Their captain, Naizula, was fantastic. What a century. And to do it on debut and your first performance on the European Cricket Network, that was quite amazing. And he wasn't happy with just that. He picked up 3 wickets there as well. Watch out for Shaju. He was very good. Remember, he scored 46. And then Shahan also picking up 3 wickets there. They looked like a good side, but their batting just looked brutal. But can they maintain it? We know that they're a very good side themselves. I think their captain out there in the middle, Ghanasan, he'll be looking to come back strong. He would have been very disappointed the way that his batters did perform, so I'm expecting better from him. Don't forget they have got the Mangal brothers in the side, both of whom not only are very good with the ball but can add some value with the bat. And then you've got Dawood Ahmadzai with his spin, and Dawood, he himself, I know he's a really good you can't keep him down. He's a hard-fought campaigner. He's going to want to come back and prove himself in this match as well. But I think for Every, is their batting that needs to click. First thing, though, they've got to do is try to find a way to contain AC Star. Last match of the day, we entertain you and we'd like you to entertain us. We always like to put a call out to all the lurkers out there. So all the lurkers, look, you know who you are. If you are tuning in but you've never sent us a message and said hello, I invite you to do it in this match. Send us a message, say hi, tell us where you're tuning in from, and also any random questions, whether it's to do with where we are here in France, in Dreux, or anything else, fire them in. Myself and Danny will be more than happy to answer whatever questions you have for us. But let's enjoy the end of the day, match day 4 here, with the last match of the day, match number 5 in the first of 5 of Group B. I think it's going to be an exciting one. Could go either way, but I expect Every to try and bounce back.
Merci beaucoup Rico et bienvenue à tout le monde pour le dernier jeu de cette journée. Thanks for everyone to joining us for the final game of today's play. It should be a beauty. So Every, they went down this morning and they had a big win. So it looks on paper like Star should be the favourites for this game, but some quality players in this Every lineup. But I was super impressed with the batting of Nazibullah and also Misbah Saju. And you can see they're slight favourites. Both new teams, but Every is a bit of a super group. Whereas, I was speaking to Nabi actually earlier, and they have never seen this team play before, the team from Star. So it will be Rahmatullah Mangal to open. Just waiting on a start. He didn't have it all his own way in the game he played before. Only bowled one over. He was hit for 19 as well. Did pick up a wicket, but he'll want to get early wickets here against Star. So I'm still going to try to confirm why it's Star and not Stan, because it should be Stan, but they tell us Star. Here comes Rahmatullah. Just what a shot first up. One bounce over the boundary rope. Oh, these boys can bat. Just stand and smack him back over his head. And, well, I say, it's no mug. It just smashed back back for 4 straight. That's Ramatullah Mangal, who's the opening bowler for France. It's Shemu, the batsman. And this is in the air. It's coming towards us. In fact, it's going towards the every dugout. That's 6. And, well, Rico's standing up because I reckon there's a few coming towards us. Rico, not bad off the first 2 balls.
It's not bad at all, and you said it. It's not just any bowler. It's a national team bowler, Ramatullah Mangal. And 4 and 6 looking pretty slick. Mohammed Shemu opening up with Misbah Shaju. And Ramatullah, what's going to be the reply here? Goes into the body, just gets worked away. So he'll just take any bat on this. No, says the umpire. Leg by gets given. Well, that's the Dawood Ahmadzai. Now, they had to go to him pretty early in the last match because pace just wasn't working. And I think if they had their way, everyone would love to use the likes of Mangal. Maybe both of the Mangals opening up. Go to Dawood in the 4th over after the power play.
Well, they do have their way. They can do it. It's Ghanasan, the captain, who'll decide that. He hasn't taken the gloves. He's there at point. And it'll give him something to think about.
Yeah, definitely. Abdul Malik Jabrakel is behind the stumps as Shemu gets back on strike. And one thing that you can be sure of is the noise levels are about to go up, because we know that AC Stir came with a coach load of supporters as well, as that's a wild swing. But I tell you what, if he made contact with that was going to go a long way.
It was going to go a long way. I felt the rush of breeze from the bat out here in the igloo. It's a good start for them for start. It's 12 for no loss. Still 1 ball left in this over. And he's come back pretty well, has Mangal, after the first 2 deliveries. This one is good work by the keeper. Be a leg by, but Ramatullah goes for 13 off the over, 11 off the bowling. And good start there. As we see here, European Cricket Championship starting in September. This is the Challenger Division, which will start in October, just after the Premier Division. 2 groups, and these are the up-and-coming teams that just missed out on the Premier Division. It'll be very, very even contest, I think, and a really good initiative to bring this Challenger Division in.
Yeah, it definitely will be. A quick look at that, and remember, put that date in your diary. They are going to go to spin, similarly to what they did in the last match. So Dawood Ahmadzai, we know him as Mr. Universe on the network because of his celebration when he takes a wicket. And let's see if we see that celebration. And he's pumped. No Mr. Universe celebration, but he gets a wicket off his very first ball. And Ramatullah Mangal, the same way he did in the earlier match, is the man who plucks this from the sky. Well, he was like a giraffe reaching for the higher leaves there. And he holds on to that and he picks up the wicket. That's the end of Shemu, who excited us with a couple of shots, but you can see he's looking pretty disappointed. They're going to have to drag him off. He wants to stay out there longer, but it's a very good catch from a very good player.
Yeah, really good catch, and he really makes that position his own, and does Mangal. And you're right, he plucked it out of the air. Brings out a pretty good batsman, though, in Nazib Ullah. We saw him hit 100 earlier, and I want to see the back of him as soon as possible. But yeah, good move by the skipper to put Dawood on. So pretty good first up ball, right on the money. 50-50 now. The supercomputer. Oh, it's good bowling. Going down leg, says the umpire. But, well,
I like that. He knows it now.
He just does everything slightly in fast forward. It's like you've double speeded everything with Dawood.
A big appeal. Right, this is the wicket they love to get, Ullah. If you don't get him, he can hurt you.
Oh, short and put away.
He does that a couple of times and over, doesn't he?
Yeah,
I've watched it, even when I watch him in the internationals, there's always that one that he just drags down, and it just makes it, especially to a batter of the ability of Ula, it just makes it an easy put away.
Yeah, he does, and well, it's unfortunate, but it's the thing with leg spin. It's difficult to control, and even with a man with the experience of Darwood, but also his ability. There's the odd one that does get dragged down. I mean, you saw it with other bowlers. Shane Warne would do the occasional one as well. It just doesn't quite come out right. But consistency is a big key. This one's dragged down again. Oh,
brutal, brutal. And that is hammered and goes a long way. What a strike. Well, you're looking at a guy who earlier did score a century, 101, not out of 28. He gets his name in the Hall of Fame. They're getting excited already. There he is, and Azibullah. And he did it, the captain of his team, on his very first match, and their very first match on the European Cricket Network. What a story. And goes again. He's so quick on this.
Yeah.
So quick. And I think the story here, the lesson here for Dawood Ahmadzai has to surely be, stop going straight to him. You've got to go wider at him. And if that means making a change in the field and putting a fielder back on extra cover, you've got to do it. He is so quick.
Agreed, but it was also too short again. He dragged it down. This one, he dragged it down again, but there was a chance.
That's quick reactions, you know, from Ula. Very quick reactions, because he's alert here and just make sure this ball is not going to roll back onto the stumps. End of the over. And well, Dawood Ahmadzai, as he so often does pick up a wicket. But he also goes for 16 in the over, and AC start 29 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yeah, well, so it's been a good start, but as you see, Stars up the top. Look at that net run rate, 5.7 with 4 points, and Drew also picking up 4 points. So at this stage, they're looking the two best teams by a long way, Drew and Star. But the things with Drew is we didn't see the best of them with their batting, and they are a batting-heavy team. That'll be a good contest when these two play. But I was very impressed with the bowling of Drew as well.
Yeah, bowled well, and fielded well. And they will go to the other Mangal now, Rahula. Oh, good delivery. He maybe, I think Rahula Mangal may not have, maybe just a little bit slower perhaps in pace, not by a lot, a little. But I think he's, in terms of the accuracy, he's more, whereas Rahula is looking to get the edge outside the off. I think Rahula Mangal is more wicket-to-wicket type of bowler.
I want to saw him a couple of years ago, and I'll come back to that in a moment. This is going to be...
Nobody back there.
Yeah.
With nobody back at mid-wicket, it's a safe shot to play. And, well, the young lady wants to get in the action. Go for it, go on. Get there. It's an easy shot put away, and she's after it. Says, it's mine, it's mine. Yeah, okay, so you're saying when you saw him a few years ago.
I know that Ramatullah was injured, but they missed him. And I was very impressed with him, and I thought that Rahula was a good bowler. Oh, this is another big six. Caught on the boundary, drop, put down by the spectator. Oh, disappointing in the crowd.
Oh, now he's dropped his phone. Oh, when you're having a bad day, that's the way it goes. And he's caught on camera. He's trying to disappear, but everybody's seen it. Everybody's seen it.
He's trying to explain it now.
There's the drop, and Abby have a chance. Maybe the throw comes in, and then he drops his phone afterwards. We'll have to go back to it, maybe. Oh, that's a wide. That's a great acrobatic stop from the keeper, from Jabrakel. So, Rahula Mangal, maybe he just gets a little bit rattled here. He tries to bang. I mean, that's a good save. Beautifully done.
So going back to that, they're both good bowlers, both very young as well still. But it seems like at the moment, as you see, this has been smashed over cover for 6. Lovely shot there from Saju. So I think more than anything that Rahula is bowling well in this week, whereas I don't think that Ramatula's bowling at his best. I don't think it's to do with ability. I don't think it's anything like that. It's just sometimes, like same with batting, you get into form. And with bowling, it's the same. Sometimes you get bowlers that they're doing something slightly different, and then 6 months later they're world beaters.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's happening with Ramatula. Oh, that's short. And that's been hammered again.
Hit me bowling.
I love watching this team bat.
Hit me bowling. I think this is definitely a slower delivery, but it's so short. 50 up on the board. I like the way they play. They're brave. They play the shot. If it works, it works. But you said that you liked this guy, Sarju. Now, remember, when these two were together in the last match, Sarju went right from the beginning. He played some great shots, especially when he was anything on the leg side. Right, miscue. He could go here. Somebody's got to call it. And it's Dawood Ahmadzai holds on to it. Ramatullah Mangar not happy because he's saying, hey, I'm calling it. I'm running into it. He might be right, but Dawood Ahmadzai doesn't put it down. They get the big wicket. Sarju, I was just in the process of saying I like the way he batted in that first. He got to 46 before he got out. Very strong on the leg side, but he gets tested again here. It gets dug into him, and I like the area here. It's better. It's outside the off. Catch gets taken, and well, there was all sorts of discussion there going on. So, wow, what's happened here? So, yeah, Sarju.
Well, they're both wearing 18. That's confusing.
Sarju will
they
go.
Can't do that. You can't do that. I think it's the keeper. I think it's Sabi Hussain with the pink pads.
He's 118.
Oh, he's 118.
There's
that's
the old
why.
tape that's on there.
Zahid Hassan.
Yeah, so good wicket to get.
Gets me every time.
Right at the end of the over.
Oh, it's rubbish and put away.
Well, that's one for the spectators. They're going to like, there we go. Oh, they're misfielding, more misfielding. The ladies will show you how to do it. As that one gets through everybody. Ah, look at that. Nice catch. Good arm. Yeah, nice. Nicely done.
That's a terrible delivery. It's Sulago Richmond, the bowler. Hope he improves. I think he bowled pretty well in the last game for Every. That was not a great start.
Yeah, ooh la la. Because that's who's batting. This is Nazib. Ooh la la, ooh la la. He likes to hit it. Look at the way. I mean, he's very similar in the way that Sarju, both are very, very similar. They take guard, then they got that sort of baseball style waiting. They're well balanced. They're waiting for it, keeping the upper body dead still, the head still, and they're brutal. All right, now. That is not out in the middle, but he's still got enough of this. It's well, if only it would count, it'd be good. He's saying, what? What's wrong with that? Well, maybe you've taken 2 steps outside the boundary rope. Rahula, he shows us that he has got what it takes to take a jalebi catch, but unfortunately, he's taken a couple of steps outside the boundary rope. That's not the way to do it. I tell you what, if you got that far, he hadn't stepped outside the field of play, it would have been quite amazing. Yeah. Another 6, though. Ula.
Oh, good bowling.
Yeah.
Much. Oh, it's a no
ball.
Oh, no.
Oh, how can you? It's got to be a foot fault from here. Is it the back foot or the front foot? I think it's the front foot, says the umpire. Is it? How much has he gone over? Oh, yeah, big time. And now the free hit. Gets mullered away. Bolle, Ginna Sona. Gewai, Hanial, Grande. Here's a with Seismas and Nazibullah, the captain. Oh, isn't he having a day out?
Did you just say got mullered away by Ullah? Mullered by Ullah. I like that.
Mullered by Ullah.
I like that. That's going to be a definite catchphrase this week if he continues like this. Ooh. Oh, good bowling. A little bit slower. Off stump. What I like about all these batsmen so far is they're so still when they hit the ball. They're really still, and obviously the coaching. It's not a tape ball whack-a-mole type situation with these guys. These are class bats who have come out for Star. We've only seen a few of them though. Haven't needed more than 4 so far. And it's hit the cover for no run.
Yeah, the other thing that's pretty impressive, I mean, we have, of course, seen teams on debut before, good teams, good players. Usually the batters take a little bit of time to adjust to the shortened format. You know, they're used to maybe T20 or maybe the all-day game.
Yep.
So you can see they've got the talent, but they're just a little bit slow, the strike rate.
Yep.
Not these guys.
No.
These guys look like they've been playing this for years.
Well, just good quality batsmen. And it's a pleasure to see them bat. Well, we've got a new bowler. It's Naeem Duatsai.
Yeah, Naeem he actually had a good game last time, didn't he? He came in at number 11 and impressed. Bowling to the man with pink pads. I don't think I've ever not in a European cricket series seen a player playing in the pink. He's got the matching helmet. Shame he hasn't got the gloves to go with it. It's in the air, and of course he's going to go all the way to the boundary. Well, Rahul this time doesn't take the catch. He doesn't try to throw it back in the field of play either, as Naheed Hassan opens his account with a 6. And you're right, we didn't see too much of the other batters. Maybe they can all do this. Can you imagine? Better delivery from Duatsai.
Yeah, it was better. 82 for 2 though. We're in the 5th. And, well, that score is looking ominous. The run rate at the moment is 18.9. Expected score, 158. Depends if these two stay in. Oh, it's not very well played in the end. Wasn't a great ball. He hit it straight to the fielder. Darwood had a go at it and then decided that he should just cut off the runs.
Yeah, he started to come in, and I think that's the right call. You can't overcommit and give Baby runs away. This short punish. Everything that's been short.
Oh, that's hit something.
What is that grunt? Oh, it's still making a crash, bang, boom sound. What has it hit?
I don't know.
And what damage has it done? Because it wasn't just one bang. This was crash, bang, boom, and then a few other rattles, and that was destructive.
Well, the clubhouse is there. It's either damaged the ball or damaged the clubhouse or both. We've got a new ball. So I've got to say, outside off stump is where to put it to these boys, because anywhere near straight and it's getting launched.
Yeah. We've seen that on a number of occasions. And yeah, okay, well, goes for it outside the off. Well, the thing is, 50-meter boundaries, that's going to be 6. And would you believe it, the Centurion, Nazib Ullah, has now been undefeated in the day and 151 runs, because he gets his 50 here of 15 balls, and beautifully well done. And the score now 95 for 2. We're enjoying the brutal hitting of this new team, AC Star.
It's been fantastic, hasn't it, Rico? A real breath of fresh air, and great to see this new team, but quality batting and big hitting. So we know how good they could be on paper. They are on paper. Yeah. But, well, we have a new bowler. Let's see where this one gets launched to. Oh, it's coming to us.
Our way.
Holy.
Watch out.
No idea where that is.
It's it's gone over us. Ah, this is when you just get into a little corner and think, please don't come in here. Look at it. It's pretty straight. It must have gone clean over us in the end. Yeah, fair bit over us. Here we go. So, watch out. Here it comes. That's
we can't defend ourselves, Rico. We literally see it a split second before it smashes into us.
Oh, my. All right, 100 is up. And that's worked away. It shouldn't go to the boundary, though. It'll just be a single. This is Arun. Well, Rama's the name, and he's the one who's being rammed at the moment, Arun Rama. Let's see what he can do, but the hitting is so... We've seen 23, 23 and 20 of the last 3 overs, by the way. 100 up on the board. How many more to come? And that's a nice looking shot. just gets inside of this and helps us along to the boundary. It's another biggie. Well, they're enjoying themselves, aren't they? And, well, there's some high fives here. It's in the air. Are we going to see a crowd catch? And yes, we do.
Nice catch. Round of applause from the spectators as well.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's the shot or the catch or both. Not out. Oh, he's given him. Well, maybe. We'll have another look.
Okay.
Let's have another look.
Let's look again. Well,
it was very full.
Nazibullah.
Very full.
And
oh, yeah, that's... it would have hit the stumps. Did it hit him outside the line? I think it might have.
I think impact.
Well,
You can see he's disappointed. You can see straight away when it hits him, he's looking at the umpire saying, come on, umpire, no. But he's going to be removed. And Nazibullah, the captain for a half century. The thing about this is, so what I will say about it is, folks, you can decide at home whether you think yay or nay.
Yeah.
But I think the other reason that he's disappointed is that he's missed it.
Yeah,
you know, it's in an area we would normally put it away. I can see why the umpire's given it. If I'm looking at it again, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt to the batter. I've got to admit. I think
what I've got to say, it's hit him on the full. It would have crashed into the stumps. As he comes in again, and
well, it don't matter who comes in.
I give up with these guys. This is unbelievable from this team of Star, and well, they just every one of them come in and just smash sixes. But in the nicest possible, not the blunt force trauma that you see some with some batters. This team's got another one.
Maybe a catch.
Maybe not.
It will be when it's Darwin Amatai who comes across. He takes another catch, and they will remove Tenbir Aziz, who is very much 6 and out for him. He tries to go for another, but he won't do it. So another one goes. So let's see now. Another batter coming in. Let's see if he's going to hit a 6 to get started.
We need to get rid of this awning, Rico. I'm going to be by myself tomorrow. I don't care if it rains. Well, it won't rain. I need to get rid of this awning because I lost it. I thought that was being launched into the barbecue tent again, and it just went straight up in the air. All right. So, well, it's not a bad little innings.
It's over comes to an end. So I suppose you'll take 2 for 19. Yeah, you'll take that, especially against these guys. So well done to Rama.
Good move, actually, by the skipper, bringing Ramatullah Mangal in. Oh, it's just going to go back, but it's a good move, bringing him back now.
Remember the last match? They never brought him back, did they? He went for 19 off his first over. He did pick up a wicket. They didn't bring him back, and I thought that really, I think when you've got a bowler like him in your side, you've got it. Let's see if we're right. We did say that sometimes a bowler's first over may not be great, but they can come back with a good one in the second. Let's see.
Oh, good start. I think it gets a little bit of swing, and which is useful. He does sometimes struggle to control it early on with the swing. He bowls a few wides outside off. That was pretty nigh on perfect. So, by the way, Johnny the scarf is back on. I just took it off briefly for the TV experience. This is hit and into the gap. 6 runs just over the fence. Or the rope, I should say. We don't have fences here, do we? Just over the rope.
Yeah, nicely struck. Well, there's a bit of a fence over there. You can see the ECN banners on the fence. But on this occasion, it's over.
Oh, no, it's not. It's a 4.
I think did it bounce just before? Does he hit the rope?
No. Just
bounces
before.
And goes up. So,
bad eyes.
4 carreras. And that's hit out onto the offside, so single. I suppose here, I mean, that expected score 166, of course. When you had the likes of course, Ullah smashing it, it was always going to be high. Now they've got rid of him. All right, we know that Nahid Hassan, has played some nice shots. We haven't really seen Sabir Hussain. Here he is on strike for the first time. So let's see if they can start to bring that rate down or not. It's well bowled. Really good delivery to a new batter. Test him with the Yorker, full and straight and fast. And Hussain, he digs it out and gets a single. Get the 120 now.
Yeah, Thomas saying looked like it was hitting just outside leg, but it was straightening. It was definitely hitting the stumps. The umpire obviously thought it was pitching in line with leg. So I understand why he gave it, but he doesn't have the benefit of the replay. And even on the replay, it was close. Shot!
Oh, Arriba. That is beautiful. Jump of the shot. Uses his feet and just watch this. You got a quick bowler coming into you, and he comes down and plays a Hollywood shot. 6 more to Hassan.
They're so entertaining to watch. I love this team. These guys are great. And yeah, just like I think it was a little favourite team with Royals and the way they played. It's for a very different reason. I'm loving the way these guys are playing.
And thing is that, you know what I like about Hassan is that you get somebody out there who's wearing pink pads and a pink helmet. You know, certainly from the likes of me and you, if you don't have a good day out there, we're going to draw attention to it. So he knows that, he's taking a bit of a risk, but he's just playing beautifully. This is what you got coming up tomorrow. Of course, I'll be off tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm going to miss out on Peacock Friday, but maybe I'll still wear me Peacock Friday shirt when I'm out and about. But a good day coming up. And we'll start with the Stallions. Stallions only had that one match earlier today, and it was an entertaining close match. But they've got a tough one against Drua first up.
They do. Drua a very good side. As you saw before. This one's hit down the ground. Just be a single. So it's 128 for 4. 3 overs left. And there's Arun Ramar as the bowler. He took 2 for 20 off his first, or 2 for 19 off his first.
It's those 2 wickets that were very important. And I said at the time, if you're taking 2 wickets just for 19 against this side, you'll take that. And you'll also take the 13 that Ramatullah did go for in second. So 2 lots of 13s for him.
This is in the air, player coming in. Don't think he'll get there, will he? Yes, he does get there. And then just declines to use his hands.
That's a pretty poor drop, actually. The standards that you'd expect from this side, you've got to be taking these. He comes in, and maybe he's a little bit too casual, I don't know. But that's Ibrahim. And he puts down Hassan on 27.
That could be big. Good bowling. A little slower ball there from Ramar. Let's have a look. Yeah, a little bit of outswing as well. It's a good line and a good length, especially that line outside off stump. And just a tad of movement. Ramar comes in again. And a little bit short. Might have got an edge to that, actually. And it's gone for 4.
Yeah, that's 4 runs.
Yeah, it is 4 runs. I think it was a thick outside edge. I don't think it was. I think it was a thick outside edge. And that's what hurried the keeper. He's in a bit of a strange position there. He seems like he's come up a little bit. And it flew through his gloves. It's another 4 runs, but a chance goes down.
Yeah, that's one that you really got to take. So Tupakel puts it down off the bowling of Ramar. Hossain, no, it's his turn to get a life in that over. And Ramar, you got to feel for him a little bit. He had 2 for 19 before the start of this over, and he could have quite easily had another 2. Still very, very good over. Just the 7 runs do come from it. And the score at the end of the 8 overs, 134 for 4. Now, I normally like to put a question in at some point in the last batter of the day, and I'll reveal the answer to this bit later. But my question today is taking you to women's T20s internationals. What is the best bowling figures, and by who, in women's T20 cricket? So I'll leave that out there. I'll reveal the answer, let's say after the 4th over in the final innings of the day, as that's another blast, and the fielder's not going to get anywhere near it. 4 more.
So T20Is?
T20, yeah, T20.
Okay, so
women's T20.
I'm gonna go out on a limb that it's a country it's from a country that is not necessarily recognised as a big cricket nation.
Good shout.
Right. And I remember Nepal beating, I think, Mongolia by a lot. So that might be there. But there's also, I don't remember which country it was. I think Uganda might have been involved. But there was an African similar. Oh, this is up in the air. It could be a good effort there from Dawood. They'll come back for 2. Always getting away from him. Good effort there from Dawood Ahmadzai.
The thing about Dawood Ahmadzai is when he sees that ball go up in the air, he's like a charging bull. It's not his catch. Look where Mangala is. Look, Mangala has to break because he knows that Ahmadzai is not going to stop. There was one earlier when it was Rahotullah Mangala coming in for a catch.
Yeah.
When Dawood was running backwards. All right, on that occasion, Dawood holds on to it, but he's got to listen to the call sometimes. He needed to leave that to Rahula, and it was really straightforward catch for the fielder coming in from the boundary.
I tell you what, Ramatullah, who got in his way last time when he took the catch, didn't move a muscle to try to get to that ball. It was probably his catch, to be fair. This is dug that one. I'm not sure why they're not running. Well, okay. Hassan wants to strike, obviously, and he wants to be facing Dawood. He's bowling pretty well.
All right. Oh, the fielder slips. Whether he would have got there, Rahotullah Mangala, I don't know. But as he goes to move, you probably won't see it on the screens. You'll just see him probably on the floor. But as he goes to move, he goes down. Whether he would have got there or not, we'll never know. But it's going to be another boundary. That's why Naheed Hassan wants to stay on strike.
He's moved on to 38. And that'll help as well. That's another 6. 150 up as well.
Yeah, good hitting, Naheed Hassan. Though once again, I think you got to focus on UIF. Everybody's fielding. They put him down on 27, and now he was dropped earlier there on 32. So Dawood Ahmadzai that has a chance to remove the man. He doesn't. He'll finish for 1 for 33, and with an over to go, it's 151 for 4.
Good performance again from this star team, and well, it'll be Rahula Mangal. We bigged up. I think he's bowling pretty well. Has been all week for the was at the weekend for the national team. Let's see if he can do a bit of damage in this final over.
Yeah, it's a good pickup. It's a lovely shot. Well, Sabah Hussain is probably going to say to Naheed, I can handle myself. You don't have to keep me off strike. I can hit a boundary or 2. This is going to end up being a pretty challenging run chase for Every.
Yeah.
And who knows? They might not even get a point here. It's going to be that sort of score. Running hard, they will get there. That's going to be out. So good work. We've seen Rahula do this before, haven't we? He's pretty good in this sort of situation. He did the same in their first match. All right, they weren't going to run here, but they achieve what they want, and that's to get the hard-hitting Naheed Hassan on strike. Sabir Hussain sort of sacrifices his wicket to do that, and I like that about this team. So they're not selfish either.
Well, it's number 117 that joins number 17. And it's, again, one of those fake numbers. It's Sikandar Imran. Be there with Sabir Hussain.
Be interesting to see if Sikandar Imran actually does get a chance to face the ball. I think he might be there just if he has to sacrifice his wicket for the cause of Hassan to get on strike. He's on 44 of 18.
It's Hassan, of course. Oh, this is... He's hit slightly. He's not going to run it.
Yeah, it's what I suspected. It's what I suspected. He wants to try and finish with boundaries, and also he wants to get a 50 to his name. But I suppose they know better the abilities of Sikandar Imran.
Comes in again. Oh, good bowling there.
I like that delivery, yeah. Oh, a little hug. There's always time for a hug. No matter what the time of day, no matter what's happening in your life, there's always time for a hug.
What's he done?
He plays it onto his foot, probably. Oh,
no,
onto his belly, I think. And he's hitting the belly, and there we go. Always time for a little bit of a hug. He's okay, though, is Hassan. But yeah, 2 dot balls in there. That's good. I like that delivery from Mangal. It was that wide off stump Yorker, which the batter just couldn't work away.
Hassan deserves a 50. And I don't think he'll get it.
This time, Rohitullah Mangal, he says, all right, Mr. Universe, you stay there. Stay where you are, I want it. He screamed at him. He said, leave it, is mine. And Dawood Ahmadzai this time, he takes note and pulls a handbrake. Yes, look at the fingers. Good catch to take. He was ready for it. Eyes fixed on the ball, head nice and still, got himself in a nice low position, and those fingers wrap around the Grizzlies, gets in his hand. So, well, Naheed Hassan, remember, he turned down a single, but then after that, he dotted up. So 2 wickets in the over, only the 6th from it, with a ball to go. And I've said this before, I was saying it in Group 8, 157, 160s doesn't always win your matches. And that will take it to the 160. So they'll get a lucky boundary to finish with. We are in France, so the French cut will always be on play. 161. But again, I repeat, it's a good score. It should win you a match, but it doesn't necessarily always do so.
True, and they've got some good batting to every. They have to fire because Star, they've scored a lot of runs again, 161. It's going to be a difficult total for every to get. That scoreboard pressure might tell. We'll see some of the highlights in this, and there were plenty of them early up for Star. And it was that man again, Nazib Ullah, who provided a lot of them. But it was Ahmed Shemu as well. This is the catch after a good little innings from Shemu. It was Ullah that came in and just it's drop catch.
Yeah,
unlucky.
And the phone, don't forget the phone. We don't have that highlight. That was a good highlight. He has to leap up quite magnificently, Jabrakil, to stop that. And this one, well, catch me if you can. And Dawood Ahmadzai, despite being called at by Rohitullah Mangal, those two continue that debate. But the main thing was that on that occasion, at least the catch was taken. And there was a few that almost ended up in the food hut again. This was good hitting from, of course, that was Naheed Hassan. We were under attack. And this time, I wasn't being the protective shield for Danny. You're right, Danny. I think if it's going to be a clear day tomorrow with no chance of rain, I think we've got to remove the front part of this igloo, because at least it gives us a little chance. Now, this is the talking point here. I think people have different views on it. That tells you that is one of those decisions. Sometimes they're given, sometimes they're not. On this occasion, the umpire decides it was out, and Nazibullah would have to finally depart. It's the first time he's been out after scoring 157 in the day. I'm trying to think to myself if I've ever seen a debut or an introduction to the European cricket quite like that. He scores a century of his first knock and then a 50 of his second. That's got to be a first for me.
Yeah, look, excellent, and just good batting from this team, and especially from that man, the skipper for Star. It's Nazib Ullah. And, as we saw, this is another round out for Ullah Mangal. Didn't he bowl the last over well as well?
Super. He was really unlucky as well. He went for 10, but
white van alert.
He's going the wrong way. That means he's taking things away, not bringing any goodies. Talking about goodies. Goody, yum, yum, as that was a Rohitullah Mangal takes a catch. But that's unlucky. I always like that when you see two brothers in action. Rohullah doing the bowling and Rohitullah Mangal taking the catch. But a bit of bad luck there right at the end. That inside edge takes the ball to the boundary. 10 come off the last over. And that means that 160 does get put on the board by AC Star. It should be enough, but are we going to see a different side to the batting of UIF every? We know they got good players. We know that if those good players click, then this is a run chase that is definitely on. But the most important thing I think here is that they don't get at this in a negative way, lose wickets unnecessarily, and end up picking up no points.
Yeah, exactly right. So it was the bowling card, and Richmond went for a lot, as did Dawood. But 2 wickets for Arun Rama, bowled very well. and 2 for Rahul Mungal, who also bowled very well. I think the figures really reflect how good that last over was, and Dawud Ahmadzai picking one up as well. So again, it's that man Nazib Ullah, 56 off 17. Nahid Hassan probably deserved a 50 with 44, and Saju with 23. 161, 162 to win for every. They're a capable side. They've got some good batting, but they'll have to bat well to get up to this total from the surprise packet so far in this Group B AC Star. So we're back in a few minutes' time for the second half of this game. It's in the European Cricket Series here in France. It's match 20, the final match of the day. See you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back as you get ready for the final innings of the day. And of course that means that there's all sorts of things to talk about. We'll entertain any of your random questions. We'll have a quick look at the bonus point equation there. We'll leave you that on the board while I'll tell you a little bit about a Edgbaston folk hero that was born on this day in 1954. Of course, I'm talking about the meteoric wicketkeeper Jeff Humpage. Was a Wisden Cricketer of the Year in 1985. A popular figure throughout his career. He played 3 one-day internationals against Australia in 1981, but managed only 11 runs. This was out of character because Humpage could certainly bat. He had a first-class average of 36 and a top score of 254. He also went on the Rebel Tour to South Africa in 1981-82 and became a police constable after his retirement. Well, that's an interesting change in career. And remember, there was that question as well. And Danny, I have to say, it was on the right lines. Now, my question was the best bowling figures by a woman in women's T20 international. So give that some thought and I'll reveal the answer in maybe at the end of the 4th over before the halfway point of this innings as we get ready to go. Rika Full here, and great as always to have Danny with me. Here's the first ball coming up, and it's a good one in the block hole. And you just get the feeling here, Danny, that if the new boys here, of course both are new, but AC Ster, if they bowl a good line and length, then they should go on and win this match.
They should. They should. It's a lot of runs to get. But we do have a new batsman. This shot.
That's 6, I think. I think that catches the rope. Yeah, 6 runs. That's a lovely shot, isn't it? This is Arun. Now, the 2 Aruns in the last time they went out there didn't really get going. But, well, Arun, I'm going to say Aya Vuraja.
That's good.
Has started very well. That's a delightful shot for 6.
We got a first baller last time. Well, you can see he can bat.
Soft hands, takes a single, liking that, rotates the strike. He's got Jubaid Ahmed out there with him. So Jubaid, of course, will hope that he can get going here as well. And they made a start. That's the key thing.
By the way, I posed a question to Vinny earlier.
Yeah.
And I got an answer.
Okay.
So we asked what is the most number of wickets that's gone down in a day in ECN, and he replied, I don't actually know that.
Now that is, are you sure you contacted the right Vinny?
I think so.
Vinny sounded not knowing. Yeah, that is very interesting. But I think you're right that today is close to it. So in this match so far, 6 have gone down. So let's see where we end up with, and then we'll have a bit of a count at the end of the day. And we'll make a mental note of it because it's certainly been a good day for wickets to fall. Down the leg side. And it's one of those, Danny, where some batters will say, it's going to be wide, where others will say, why have 1 when you can have 6? And it's a delightfully timed controlled shot. I like the way he just gets that little flick right at the last moment to make sure that it will go all the way. So, Vuraja, nice start from him.
I like the fact that Gunnasan is not opening as well. And he's kept confidence in Arun because he did get a first baller. And, well, we can see why he's kept confidence because it's a pretty good first over from him. 14 from it. You can see here 90 matches since the golden ball. This would be an awesome golden ball. 161. But let's see. Anyway, it's Jubaid Ahmed will be facing the next ball from the second over. It's 14 from that, which means they're a couple of runs short, but not bad. If you calculate it over 2 overs, I think it's a good way to look at it. See where they're after this over.
Oh, Nick is going to go back to sleep again. Well, Nick, thanks for staying with us. Enjoy. Oh, that's gone. Oh, well, Jubaid Ahmed is going to have his stumps rattled at the start of the second. It's full, it's straight, and that's the end of Ahmed. He'll go for 1 of 2. Here's the ball again. Beautifully bowled, and it's Tanbir Aziz that has his man. Lovely bit of bowling, but I think it gets a bit of the pad in it, but he's very late on it. I think he needs to be looking to be going forward to this one. Stays back, doesn't move, lets the ball hit his pad, and then on to the stumps.
Yeah, good piece of bowling. It angled in, just cramped him up, and you could tell he just wanted to swing his arms, just couldn't. And very, very good piece of bowling. It's at the end of Javed Ahmed for 1. It is Ghanasan who'll come in next, the captain. He missed out in the last game, as did Arun. But Arun's looking pretty good, and well, surely Ghanasan doesn't miss out 2 games in a row.
Yeah, who was the one who was run out towards the beginning? I'm trying to think. It wasn't Ghanasan, was it? So Ghanasan just skied one up, didn't he, out on the offside?
He just chipped one to mid-on.
Jeez. Similar ball, high and gone. Well, that's the difference. Quick hands from Ghanasan. We've seen him play shots like this many times. One thing that I like about Ghanasan, and we don't often say this a lot about cricketers that we see on our travels on the European Cricket Network, he's also very strong out on the offside.
Yes,
he's a very good cutter off the ball, and he plays the uppercut really well. So he's a good all-round player, but that was a really good shot.
He's got so much strength. Even if he mishits it, it normally goes to the boundary.
Right, well, he does mishit this. Will it go to the boundary? Gear, and that's 6 runs. I think that's 6 runs. I think, well, this is a lovely... I think this could be a great highlight. The shades are on his head. Watch this. He's not got them on. I think his feet go outside the field of play. I think he's just on the boundary. That's 6. Now watch happens. Keep this playing. Watch the shades. Watch the shades. And down they come. Oh, yeah. Look at that. The shades are on autopilot. But that's 6 runs. It's a good effort, but that's 6.
Yep. Well, I said, even if he mishits it, he normally gets a boundary. And he's off 12 off 2. So Ghanasan needs a captain's role here, just like Nazibullah has done before Star. Let's see if he can continue it.
Oh, hit hard. And fielded as well. This has to kind of wear one for his team. Does Saju, and he does. I think that probably ends up hitting him somewhere close to the knee. But he does make the stop. Yeah, Ghanasan, when he does hit it as well, he hits the ball hard.
He surely does. Harun at the other end. He started off pretty well.
Just get a little bit of something on this, and oh, that's exceptional fielding. And the man who's got the auto shades. Automatic, automatic. Have a look at this. It's great work. Gets a little nurdle on this, but he comes across, gets a slide in, makes the stop, and it's at Nahid Hassan. And well, I suppose he's getting pretty close to be called the Duracell bunny of this team, isn't he?
He's pretty quick along the ground, isn't he? He was the 3rd man, came across and cut off that boundary.
We're going to miss this time. It's a good delivery to finish the over. So 28 for 1, very similar kind of score that AC Stir were at the end of their 2. They were 29 for 1. So far, it's developing into a very interesting run chase this, but they've got to believe, got to stay up with the rate as soon they get one bad over in here where they don't get that sort of 15 or 16 and over, things start to change quite differently. And you can see how important it is. These two are at different ends of the table. AC Star at the top on net run rate above Drew, and Every at the bottom. Once again, the net run rate keeping them behind the next team lowest to them. That's a nice shot. He plays these shots quite well outside the off. I like the way that he's pretty selective in whether he's going or trying to go over the top or through them. Gets another single. He's got good wrists. There's Viraja.
Well, 113 is the target for a point for for every. I don't think they're even considering that. They have to go for the win. Oh, shot! Well, so quick with his hands, isn't he? And Gunnasan just waited and then so quick, as you mentioned, Rico.
Yeah, he's quick in that area. Anything that's coming into his body around there. He's only been beaten genuinely by one that was sort of a little bit wider outside the off, where he looked to play the similar shots at Shahan. Back in again to him, and this time he does go a little bit wider, a little bit shorter, and gets the dot ball. And dot balls could be so crucial in this contest. You get a couple of dot balls in and over, and maybe there's a single or so in there as well, then you find yourself sort of not losing the over. You're more likely to go on to win it, and that's going to be key here. It's going to be a good test for both these sides. That's now up on the offside. We said before that he is a good player on the offside, is Ganisan, and he plays that nicely. Good shot, 4 runs, nice shot to play. We are still in the power play. That's why there's nobody back on the sweeping roll on the offside. So safe shot to play, 4.
Yeah, they're just about keeping up with the run rate, aren't they, at this stage? And it's the bowlers. These are the opening bowlers. It's the bit of a balk from Shahan, but then they'll start getting into the soft underbelly of the star bowling, and we'll see what happens. This is a big swing and a miss.
He's disappointed with himself there. It's the wrong shot to play. The ball, when he's swinging at this, is a long way away from his body. He doesn't really get the footwork right and go into that shot. So you feel that he's missed out on that. It's nice to see a little bit of late afternoon sunshine coming through here at the Drua ground. We've had a very pleasant day. It's nice. And bear in mind, it started with a bit of drizzle and a little bit of rain. That's clobbered, but straight at the fielder. They'll take a single. Good stop. Good ground fielding, doesn't let it get through.
Well, again, it was a pretty good over for Every, but not quite up at the run rate. It's now up to about 17 and a half and over, so they're a little bit behind, but they've got 2 pretty set batsmen. And as I said, probably getting into the starting to get into the soft underbelly of the Every bowling.
See that the helmet has been called upon. That means looks like Sabir Hussain will now be standing up here. And Sabir Hussain looks like he's wearing some borrowed pads there. They look like the pads that Hassan normally bats in.
Yeah, that's why it confused me before, because I remember the keeper having pink pads. Yeah. So there's 2 sets. There's a pair of keeper pads and a pair of batting pads in this kit. Well, not in the kit, because I'm sure it's owned. But anyway, Rabbani Khan is the bowler. White van alert as well. So many of these. It's a conspiracy. Even in town, we were at the hotel and there's a white van parked to the side of it, and I thought we were being followed. Not that I'm paranoid or anything, but
comes back, and that's hit pretty well, and going to be 4 runs. They've got 3 fielders on the leg side, long on, mid-wicket and square leg, but this one finds its way in between the 2. Strokes it well, and that's another good shot from Arun. I'm liking what he's doing here. So we've seen him play some shots down the ground, over extra cover. He's played a nice cut shot, and now he's also finding the boundary on the leg side. Straight down the ground. Hasn't got the power to get it past the field on this occasion, but does get the single, rotates the strike.
I like what I've seen from Ayabaraju in this innings. We didn't get to see much. Is that the same white van that's come back?
It's doing the rounds.
They're listening to me.
Heard you.
Oh, good bowling. It's outside off stump. Big swing and a miss there from Gunnasan.
It's behind you. Where? There. Okay, I got it. And remember, so one more chance to have a guess at that. The best bowling figures by a woman in T20. I'll give you the answer in a couple of balls' time. That's high in the air. Nobody's there to do anything about that. And they're just, 4 runs it will be. The 2 umpires look at each other. And do confirm that it doesn't go over the rope. You see it here. And just bouncing.
So
just.
So is it on a continent that is noted for cricket?
No, that's why I said you were very right, very close.
So
the first time
was
your
was
thought
it
process.
Nepal, Mongolia, or was it in Asia, but not like two teams not noted for cricket?
That's yeah.
Okay.
I'll share that with you and everybody else in a moment. Just a few more people coming in with their thoughts on there.
Was it Nepal and Mongolia that was that blowout? I'm not sure. I think Mongolia was involved. I don't know about the other team. Maybe Thailand.
Okay, you're really good guessing. We'll reveal it for you here now. So, 2024, it was last year. Teenage off-spinner Romalia of Indonesia women took 7 for 0 versus Mongolia in a T20 international in Bali on this day. She broke the previous record in T20 internationals. And the scarcely less believable 7 for 3, which was jointly held by two bowlers from the Netherlands and Argentina before. Romalia picked up a wicket with the first ball, bowled at just 3.2 overs and dismissed 7 off the Mongolian bottom 8. And talking about being dismissed, well, here's another one. And that wasn't probably the best of shots there from Gunasan. I'm not sure what's happened
That's
here.
a worry. He was holding his back, so hopefully he's okay. Have a look at this. So he's bowled it, and then if you, well, I'm sure we'll have a look at it. So this was the end of Gunasan.
Well, that's the stumps going for a walk.
But
And
we'll
now
have a look
here.
at.
So
he's there, and then he reaches back and holds his back, his lower back. So hopefully he's okay.
Well,
he's going to continue.
well, that little bit of a massage from the glove of the keeper may have done, but yeah, Gunasan, he gets to 30 off 14, but sees him back, so it's a bit of a, I don't know, quite a bit of a rash shot, but I suppose at this stage we're going to see a few more like that because that rate is going pretty close to the 20 as Abdul Malik Jabrakel comes in at number 4.
Someone has to really take this bowling by the scruff of the neck and shake it around until they can extract every last run out of it, because at the moment it's a bit of a lull. Good bowling again. So normally when you feel your back as a bowler, you stop bowling, but Shemu, I didn't even see the magic spray, Rico,
no.
So it must be okay.
And also, don't forget Shemu, he a bit like Ula, is a key player for them. He's the opening batter and looks pretty useful. So, yeah, on day one, with 2 very big, or potentially that could be a wide. What do the umpires decide?
I don't think it's above shoulder height, because Raju is a giant.
Chris Tax will show us this side on. Shemu still seems to be struggling here. He's wincing. It doesn't look like we may not get it in time.
He's charged. Oh, it's not quite helmet height, but this one's going behind. Just be a single.
Yeah, we saw a quick look at that on the side. One thing to remember there is you have to go by with the batter standing in his normal stance. And I think if you went by that, I think you could see the batter had probably a good reason to feel that it was over his head. But Shemu, how about that for bowling figures? It's going to be, he's disappointed with the Jabrakel this time. He's saying, why didn't I hit it straight? I should have hit it straight. Well, he's still there, though. That's what he's got to say to himself. I'm still there, I could do it. But the rate now has gone past the 20. So we're going to have to see something quite spectacular if ever you're going to get this win. Inside edge, good stop by the wicketkeeper. Nice work. It's a slightly slower delivery. Beautiful over from Shemu. And once again, a lot of good all-rounders in the side. Shemu, he started very well with the bat, remember. He played some really nice shots before he was caught on the boundary quite magnificently. And, well, this was what we were talking about before. So the best bowling figures. And there it is, confirmed. So 2024 last year, Rohamali of Indonesia women took 7-0 against Mongolia in the T20 in Bali. So pretty impressive, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. Here's a question for you. I think you know the answer. We might leave it to the chat. What's the best figures in T10 on ECN?
Oh, yeah, I know it. And
I know, because you get reminded of it all the time. Oh, put it down.
He put it down and then kicks it away from the fielder. And, oh, no, where's he? Oh, acrobatic stop from the man who's... he's ready. He's ready for action, isn't he? That's really well done by Abdul Hafiz. Yeah, we're reminded of it quite often. And there's the throw, really well stopped.
I was commentating that game.
Yeah.
And I gave him the nickname that he proudly wears. Oh, it's again, they keep on finding fielders, and this is a hole they've dug for themselves, I think. It's been some pretty good bowling, but last couple of overs have just not been good enough, I don't think, especially with the wicket of Gunnasan. They need about 22 and over. That's a lot. And wide. So,
Ball from Rabbani Khan.
all right. Comes in again.
It's dragged. It's just not. Jabrakil in this innings just cannot get one clean. He's another one. He's swung at. He's dragging everything towards the leg side, and then he keeps trying to practice and adjust the shot. But they're just not giving that good pace on delivery. Just holding it back slightly. That's going to be another wide here as Arun just allows that to go by. Arun 21 or 13. I think he's got to get the memo now. He's got to really try and accelerate. Have a look. There's a batter actually standing right on the rope. I wonder if we're going to see a retirement here. As that one gets played away.
Can't be yet. I mean,
just going to be a single. Now, are we going to see a retired out? Because I see there is a batter. So I wonder if we can see that on the camera.
maybe it's just a threat of a retirement. Are they going to retire Jabakil?
Well, Jabrakov's... But let's see. I think maybe this is the important ball. Jabrakov is going to stay there. It's going to be a wide. So, yeah, Jabrakov's scored 4 or 4.
We'll see. There he is. Just getting in the batsman's eye line.
Yeah. And he's saying, come on, bring him off. He's saying, let me out there, let me out there. All right. Well, he swings hard at this. Well, this might just keep Jabrakil out there a little bit longer because he does get a boundary, and that man now walks back to sit down. He was ready to come out, wasn't he? He was ready to come out. He now gets set back. He's doing all of his warm-ups over there. There he is. He goes back now a little bit. And maybe it was just that, look, I'm here. If you don't hit him, I'm here to take over. And I think that's Arun Ramar, actually.
It is Arun Rama. I don't remember him getting many runs in the last game, because I remember we talked about the two Aruns. One of them definitely got a golden. I'm not sure about the other Arun, but it's almost gotten through. But the other Arun, Ayavaraju, is doing pretty well. 22 or 14. Started off strongly, but while they're going at 11 and over, they needed 16s at the start. So now it's looking pretty desperate for every. I think they'll have to dial it back and just look for the bonus point.
Yeah, I think you're right. The 130. If it's going to change, it's got to change now. 24 balls to go, needing 96. Then that's easy sums. 24 and over. Let's see what happens here. That's hit pretty well. Fielder eyeing it up, and he's not going to be able to keep it in the field of play. It's a good effort there from Naheed Hassan, but good strike. And that's 6 runs. That's what you need, a few more of those. That's actually quite an exceptional hit because it was quite a fair way away from that.
Yeah, it was a good shot. And this was the man you wanted to retire. At least he's hit a 6. Let's see what else he can do. Whoa, that's what he can do.
Yeah. He's been practicing this a few times, and this time he gets it just right, and that has been peppered. And a big hit. All right, so a couple of boundaries here on the spin, 2 6s. I said if they're going to change anything, it has to start now. And jump the kill. Oh, well, I don't know about this, Danny. What do you reckon? You know what you got to do. All right, you might have been beaten in the air, but I think you're still going to swing at this.
He did check his shot. I think he knew what he wanted to do and then just had to change his mind because it was a pretty good ball. Anyway, Shemu comes in again and gets at the toe end of the bat. Just be one. Bring Aaron back on strike. Well, they need 113 for the point. They should get there if they don't lose too many wickets. 162 is looking a long way away, going at about 25 and over.
And, that's what's hurt them really. If you look back at all the overs so far, there's been too many. I mean, the over before, in fact, that one from Rabbani Khan, no, there was only one boundary off it, but only the wides helped them really to get to the 12 off the over, but there's been too many dots. That's been hit well, but it should be stopped by the... Oh, that's very poor. Very poor. It's not often that we see a double foot fail. And here's a double foot fail. Is missed, first of all, by Rabbani Khan. So it's a miss by the left and miss by the right. And number 17 and 18 get it completely wrong. It's a double foot fail. And Miss Buraj Saju was the man who was backing him up, and he went for the right foot, and he misses it. Well, tomorrow then, so we've got the Stallions versus Drew, and Every will be taking on the Bumblebees in match number 22. Stallions then take on the PFC, and then AC Stut against Drew, and then we finish with match number 25 with a battle from the two teams from Sarcelle. That will be interesting. A few bragging rights will be up for grabs there.
Got to say, Rico, it's hard, just on the first day's evidence, it's hard seeing this team Star and Dreux missing out, because they're both solid teams, especially with the bat. And Dreux missed out with the bat today, but they were fantastic with the ball. So, and these guys are pretty handy with the ball as well. Shahid, another dot ball.
Yeah, and just remember, so far we haven't even seen Nazib Ullah bowl. They're probably the captain just resting himself, thinking if I don't need to, I won't bowl. He took 3 wickets in the last match. So I bowled again. They're just trying to make things happen, and they can't, can they? Shahid now, a good start from him.
So I've got a correct answer. Kroom has come up with 6 for 2 for Mr. Gooch.
That's the one.
Now, interesting story about that. So that was my first trip outside of the Czech Republic. Nice shot. That's a lovely shot there from Arun. Let's have a look at this from side on. And just turned on it. And lovely, lovely stroke. So, so I was chatting to Steph, and we started talking about favourite bowlers. And he has a very good repertoire of imitations of bowlers, right? So during one of the breaks, he was just showing me. I think at the time there was a really long break between matches, and as we come back to that in just a moment, Shahid comes in, and big swing and a miss. So he's demonstrating. He's doing this fast bowling. He's doing his Jeff Thompson and his Dennis Lilly, and he's doing all these Bumrah and all these other bowlers, and imitated them very, very well. But then basically blew his shoulder out. And he could barely bowl in the next the next game, as another white van is stalking us. It's called a wide. It's slow as well. It's looking at us.
I wonder if it's going to come back again. This is the same one, I think, that's been sort of backwards and forwards in that area.
I don't know if is it the same one, maybe. Anyway, so yeah, blew his shoulder out. Didn't tell his skipper, of course. And it was never the same bowler. He's never taken 6 for 2 on the network again.
But still, of course, a very good cricketer as the over comes to an end. And this is going the wrong. I mean, they should get the point from here. They need to get to 113. We're talking about good bowlers. That actually leads quite nicely onto some more memorabilia. This is back in in 1970. You might remember this guy very well. And the saying is that if he was born anywhere else but Australia, Damien Fleming might have made 3 or 4 times his 20 test appearances. High-quality swing bowler.
Yep.
He took a hat-trick in his first test in Rawalpindi in 1984-95. And in the same winter, displaced Glenn McGrath in the national team. As well as being a joker for the Austrian squad, Fleming was a useful tail-ender. He whacked 71 not out against England in Brisbane in 1988-99 to his highest first-class score.
Is he displaced him? Oh, this could be out. Gone. That's the end of Debakal.
Yep, he's gone, and a soft dismissal in the end. And the batter, who's been waiting a long time to come in, look at him. He knows he's been waiting a long time. He goes charging out there. Does Arun Rama. He wants to get his opportunity. He wants to set amends for what didn't quite work last time around. But yeah, I just don't understand that. It's you're needing boundaries. So Jabrakel, what he was trying to do there, I don't know. Remember in the last over, hit 2 boundaries, then he just blocked one like that as well. I think the mindset has to be positive and assertive, and he ends up getting himself run out. And well, that'll help. That'll help. So 4 runs from Arun.
Yeah, the bowler was down on his knees. Got to say good bowling. And, a little bit lucky, but got away with it. So yeah, Damien Fleming, very good bowler. I can't believe he displaced Glenn McGrath because they're very different. I think he might have replaced him if McGrath was injured. Yeah. But I don't know about displaced because Glenn McGrath, you don't displace Glenn McGrath. He was a fantastic bowler.
Sounds well off the bat, but doesn't actually go that far. It's quite easily fielded there by Mohammed Shahid. So let's talk about these new boys then. What a start. What a start. And I like him. I know a lot of people in the chat are liking what AC Star are doing. Well, we may not be sure about their name. We feel that Star's probably not the correct way.
I will
going
ask
by
them.
what we've been told.
I will ask them why, but there could be a couple of reasons. One of them is that, just like with some places, there's a name that should be pronounced in one way, but is pronounced like Albuquerque, right? It shouldn't be pronounced, or Arkansas should not be pronounced Arkansas. And there's plenty of places in the UK like that.
Yeah.
So it's a possibility that the locals call it Star. It could be a nickname, it could be what they just call it.
Yeah.
So I'll go with that for the moment, but I will ask them maybe later on today or tomorrow when I see them. Shot that. Yeah, that was hammered for 4.
Good shot, using the pace that Tanbir Aziz is extracting, but because of the width, that's just nicely guided. The only problem from Aya Vuraju, we haven't seen it often enough. It's an okay strike rate, but with what they needed in this run chase, it hasn't been adequate enough. 36 of 23.
There's been a few drop balls, haven't there? 100's up, by the way. Need 13 in just an over and a bit. It's up in the air. It should be gone. It is. They're going to struggle to get a point out of this every, and this is disaster for them. Yeah. Good batsman coming in, though. It's Dawood Ahmadzai. And he's capable of hitting big shots. Yeah, they'll need a few in this last over.
He's one guy that, he never gives up, does Dawood Ahmadzai. But Arun Ayavuraju, I suppose he does try and get the acceleration in there towards the end. But, he was in there a long time, wasn't he? He opened up. So he gets out now right at the end of that 9th over. So, as you said, they've still got to get 13 runs here to take a point off the last over. And they've got to run hard. They will get one, but they won't do it with singles. But here he is, Dawood Ahmadzai. Can he at least salvage a point for his team?
That's what he's looking for. 2 sixes will do it. And he hit 2 big sixes in the last game. He's quite compact as a human. And has a good... He does everything in double speed. Does that, Dawood? Oh, double speed. That's a double speed wicket.
Oh my, this is a beauty. Watch the middle stump go here. And Mohammed Shahid, of course, he loves that. It's a fast bowler's dream. Watch the middle stump here. Oh, it's a proper cartwheel. It almost ends up standing the right way up back in the ground. That would have been something special. What a delivery, what a wicket. And unfortunately, Mr. Universe, Dawood Ahmedzai, well, his universe is turned upside down as he goes for a golden duck. So, new batter will go out there, still needing to try and find 13 runs from somewhere. A couple of boundaries would help the cause. And it's, well, one man who could possibly do it, Rahmatullah Mangal.
Yeah. Look, when we saw this on paper, when we saw the every side on paper this morning with 4 national team players, we just saw it the weekend, we thought, oh, these guys will be competitive. But Ross has got past the fielder. And in a sense, they are. I'm sure they'll win a couple of games, but at the moment, they're at the bottom of the table and looks like they're going to get probably nothing out of this game. So they're in trouble because they need to get in the top 2 to get into the finals. That's a nice shot, but then fielded just a single.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that as well. We've touched on the dot balls, we've touched on a lot of singles, but there's been a lot of nice shots that have been played that have gone to hand as well, along the deck, for example. But again, you got to give credit to AC Star for that. They've just set the right field right. 2 boundaries needed of 2 balls. That will help. Oh, that helped big time.
No.
Oh, that is a super result for every. Well, if you ever needed to bowl a straight ball, now was the time. And Mohammed Shahid bowls a wide. It's a minimo, and that changes everything. So now, well, they're just needing. Oh, well, what does that change the criteria to? I don't know if that's right on your screens. Let's wait and see. 9 of 2, it's saying. Well, that changes everything. I don't know.
I don't think it's right. It's not. It can't be right.
It's been played away. It's a big moment. It's going to be 4. It's going to be 4. Yeah, I don't know if that... Wasn't it 10 of 2 and then 5?
They were definitely 100. The 100 came up a while ago. There were a few singles and a wicket, so it can't be right.
Yeah, I thought it was needed 10 of 2, needed 2 boundaries to do it. They got 5. I don't know. Something's changed. It's like 5 or 1.
Off.
I don't think that's correct.
No.
I don't know. Now they're checking this.
Yeah, I think...
oh, well...
Well, now it's gone back, so it must have been reset.
They played that away. Now, the batters, by playing a shot like that, they must know...
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. So... Okay, that was the run they needed, so they get the 113.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we weren't losing our marbles there. We knew what was going on. But yeah, just went a little bit wrong there. Right when we needed it to be right. Come on, boys and girls. We've got to get it right when it gets to that point. But in the end, it's we do get there, and so do every in terms of getting a point, which could turn out to be pretty crucial, couldn't it? Because, well, I tell you what, Mohammed Shahid, 5 wides. Come on. I mean, he's got a naughty boy for that, isn't he? And that 5 wides cost them a point. How crucial could that be when it comes down to the end of their 3rd day of matches? But at the moment, we have to say that I think we all thought, and a lot of people around the ground thought, that UIF Every were going to be one of the teams to beat. I think people were saying that they and Dreux would probably be battling out to finish at the top. So they would be the top 2. But we've seen that change very much so, because a new team, a team on debut, AC Star, have turned up, and they certainly have really shone here. That match tomorrow, match number 24, is going to be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, it will be. It's going to be a highlight. 2 very good sides, and Star, well, they've come in the first day of this Group B, and they've shaken things up, and it's really fun to see a new team that are playing with a lot of energy and a lot of talent. As you can see here, it's Arun. That was a nice shot. He played a few nice shots, just not consistent enough. Missed quite a few as well.
Yeah, that was the issue. When he got going, he didn't really, the consistency wasn't there. It didn't help that Juwin Ahmed would only contribute just the 1 at the top of the order. He would go pretty quickly. Then we saw what we thought would probably be the big partnership between Ayavuraju and Gunistan. And this one was close, but it would go to the boundary. A lovely clip here as the ball gets thrown in and the auto shades come into play. Well, you would see that again when he was fielding at fine leg. That was nicely played. There were some good shots there, but they just weren't consistent enough. And then this one was a real ugly slog across the line. Shimu, well, he got the wicket, but he did need a massage afterwards to sort himself out. He was having a few problems with his bat, but he did come back and bowl once again a very good second over.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, that one of Gunistan. They were just mounting up a little bit of a partnership. As I mentioned before, he needs to go on with a big score, does Gunistan. Arun was pretty good. Jabakal hit a couple of sixes, but really didn't go on with it either. And I think they were fortunate. This was going to make the highlight reel, especially the reaction.
I like the way, rather than say, yeah, I should have got my hands there, he just said, I should have kicked it better.
Yeah.
I like in that move. This was a little bit of a crazy run out in the end. That would be the end of Jabrakil. It meant that a man who was waiting a long time to get out there, Arun Rama, did get a chance, but unfortunately he wasn't going to be able to make any impact in getting the win. But they do pick up a point, what could be a really valuable point. That was just as conclusive as a dismissal as you can get, as the middle stump was uprooted. That was an ugly ball. I mean, that was real bad. As 5 runs then went on the board, the next ball went to the boundary, and then it meant they just needed a single, and they would negotiate that pretty well to mean that they would pick up a point. They still run away there from AC Start, because really they should have gone on and picked up 4 points there.
Yeah, agreed, Rico. That was just ill-disciplined, wide for 5. See the scorecard here. Ayavaraju with 36 and Gunistan with 30. That was the partnership that you thought might get them a bit more comfortable. Jabakal also 23 off 12, and no one else really contributing too much. 11 extras, and those 5 coming in the last over. Really, well, man, they managed to get that 1 point every, but not a great performance. So here the bowling figures pretty consistent. 2 wickets for Aziz, Shimu with a wicket, vital one, and also Shahid with a wicket. And there's got contributions from Shahan and Rabbani Khan, all with relatively economical figures in this form of the game.
Yeah, I think what we see from that, when you consider that there's some bowlers there that weren't used, that we saw used in the last match, the first win that they had, and used to good effect, that they've got some depth in there as well. They've got depth in their batting. We saw that batters coming out and hitting the ball well and hitting it hard. So I think we will continue to see them score big scores, and also we'll see them trouble teams with their bowling. They look like a really good unit. A good win for them, though I do feel, look, they won one. They've got 2 wins out of 2 on debut in the network. They're not going to be too disappointed, but I think that 1 point, it could make a big difference even if it's a difference between finishing top of the group and second, because as we know, if you finish top of the group, you get that double chance when it comes to finals day. But what a good day of cricket.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
I know that for the last time today, and for me, I won't be here tomorrow, so the last time for a day, we'll invite people into our igloo. Well, the igloo is still standing. It doesn't really protect us that well. In fact, it becomes a bit of a hindrance. So we're going to have to, well, you're going to have to modify it a little bit tomorrow if there's no rain, so we can see a little bit more. But what a good day of cricket. The start of Group B. Of course, we knew more about the teams in Group A that we did in Group B. So 4 new teams playing on the network this time around, and they've been absolutely exciting. So we knew about the Bumblebees. Sarcell Bumblebees, we've seen them before with a 4-8 record here last time around. We knew about some of their players. We know about Druid, but we didn't know about some of these other teams. And I've been very impressed.
Oh, very impressed as well. I mean, obviously with these guys, the Star have been fantastic. Every event we were disappointing, I've got to say. Drew, they were tested as well, but came through with their bowling. And it's the first time I've seen them live. And I knew them always as a batting team, but their bowlers were very, very impressive.
I suppose that's one thing that we know in all sport is when you don't play well, and you still win. And you can say that about Drew. I mean, there's often a saying that's the key sort of the key DNA for a championship side.
Sure.
That you don't play well, but you still win.
Yeah.
And Drew did that today. Didn't bat well, but they still won. So the batting department didn't click, but the bowling department really did click. And talking about the sort of day we had, we've seen a century, the first one here in France, and of course it was Nazib Ullah who scored not only a century, and what a classy one it was, but then backed it up with a half century, and then it was a sort of 50-50 decision that saw him depart. Who knows where he could have gone that time. And we saw a hat-trick taken as well, and from the most unlikely of people, Nabi gets a golden duck. You'd expect him to go well with the bat. He walked off the field like you had to drag him off. It was like the world had come down on him, and then he comes back with the ball, bowling that final over, and takes 4 wickets, including a hat-trick. That's not bad going.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. So going for the trifecta. So we've got a hat-trick in this so far in this group. We've got a 100
century.
Now we need a golden ball tomorrow.
Golden ball. Well, I mean, you could be greedy and do it by yourself tomorrow, because I've got the day off. It is Peacock Friday tomorrow. I know that you got a nice little number lined up for tomorrow. Have a good day. I think it will be a good day tomorrow. And who knows, maybe Peacock Friday could bring about a golden ball. We do need one pretty soon. Otherwise, we know that it will get up to the 100 mark. But a very good day, a cracking start to Group B. The music is playing. We're ready to go back and forth very quickly. Big thank you to the Federation. Big thank you to the umpires. Big thank you to the ECN crew. And I know that all of our viewers are saying thank you to us. It's our turn to say thank you to you, because you guys and girls have once again been absolutely fantastic. Don't forget to like and spread the word. And you can also find out more by going onto the website, europeancricket.com, and of course, all the social media sites. Thank you for watching. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. We'll be back, or he will be, tomorrow. Hasta mañana.
See you guys. Bye.
Move my my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. And forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. And forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back.